So as and when, if you have any thoughts about anything we talk about throughout, we'd love to hear you down there.
I made a fuck up. I realized that I hadn't started recording, so now I've started recording. So VOD people, that you missed some stuff, VOD people, but don't worry, we're gonna catch you up. So continue.
Yeah, so what I was saying is, if you're watching this on the VOD and you want to respond to anything we say, give us your thoughts as we go through. It's going to be a pretty long video, so don't wait till the end. Just go down there in those comments and tell us your thoughts. If you disagree with stuff we say, if you agree, if we've missed anything, just throw it down there. We'd love to hear from you.
And VOD people, welcome to the spoiler cast. Once again, if you have not played this game, make sure you play it. We all think it's worth playing, and yeah, if you haven't played it yet, come back later. But the spoiler cast.
It's a thumbs up from all of us. So
yes, well recapped, Zona. So, where do we begin?
I think we begin at the beginning.
I was about to say that.
There we go. So
that's a great place to start.
Why don't I
we begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
The cliffside, the Aegean Sea, far below, and a man at the edge, wondering what it's worth, if anything is worth it. And Kratos casts himself into the Aegean Sea, and we open on God of War. Right? That's how we start this. You said the fucking beginning.
God of War at the very beginning. Then Kratos. I don't know what happens next.
Just to lead us into the actual beginning of this game. Obviously, full spoilers from here on in. Let me just read to you a little synopsis from an article from thegamer.com just to lead us into the start of the game, and then that'll hopefully trigger our thoughts. So
Kratos who embarks on a quest to regain his mojo.
That's it. Yeah.
How Kratos got his groove back.
All right. So we begin several years after the conclusion of 2018 God of War. The ceaseless winter brought on by the death of Balder is in full effect. Both Kratos and Atreus know exactly what this Fimbulwinter means. Ragnarok. The final battle of the 9 realms that will lead to the destruction of Asgard and the death of the gods. It is coming. Obviously, Kratos doesn't want any of that shit. So they've created a protection spell around their house at the start of the game, and everything seems to want to kill them. So the game opens up in a pretty action-packed way, doesn't it? Why don't we start there?
Yes. So we are in a cave. Why are we in a cave?
We were on a hunting party, I believe.
All right. So we were out hunting some stuff. We've got a
deer.
We've got a wolf-drawn sled. We've raised some wolves in between the first game, and one of them is named Fenrir, which should be raising some eyebrows quite early on. Oh wait, no, he's not one of the ones pulling the cart. But yeah, we've got our wolves. We hop in.
They actually rescued them. We subsequently learned that they rescued the wolves from raiders.
And so we get on our sled and we start making our merry way home, and Freya pops out and starts attacking us. And she is, rightly pissed that we murdered her son in the last game. We saved her life trying to, stop Balder killing her, but, a mother is going to do what a mother does, and she's trying to kill us.
It was a fairly big moment for the end of the first game.
Yeah.
Because it was kind of that moment where Kratos was like, the cycle of vengeance, gods killing gods, kind of stops here. Like, well, not even that, but sons killing parents, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that is why he ultimately killed Balder, both to save Freya's life, but also to kind of defy that, not prophecy, but that pattern, right? Yeah. The trend, yeah. And that is still a trend in this game, as we come to see. The idea of defying prophecy, I think, is on many levels the through line of this game's story.
Yeah.
Defying prophecy and not fearing your children, not letting teaching them to be better, because ultimately that is what is going to break the cycle. Because if you raise a shitty kid, they're going to raise a shitty kid, and they're going to raise a shitty kid, and your cycle will not be broken, probably.
And it also tells a story of how can you tell someone to be better if you're really not better yourself.
Yeah.
So.
With words.
Indeed.
With words.
But unfortunately,
Lots of
Kratos doesn't really know how to use those too well. He's
Grumbles.
more of a grumbly guy. He's more of a grunter. He's more of a I bottle it all in.
Yeah.
So we start off pretty action packed with Freya attacking us on the sled.
I thought that was a pretty cool section, having to, at speed, direct all the dogs as Freya is like flying around as the bird, and then attacking.
That was a great way to start the game. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. Like, it's just right off the bat, it's like, oh wow, she is back for some vengeance right now. So
we are picking up where we left off.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
it's like, whoa, okay.
And in the last game, we had the boat as a central mechanic, and here we also have a boat, but the sled is also playing a big role now. And so this was a pretty intense tutorial where it's like, here, you have a sled. Goddess is trying to kill you. Don't die. And you're just like, oh, okay then. And so you better learn how to drive a sled.
Yeah, and you said we're picking up where we left off. We are also literally picking up where we left off, because I made a little note that as you leave the cave that you start the game in, Atreus drops the deer carcass at your feet. You pick up the deer carcass, and so the first time you take control of Kratos, again, you are carrying
a deer,
a dead thing, right? I think in the first game you were carrying a tree.
Yes.
So you're always carrying something initially. That's like a thing, it seems.
It's a whole ass motif.
It might have been me imagining things, but there's quite a few little
nods.
I perceive to be nods and callbacks and kind of repeated things in this game, both big and small, that I appreciated, even if it was maybe me reaching a little bit. But that was just the first one I noticed right away. So we go through that sled section. We get a little bit of we already, right from the start, and this is something the game does a lot, we get little drops and hints of things to come. For example, before you even get on the sled, Atreus takes out this little round object, right, and is kind of looking at it longingly, and then hides it from his dad, right? So right away, it's like, okay, Atreus is up to something. We don't know what.
That's right. I forgot about that.
It's like small things like that, right? And the game does that a lot. Not least after the Freya chasing the sled bit, when they get back home and they see Fenrir is obviously very ill. When he dies, or rather, if he dies, quote, air quotes, dies in Atreus's arms, something very interesting happens, and that's another.
He whispers a spell, and it seems that Fenrir, his sick wolf's soul, comes out of his body and goes into his knife, right?
That's exactly what happens. At the time, I don't know about you guys, but at the time, I had no idea. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was like, okay, there's a spell happening, and he's dying. So maybe he's, I don't know, doing something to ease his suffering. Like, that's kind of what I thought, perhaps. I thought he was like, okay, he's going to die. I'm just going to sort of euthanize you now, basically, and make it painless. But as we learn later, Atreus didn't even know.
Didn't even realize what he was doing, and that was, there was a spell cast, and might as well just say it, but he has transplanted the soul of Fenrir into his knife for some reason.
Exactly.
And also, just to... Oh, wait. Yeah, you say something first.
I was just going to add that when we first saw Fenrir, and it was a normal wolf, I was like, oh, I thought Fenrir was meant to be like a big wolf.
Yes.
So I don't know about you guys. Did you guys have that thought where you were like, it's not a big wolf, it's a regular wolf? I wonder what's happening with that kind of thing.
It's still a fucking unit.
No, I saw a annoying thumbnail of Big Wolf, and I was just like, okay, this isn't the God of War Ragnarok. I think the channel, like Sony, put out a video saying God of War Ragnarok Fenrir trailer, and they had the thumbnail was a big wolf. Yeah.
Really? Oh wow, that's a bit shit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
something like that. So I saw a picture of the big wolf, and it said Fenrir, and I was like, okay, something's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw a video like on Twitter like the first day or something of like, I haven't encountered it yet, but it looks like in Vanaheim you can pet fucking Fenrir or something, and I was like, bruh, you kidding me?
It's not in Vanaheim. I think it's in Jotunheim at the very
Yeah,
end.
yeah,
You
like
go there post game. Yeah.
I was just like, oh my
that's cute.
god, what the hell? I was like, why is that? Oh, so that was a big spoiler off the first day. I'm like, thanks
Wow.
everybody, great job. So that was like the only spoiler that I saw. But I do want to come up with my first gripe of the game, which I did make a note of. So the first issue that I had with this game was all this promo material, the cover, everything. You look at Kratos and you say, hey, that Kratos right there looks pretty badass with the fucking like bear hide cape. That
Mhm.
looks pretty cool, guys, right? And yeah, you just lose it within the first few minutes of the game.
Oh my
And you
god,
can
that's a
never
good
get it
point.
back.
That's
You can
such a
never
good
get it
point.
back. So everywhere that promo art, it's like in my head, I forgot
Gotcha.
about how you lost it. I forgot how you lost it.
It was in the Freya chase when Freya jumps on the
Yeah,
sled
yeah,
and
yeah.
they tussle. It was
Yeah,
there.
so like since I forgot about it the whole game, and it was such a quick little moment, the whole time, like our other friend Jake and I were discussing, we're like, when do you get that armor set? That must be like the end armor set. Like this is Ragnarok now. No, it's just God. And like I think that apparently like it couldn't work with the Blades of Chaos or something. So this whole time I'm like, well,
That is a good
shit.
point. That is a
I,
good
I
point.
wouldn't-
I,
hey,
I, I didn't even
yeah.
notice that. That's funny.
A cape of any kind would hinder the, sheathing and unsheathing of your weapons. Yeah.
But I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
like
about
my
you, but personally, I prefer my Kratos topless.
oh,
You
I
can,
do
you
too.
can,
I
you
do
can
too.
Yes,
give him
yes.
you can give him something on his shoulder, but that's as
Yeah.
far as I want. I don't like
Yeah.
I don't
Some
like
of
his
some
armor
of the armor
sets.
sets, yeah, they were complete chest and shoulders and arms.
Yeah, and I'm
We'll
like,
get
no,
to
that
that.
ain't how
I-
Kratos does, unless it is like a pure golden 6-pack armor with bulging nipples like that.
Yeah.
I think he wore that in God of War 2 and he looked badass. That I'll take that.
Yeah.
But
The
otherwise,
game is too detailed.
yeah.
to
Otherwise,
not
I want
have
his chest out.
Yeah.
So just
But-
to come back to your point,
Yeah,
so
okay.
no. Yeah, the promo material I felt was a little heavy for sure.
Absolutely.
I was lucky I managed not to be spoiled by a thumbnail or something along those lines, but
Yeah.
I know people, for example, from the first game who got spoiled about the blades and all that. And that's
That
and
sucks.
and that wasn't even a difficult spoiler to see, because that was one of the big things about the game. But anyway, yeah, Sony, don't put out story trailers and things like that. Like
Maybe don't put out
Yeah.
5 of them. Or, like I don't know
Yeah,
how many they
exactly.
put out, but I remember seeing an annoying amount of thumbnails where I'm just like, stop
Oh, yeah.
stop it. I'm fine. I'm getting the game. Okay, don't worry.
The only exception to that, which I would mention, they posted this after the game was released. There's a video that's like, it's some kind of behind the scenes thing of Kratos, and there's interview with Christopher Judge, who plays Kratos, and a few of the other actors, and you see behind the scenes of them in mocap and stuff. At the beginning of that video, first of all, the thumbnail wasn't spoilery at all. It was just Christopher Judge like looking at the camera. And secondly, at the very beginning, Nero, you can do this voice better than I can, but it's Mimir addressing the viewer saying, hey, there are spoilers ahead. I would highly recommend you finish your adventure with Atreus and Kratos through Ragnarok before attempting to see the secrets of this video. You have been warned, but in his accent.
There
Right?
are end
And it was
game
that-
spoilers, Kratos. Don't worry, it'll pass.
Exactly, that's pretty much what he said. So I thought that was neat, and that was actually kind of a good, and a deft way to handle a very spoilery video, because then right after that they show footage of Kratos in the land of Niflheim and other later
Oh,
game
yeah,
places.
wow.
So
And now we're gonna talk about Garm. It's like, oh, whoa, maybe not.
yes, exactly.
But
Anyway,
to go
yeah, go
back
ahead.
even further back, something I didn't mention about the Freya chase is, it is establishing the dynamic between Kratos and Freya, whereas Kratos will not let Freya kill him, but he refuses to kill her. She is their friend. She is a friend to us. She helped us. She saved Boy's life. Like we owe her. We do not want to cause her harm. We do not want to cause her pain, and it sucks that we did cause her harm and pain. But we do not regret killing Balder. We do not regret the choice we made. But we will. We're just gonna have to suffer her. Unfortunately, that's kind of the stance that they've taken.
Yeah, and there was a lot of dialogue, especially when you're walking around just with Mimir, um, of them discussing that sort of thing. I can't remember it much of it verbatim off the top of my head, but I'm almost positive that they talk about it a lot. And Atreus is like, why does she still want to kill us? Blah blah blah. And then Kratos and Mimir make some really good points, and it's fairly thought provoking, being like, okay, fair enough, right? And they kind of discuss it as you run through places. I thought that was a nice way of addressing those kind of dynamics without it being exclusively in cutscenes, right?
Yes. And
So I thought that was quite
obviously it makes sense for Kratos. He can understand that, like, yes, I've lost a child. I did stop at nothing to kill everything, so I completely understand what she's going through right now.
Yeah.
And Freya, you can imagine, is probably a bit bitter that they won't kill her. She's probably in a place where if they fought and they won, she would probably prefer that than just keep hunting them, because she's not in a good place right now.
Yeah. And something I really liked, that this is kind of getting ahead, so I'll just mention it, but we don't have to go into it right now. But they didn't. I feel like they didn't just drop that. That
No.
element of their relationship between Freya reverberated through the whole game until very close to the end, basically, where it still came up. No, actually, it did. It went all the way to the end, and it was still relevant. That moment between him and Balder and Freya from the last game reverberated all the way to the end of this game, and I thought they managed that really well. But we'll get to that. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that in.
So
anyway,
Atreus wants some time alone with Fenrir. Wants to go bury him, so he fucks off, and is that when we have our dream sequence?
No, because it's after he gets back. The first dream sequence with
Faye.
With Faye, yes, that is the first dream sequence. He goes in, puts his head on the pillow, and then what I thought were beautiful transitions into the dream, without cutting, so to speak.
So this game does the same thing as its predecessor, where the entire game is in one camera shot. So
if you've been watching the gameplay so far in the background, you may have noticed that.
Yeah, there are no cuts. The camera just moves. So if they want to do scene transitions, they always try to do some kind of artful transition, something that doesn't break that theme.
Yeah.
So what we have is Kratos lying in bed, and the surroundings kind of go dark, and then a hand comes on him, and then he's like, "What? Whose hand is that?" Turns around, and then I think he's in his house many years ago with his wife.
Yeah.
And we finally get to meet Faye and see her and be like, that's where the boy got his hair from.
If you've seen the last episode of MZN, episode 12, we had a discussion about God of War a little bit. And I played this section of the game that we're talking about right after we finished that recording, and I literally thought of you, Nero, because you were saying, I hope we get to see a bit more of Faye and Kratos' relationship with her, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, here we go. Here's some dynamic that they're now going into a little bit more. I immediately recognized the actor who plays Faye as well.
Oh, yeah.
which was funny. So I thought she did a good job.
Yeah.
She didn't have too much to do, but I thought what she did do was solid. So
she's a funny, quirky character. She calls Kratos Grumbles. It's nice.
It's
wholesome.
That's great. I love that. That was very good. Yeah.
And what did she say in this sequence?
Let's see. There were 3 main sequences. This was the first, I believe.
Yes.
This one was fairly lightweight. It was the most lightweight of the 3.
Yeah.
It was them just kind of bantering a little bit. Mostly, all they did was they were hunting. I think they were on a hunt.
Yes, they were on a hunt, and she was leading the hunt, much like Kratos was leading the hunt with Boy. You've got this kind of parallel between the first game and this game, where Boy was being led around by Kratos, and now Kratos is being led around by Faye.
Yes. I thought it was a nice little sequence. I don't remember it in detail. I feel like not much significant happened in it, but it was nice to give us a sense of both Faye and their relationship, and Kratos sort of with Faye, because there was always this weird thing. I don't know if you felt this with the dream sequences, but there's a question mark over the fact that is Kratos... Like, it's not a flashback. That's the key thing. We are not flashing back. we are in a dream sequence. Kratos is not the Kratos of all those years ago. He's present day Kratos experiencing a dream sequence, or at least that's how I read it. So everything Kratos might say
it's
or
unclear.
hear, it is unclear. I read it as everything Kratos is hearing and saying is present day Kratos hearing and saying those things. So in a way, it's him talking to Faye from the present into the past almost, and vice versa.
Funnily enough,
Faye doing that. Yeah,
I got that impression from the first one, but then in the second and third one, it felt more like a memory. Like when she was saying, speak to our son, and he was just like, what should I say? Like that felt like old Kratos, also, not present Kratos.
It was kind of interesting.
You're correct. It blended.
Yeah.
I thought it blended it. Yeah. Go ahead, Zona.
No, I was gonna say also another thing that was interesting about that dream sequence was I'm pretty sure it was the first one where there was kind of like a drop about. I think it was the first one where she discusses like they tried to kill each other when he first came here.
Yes.
I think that was the first one.
Yeah.
So like there's that little drop of like, oh yeah, like they were trying to like he came in and then she like playingly flirtatiously talked about how when Kratos first came they thought they were going to kill each other. So that's kind of interesting. Like,
so remember, audience, if you're trying to if you meet a pretty young thing and you're trying to smash, try to kill them.
Yeah. So
if they try to kill you back, she's the one.
It is cute because in that line you realize how good they are together in the sense that they both tried to effectively kill each other in whatever scenario they happened to meet in, and then ended up as spouses, right?
Yeah.
Like you almost couldn't imagine Kratos settling down with anything less than someone who would try to kill him, right? So
yeah,
that's how you earn the respect of the belated retired God of War, right?
Yes.
And
we get more as to Faye's character as the game goes on, and you can see that they do share a lot of similarities in their history, and there's this idea that you get very early on that Faye gets Kratos in a way that a lot of people don't. And that's what how they've bridged to each other. There is this understanding. It's just that she's a lot better at talking than he is, so she can kind of coax him out and kind of get through to him in a way that people can't. The regular mortals cannot. So we wake up after that, and Boy has disappeared, and we have to go find him. Little tutorial section, get some fighting. Do you have any notes?
I enjoyed this section in the sense that immediately in the gameplay, it's not like standard stuff. So far, we've had the chase scene with Freya at the start, and then now this, and I believe this is the first time we've actually got to quote unquote play the game properly, right? So it sort of acts as a tutorial sequence in a way. I think they remind you how to do certain moves a little bit, but I enjoyed it. It had purpose, and this is kind of a theme with a lot of the game, is you can tell that it was designed in a good way to blend story, progression, and gameplay, in the sense that you're not just going through the world for no reason. There's purpose, and there is like a time constraint in the sense that you're nervous because like, where is Atreus? What's happening? Is something bad happening, right? There's always this, I don't know, there's something in like the pit of your stomach which is like, this could be bad, and so I need to find out what's happening, right?
Yes.
Right from the off, because this is the first time you're even controlling Kratos in this way, so...
For me, this was when I spent my time debating which difficulty to play on, and I started with hard, and eventually I switched back to normal to try it out, switched back to hard, and I eventually stuck on normal. Hard seemed like a very rough experience. Enemies weren't staggering as consistently, and you die instantly. You die very quickly. So I'll go on to speak about difficulty later, because it's overall one of the weaker aspects of the game, I think. At least balancing. And I feel like this is a kind of game that benefits a lot. Like most action games do, when you want your hard difficulty to be on a new game plus rather than starting off, because whenever action games do this and they let you choose the difficulty from the get-go, and there is a hard mode available from the get-go, Ninja Gaiden comes to mind. Games where you don't carry over your skills and whatnot from difficulty to difficulty. The beginning is nightmarish, always. Like, it's horrible, and it's usually not indicative of the majority of the experience. Once you unlock more things, once you get into the groove of things, you'll find the difficulty a lot more manageable, which I've been watching some playthroughs, and it seems like hard mode is a lot more... It isn't nearly as off-putting.
Yeah, once you have all your tools.
Yeah, once you have more tools,
it's
once you
doable.
have more health,
Yeah.
a lot more doable later down the line. Makes me wonder if, like, games like this might want to start you off on normal, and later you get the ability, maybe after a tutorial, after you've unlocked a few things, you get the ability to,
Then,
now you can choose
then
hard
they say,
mode.
yeah, exactly. Now you can do hard if you want, like after you've played an hour of the game or something.
Exactly, like
Oh,
you've got
does
your
that-
bearings, you've got some tools, you've got enough to keep you alive, because those first encounters they were annoying as fuck.
Side note, total side note, but looking at the footage right now, I just want to say that was the biggest jump scare in the game.
Yes, I was going to say,
like,
I loved that moment when you think you're done, push the boat out. Oh, no!
that was a terrifying jump scare. Anyways,
and
continuing, but
like instantly something's wrong, because you press the boat, you get in the boat, and you're used to your partner character like teleporting into the boat and just like instantly jumping in, and I'm just like, where are you? Oh shit!
Yeah.
that was
just get that inkling of like something's wrong here, and then bang.
To add insult to injury, in my case, when I jumped down here, I checked the map because I remembered that I had other side quests in the land sort of opposite the water, right, to go that way. So I checked the map to see, okay, where can I go next? And I noticed that the emblem for the current quest I was on, this whole quest that you've been watching in the background, was... they put it, I think if I remember correctly, in the middle of the water, basically right where the boat would go once you get in the boat. So I thought, oh, okay, all I have to do is get in the boat, and then it'll ping, okay, that's either the end of the quest or the next stage of the quest. Maybe they want me to go back and talk to someone to finish the quest, whatever. So I literally looked at the map, expected it to ping, and then I got that surprise, so it was even more, oh no, it's not over, kind of thing.
But back to the difficulty real quick. One thing that's I've seen in the past before, with God of War 2018, where I'm kind of in this same boat where it's a little bit weird. Since these games are definitely more cinematic than the previous God of Wars, not saying that the previous God of Wars weren't cinematic, it was more of just an action game.
But just like story focused. This is a very
story
narratively focused cinematic.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very heavy on the narrative. So for some reason in these games, since it feels so realistic, I liked playing it on an easier mode, even though I did play normal for this game. For 2018, I played a little bit easier, because I just expected Kratos to just fucking, like, murder everything in his sight. He's so powerful. So it's really weird where, like, I guess in, like, the earlier games, so God of War, like, let's do 3, for example, since it's more of an action-y game, you do want to play it at a harder difficulty, and it kind of you don't feel it as much if enemies aren't going down quickly.
And the normal difficulty is hard. Like none of the God of Wars are a walk in the park, even on normal mode.
Yeah. So like, but like it feels like in God of War 3, for example, like even though enemies aren't going down as fast, you don't really notice it as much. In this game, since it is more narratively just cinematic, kind of whatever the fuck it is, for some reason having enemies not go down quickly, and like it just feels like I'm just like punching a fucking wall for 5 hours
I completely
as I'm attacking them.
I
So,
understand exactly what you mean.
So yeah, I saw people talking about it like for the first one, and I agree with it with this one as well, where it's kind of like I enjoyed playing it on normal mode, but in a weird kind of way, it felt nice to like go back and forth. Like now that I'm in the end game content, I actually put it to give me story just to like just mess around. A lot of people wouldn't do that, but I'm just trying to like get like the platinum. And I'm not having more fun, but like it is kind of fun to just see people just drop, because I'm like, oh yeah, I'm a badass god motherfucker. Like those little like draggers aren't gonna mess me up.
Earned it,
Well,
kind
the
of,
thing
yeah.
is, immersion is a very big concern of this game. Hence the camera that they went through painstaking effort to implement, and all that work is kind of wasted if you die all the time, because like, well, what's the point of the one-shot camera if it's not actually a one-shot camera, because I keep getting a fade to black when I die, you know?
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
The immersion is a very big concern, and like death is a big immersion breaker. And you'll see this in horror games like Amnesia, for example, where or Last of Us even, where the games will actually curve things to your favor to keep you from dying, because they know you'll be more scared if you're immersed, if you don't die.
Yeah.
Nero,
So-
can you put a different clip on, because I think this one just
Yes,
ended.
yes, this just ended.
Just put next one. But yeah, so we'll come back to this, talk about difficulty once we've
Difficulty and immersion, but yeah, I
and
think that
immersion,
is that is definitely an interesting thing, and I think it's just a core
it's a balancing act. The game
it's a
kinda
core
has to do.
issue with this game, with being such a cinematic, narratively focused experience, but also veering more towards gameplay than anything else of this genre has dared to do. It is definitely more gameplay heavy and more technical than Last of Us or anything like that. And I don't know if I don't think it does the balance perfectly, but you know, it's also a pioneer in that regard. So
Yeah.
you kind of you take it. But yeah, I think a new game plus would definitely benefit this game, because this game, the gameplay, I think merits replay. I do want to kind of, I feel like I'm at a level 7 of like experience with the mechanics. I could do more, but I don't want to fucking replay the entire thing and go and get all the Nornir chests so I can get my health to a good place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. We'll probably touch back on this later, so let's continue.
So here's the thing: raise your hand, or I guess say I, if you saw Atreus being the bear coming.
I did not.
Like
That is
like
so
that, like,
fucking funny, because literally, I will say this in our last. If go back, someone figure out from our last time that we talked about this, where it was barely any spoilers. It was just all just early game discussion of thoughts. Maybe it was like 2 videos ago, whatever. But when we discussed it, Nero literally said, or maybe it was you, Max. I don't know. It was either you or Nero that said that Loki is gonna like fuck off and become like a bear or something. I remember, I think I like was trying to hold back laughter because I was like, wait a minute, how did he nail that? No, so one of you said that like he fucks off and turns into an animal or a wolf or something.
Yeah.
Or, like I'm pretty sure you said bear. So the fact that you're saying that now, I'm like, no, somebody called that.
Well,
so
look,
like,
yeah.
yeah, it was pretty funny.
In general, Loki shapeshifting was a fairly easy
Yeah.
prediction coming
Yes.
out of the last game. So that in itself isn't a surprise per se. But tell me your experience of this level. But when as I was chasing the bear, and they said, "Oh, something killed this bear. Must be a bigger bear or a bigger creature or something." I don't remember what Mimir said. At that moment, I started to have suspicions, and I was like, well, what crazy creature that they don't know about would be here suddenly, or whilst Atreus is missing, right? Anyway, and then when you get into the actual fight, the bear appears, and it does have a different name over the health bar. I don't remember what the name is, but it does have a name.
Well, and it's just for context. Yeah, you find a bear, and that's the bear that you think has killed Atreus, maybe, or you think Atreus has been looking to help this bear because it was bleeding out or something. And,
Exactly.
yeah.
At
So
that moment,
you start off with
I thought it was the bear.
You start
Like,
off
I thought
with
it was Atreus.
the first boss in the game, and I could not be more disappointed. I said, "Really, bear? That's the first boss? Just bear, just random bear? Fine, okay." And then you beat the shit out of this bear because you're Kratos. No bear can beat Kratos. And then bear turns into boy, and then I say, "Oh, never mind. Okay, this is interesting." So we find out that Atreus has been able to. He now has the power to transform into animals. He cannot control it yet. He didn't know he transformed into a bear. He was just kind of overcome by grief with losing Fenrir.
Yeah.
And so he turned into a bear, killed another bear, and
No, it wasn't grief, because when Kratos afterwards asks him, what happened and how did you feel, he said I was burying Fenrir, and he said I was sad, and then he says, and then I was angry, and then he says, oh, and then I can't really remember, and then he says there was a bear, and I was angry.
I think it was a dream. He thought it was a dream.
And he thought it was a dream, but crucially,
it was
anger. Anger is
this
definitely key.
Spartan rage. He had some
Exact-
Spartan rage,
yeah.
and that turned him into a bear. And
Exactly.
we were able to beat the bear out of him.
But yeah, so I guessed it was Atreus as I started fighting the bear.
I didn't guess it
Pop-
until
Sorry, yeah.
I didn't guess it
I
at all. I
didn't-
feel
I
like a
didn't guess it at all.
dumbass.
It was that was a sort of a theme for me where whenever there was about to be a sort of mini reveal like that, I kind of put it together
Just before it happened.
just before it happened. Yeah, literally, and it felt good pretty much every time to be like, oh yeah, it is that cool, you know.
Then after that beautiful bear fight, we get another theme of this game. Because after the bear fight, you walk down, you're getting
go all the
back
way
home.
home, yeah.
You're going back home, but before you go back home, there was something that was pretty cool that I liked
The
at that point,
two
which
little
was
bears.
the two cubs
Yeah.
mourning over their deceased mother. And yeah, I just thought it was a pretty good theme of this game and the previous game, where it's like your actions do have consequences, and it did like kind of just
Yeah.
it was
Yo!
And you're just
I
like,
just holy shit! You just triggered something in my mind that is just blows my mind.
what?
what
Oh my god. Okay, this is jumping ahead a bit, but I have to say it now because I'm just thinking of it.
Yeah.
That spot where you find the bear and the cubs, and then Kratos says, you know, our actions have consequences. You know, we have to face them, basically. That's the same spot where later on, when a significant character dies, and you're in that exact forest, in that exact pathway, he says, our actions have consequences, and facing them isn't a punishment, it's just a reality. And then Atreus says, it feels like a punishment, right?
Yeah.
In the same at the same
That's
place
true. That is true.
where
This is
the
place.
bears were, right? And in
Yeah.
the same way that Atreus was responsible, even though not fully responsible, for killing the mother of those cubs, similarly, he blames himself for what happened
Yes.
in that moment as well. Again, similarly responsible, but not entirely responsible. And that's just a parallel I literally just
Yes.
realized right now.
And
We'll get into that later.
as
but
we
yeah.
keep walking, Kratos is kind of trying to school Boy a little bit, telling him like, you need to listen to me, like you need to gain control. And Atreus is getting a bit fed up with just staying in hiding this entire time, and Kratos says, we're training. And he's like,
Yeah.
he's getting fed up, which, fair. He is a teenage boy living alone with two old men. Like, that sucks. That really sucks. And that he can't interact with anyone. Like, as far as we know, he doesn't know a girl. The only girl he knows tries to kill him regularly. Like that.
Other than his mother from before, but yeah.
She's dead, and you feel for the boy. He's like, there's just old men around him. So we go home, and then the ending of God of War 2018 happens.
Yeah, so here's the thing. After that all happens, just to skip forward really quick, Atreus has a line of dialogue, and the line of dialogue is, it happened just like in my dream.
Yes. So the ending of God of War of 2018 was actually a dream he had.
Correct. So yeah, so let's just confirm that for a second. What we see at the end of 2018 God of War isn't a flash forward. It isn't a flash forward like this is really what's about to happen. It's presented through the eyes of Atreus's subconscious, basically.
Yes, which is
at the time.
So you get double foreshadowing. You get foreshadowing that Thor's coming, and then you also get foreshadowing that Atreus is getting visions of the future now.
Yeah, and then also
Yes.
you can notice in the I think in the 2018 one, Atreus is still like a kid. So
Yes,
Yeah.
good point.
That is true. That's a very good detail. Yeah. So speaking of that, yeah.
Thor
go ahead.
comes to dinner. Yeah.
And speak that reminds me of the children's book when the tiger came to dinner.
tea.
Yeah.
Yes,
Tea, it's tea. Yeah. Anyway, the first line that Thor says, which was that shot we saw from the 2018 game, right, of his hammer on his hip, looking back towards Kratos and Atreus in the doorway of their house, and he says, something along the lines of, "Can I come in?" And then he covers his hammer and instead reaches around and he's like, "I've got mead."
yeah, this is when all of my expectations were completely
Exactly.
subverted. This was masterfully done in that
Yeah.
sense, where like
Yeah.
it was so strange. Where I was expecting it to just be a full on all out brawl.
Insta carnage, just insta
Yeah,
carnage.
it's a carnage, yeah. But no, instead it's like, can I just come in? I got some alcohol. And it's like, what the fuck? And
Let's have
like,
a drink.
yeah, this is where the comedic elements of this game start happening because even when like Thor gets in, just Atreus being all confused and like Kratos just being like, I don't know, boy, do something,
Yeah.
and having
So-
like
yeah.
Atreus in the background, like
Being
kind
a
of like
waiter.
frantically doing, yeah, being a waiter. It was good.
So far it's been pretty serious, and so far the game's done a good job of going through the
Yeah.
motions. Right, we start with a slow moment with Kratos and Atreus in the cave. Then it's high tension, high octane, fast-paced action with Freya the chase. Then it's a sad moment with Fenrir dying. Then it's a sweet, slightly funny moment, but also heartfelt moment with the dream sequence. Then a tense moment again as we go find Atreus and the bear. Then another introspective kind of emotional moment between them talking. And then now again, a high tense situation, which then gets very immediately diffused into a comedic element, but that then
Yeah.
retains that level of suspense, that level of, oh, a bomb might go off at any moment throughout this whole scene that's about to follow. The game has gone through this whole up and down roller coaster in the first, hour
Yes.
up
Yeah.
until this point, which again, I think very impressive as in terms of the pacing and the opening of the game, just in general. Because I'd still consider this the opening of the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think
Anyway,
that with
so
this, with this first interaction, once again, yeah, Thor comes in and then, boom, All Father comes in.
Yes.
And I will say that what this meeting felt like is, like you were saying, Max, is it kept the intensity. So
Yeah.
there was always an intenseness in the background, but there was a little bit comedic. So I can relate to, like, right now I'm going through Sopranos. It kind of feels like that. It kind of feels like mob movie type stuff, where it's like
Oh,
a lot of
Odin
times, like
is
when you're watching.
such a mob
Yeah.
boss.
Yeah, so it's
feel
like
that.
when I watch The Sopranos and I see Tony Soprano talking, he's a very personal guy.
Yeah.
He's like, he's sometimes like there's some comedy in it and he's personable, but you're scared the fuck out of Tony Soprano. Like Tony Soprano
Yeah.
is scary. That's kind of how like this felt for me. And yeah, just seeing them like, kind of dick around and Odin cracking some one-liners and stuff. I'm like, but I'm kind of terrified of this guy. And I don't know why.
So
He's like a little fucking weasel.
Yeah, so we see Thor, who is as big as a mountain. His belly is gigantic.
Yeah.
You're scared he's gonna break the bench that he sits on, and then Odin comes in afterwards, and I think all of our expectations were pretty subverted by how he looked. Just some
Totally.
fucking little old guy. He comes
Totally.
in and is just, hey, how you doing? Hey, hey, I'm walking. No, he doesn't
That
talk
was
like that,
awesome.
but like, I'll try to do the impression for some lines I can remember. But like he, really chill seeming guy. Seems very reasonable. Seems very personable. He's just here to have a discussion, a talk. And yeah, as you said, there's this feeling of fear around him. But I think that is what's interesting about Odin is that it is entirely reputation. Just because this is Odin and he's
Who he is.
you know that people like have suffered because of him. You know how much
Yeah.
people hate him. You know
Yeah.
his reputation, but I don't think you get any backing that up in when you see him. He just seems like
Yeah.
a dude.
So
Yeah.
And like
if I can just
you don't get the. You brought up Tywin Lannister last time. Like Tywin Lannister
Yeah.
comes in, you're fucking scared of him regardless of reputation. Odin, we're not entirely sure why yet. There's more that you're not seeing.
So if I could just interject here, this is the first point in the game where I really feel like this is being a very good sequel, in the sense that, as you just said, Odin is entirely reputation in terms of the gravitas that he brings, not to take anything away from the actual acting, which is sublime.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have the guy's name in front of me right now, but yeah, there you go.
I think we can all agree he stole the show.
So
yeah,
good.
he's-
Every scene he's in, he just steals it.
I would put him as number one, but there is one other character that I would put as number one before him. But for the most part,
Yeah,
I'd say Odin is my favorite character. You always want him on screen. You want him to be talking. You want to just see more of him. He steals every scene he's in.
So, as he was in the room, a thousand things are going through my mind. Like part of it is, holy shit, this is Odin. Another thing is, holy shit, this is such a weirdly casual scene to introduce Thor and Odin, right? Like, it's just a huge juxtaposition there. And then all the stuff from the previous game is running through my mind. Everything we've been told about Odin, the ramifications, all the results, Mimir being tortured every day on that tree, by Odin, Tyr being killed in theory by Odin. We learned that in the last game, I think. Freya being tormented by Odin, and all these characters we've come to know. It's all been built up from the last game, and the fact it's now coming to fruition in a sense, it's very much both games working together to create an effect.
Yes,
if that makes sense.
But that being said, even without the first game, it is very valuable that we have Mimir in this scene, because without him,
Absolutely.
everyone's just like, all right, Odin, what's up? But no, like, Mimir's, he knows, and he needs to tell the audience he is pissed. Like, he sees Odin says some stuff, and just like venom, he's just like, he's fucking lying. Like, this piece of shit, don't trust him. Don't listen to a single thing he says, he's lying. Like, you get that.
Loki though. Loki, no pun intended. My favorite, my favorite thing in this scene is actually Kratos, and I'll tell you why. All right, from the very beginning, the way he acts is fascinating to me. First of all, when they first come in and sit down, like, I'm pretty sure Thor sits down first, and Kratos just calmly walks around the table whilst never looking away from Thor. Right, sits down, and then Thor. I think Thor says something along the lines of, let's just drink, or maybe he doesn't say anything. I don't remember. Thor puts his hammer on the table, right?
Yeah.
Big thud, as it hits the table. And then Kratos, you just see him, because he had his axe kind of in his hand, sort of stood on the floor, picks the axe up, lays it in front of the hammer, as if they're just comparing dick sizes, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's put our dicks out on the table, but also, like, we're not fighting right now. And you can just see this puzzlement on Kratos' face, where he's just trying to suss out, like, all right, what's the game here? What's going on?
But immediately, again, you get the sense, like, Atreus is stood in the background. Atreus is the kid in this situation. He doesn't know where to stand. He's just unsure. He's looking towards his father, being like, what the fuck, right?
Yeah.
But Kratos is the one being like, he is the Spartan general in this moment. He's calm. He's analyzing. He barely says anything through this whole scene, if I remember correctly.
I believe he says one word.
Yeah, and then at the very end, when Odin, says his whole spiel and makes him an offer he thinks he can't refuse, guess what happens?
Yes.
Kratos
he says
just
the one
goes,
word.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love that. And through the whole thing, and then later in the dialogue, we get a bit of exposition as to why Kratos said no, and it made all the sense. And then in that moment, it's like, it just validates how good a character Kratos is for why he said no in that moment. I wouldn't have said no in that moment.
Yes, in that moment, I'd be like, all right, elaborate. That sounds too good to be true.
Yes, obviously it's too good to be true. That, but then at the same time, it's like,
well, yeah, I'd ask for elaboration, because I'm just like, that is pretty tempting. It's a pretty good offer, I'm not gonna lie.
But the fact Kratos
instantly
basically didn't even consider it, right? Not out of bullheadedness, not out of just rage, but out of a considered attempt, a considered nature for his friends, for the alliances he's made in the past, and for what just it feels right,
Yes.
With regards to Mimir, with regards to Freya, with regards to his son. I mean, all of it.
So to clarify what his offer is he's like, hey, buddy, Kratos, old god killer. He kind of has a little bit of Disney Hades in him, a little bit. But
That.
But he's just like, you killed my grandsons. It's pretty fucked up of you.
Water under the bridge.
But water under the bridge.
He said he was the best at. It was his best, like, hunter. Or what was it? Best.
No, he said you killed Magni and Modi. You killed my grandsons, Thor's kids. Let's be honest, not a big loss. They were kind of useless. But Baldur, that is a big deal. You killed Baldur.
He was my
closer.
He said
he was my closer as well, I think.
Oh yeah, closer as well. Yeah. I think you're right.
He was like, he was useful to me. He had use to us. So that's not gonna fly. But we don't come, like, to seek war. We don't come to seek violence. Here's an offer. And the offer is basically just, let's not fight. And I'll take care of Freya. I feel like there's something I'm missing.
Yes. So he said three things. He said, A, your kid has to stop looking for Tyr,
Yes.
which Kratos obviously wasn't aware of, and that's a very good moment in the conversation. Kratos literally just slowly half looks round at Atreus behind him, just turns his shoulders a little bit, then calmly turns back to Odin, just like the slightest of reactions. Then Odin says, we will call this a truce. I don't want war any more than you do. No more Aesir blood will be spilt, and similarly, we won't go after you. And then he says, and I'll even throw in a little cherry on top of the cake, right? I'll keep Freya off your back for you, right? Because I know she's been harassing you, basically.
So this is a very, very good deal. I probably would have taken it, to be honest, because this gets
it's the dream deal.
This gives you everything you want, and funnily enough, I think Kratos would have taken it if it weren't for the cherry on top. Because if I remember what he said, like the main reason that he said no is like, I can't team up with Odin against Freya, like team up with her ex-husband against her. She's our friend. That's I think what he says was his main justification against saying no. But
that was the gist. The gist was, no matter what animosity exists currently, like you said before, he doesn't want to kill Freya, and he doesn't even want to betray her.
Exactly.
Right? Even though they're not friends anymore, by all accounts, he still doesn't want to betray that trust and the history they have together by suddenly siding with who is effectively her arch enemy, right? So,
and on a replay of this game, you will see how fucking smart Odin is, because all of this is just part of a plan that he is putting into motion.
The fact he says, "Stop going after Tyr."
Exactly. That is his plan.
So calculated. It's genius.
He knows Kratos is not going to take his deal. That is not why he came here. He basically came here just to say, wink, wink, by the way, there is a Tyr out there for you to find. Don't look for him. But that confirms that there is a Tyr out there.
And the choice. The fact he even gives Kratos a choice, being like, here's a deal, take it or don't. That in itself is a false choice.
Yes.
Even if he said, hypothetically, let's say he says yes, right? Like, it's a false choice. Odin can still do loads of shit. Odin can still talk to Atreus and invite him to Asgard. Odin can still do loads of stuff. He doesn't give a shit, really. And if anything, if he takes it, it's even better. But anyway.
Yeah, and so the main gist of the deal for Kratos is, if you spill one more drop of godly blood, of Aesir blood, it's war. Like, we're going mano a mano. But Kratos still doesn't accept the deal, but we get the impression throughout the game that Odin is still honoring this deal regardless. Because for the most part of this game, Odin is presented as a very reasonable guy. Like, very personable.
By the way,
seems like a homie.
Which again fits in with what we know he was doing by the end, right? Like, he said, don't spill Aesir blood anymore, stop looking for Tyr, and that's exactly what they keep doing. Odin honors the deal despite Kratos and Atreus defying the deal, the terms of the deal, and eventually we know why. And it's just a great, because at first you think, oh, maybe he is more reasonable than we thought, because he is honoring the deal despite Kratos and Atreus being completely against it. So maybe there is something there, right? That goes through your mind, and that's just the brilliance of the writing, right?
Yeah. For the most part, like, you come around to Odin in a lot of ways. You're just like, why not? Like, and even still at the end, a part of me is thinking like, but what if we just let him do his thing? Maybe
there's
it
a
works out.
curiosity
There's a chance it does work out, and it is better for everyone.
Yeah.
Anyway, that scene that they talk, Kratos says his only line,
no,
and then once he says no, Odin literally just walks back around the table and looks at Thor and goes,
"Don't take all day."
Yep. Walks out, and then I think Thor says, I was looking forward to this, or I was waiting for this, and then
something like that. I was hoping you'd say no, or something like that, and then
I was hoping it would turn out this way.
And then, so instead of Boulder punching you over your house, Thor hits you about 100 miles away, probably like
through the roof of your house,
through the roof of your house, miles away, to the outside of Tyr's temple so you can start.
The answer is Kratos needs to stop answering his fucking door.
Yeah,
That's
just
what he
like-
needs to do.
Do you know
Nobody's
what?
home.
Do you know what? He needs to get one of those doorbells with a camera in it.
Yeah.
And speaking of cameras, this video is
It's sponsored by Ring. Yay! It's not though,
No,
but if Ring wants
I-
to give us money, we won't turn it down.
But also, we need to speed up this review because this was the first hour of the game, so this is gonna be by all means a
40 hour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
40 hours
Okay,
spoiler
but
cast.
before we go in, let's just talk about. I want to. We mentioned it in the last stream, but I really want to stress how good the haptics for this game is. When you're sledding, there's a difference between sledding on snow and sledding on ice, and that's also that's haptics and also what's coming through the speaker of the DualSense. But I think the best achievement that this game makes with the haptics is Mjolnir. Mjolnir is fucking nothing without the haptics. You feel how heavy this goddamn hammer is thanks to the haptics.
Yeah.
The thunk on the table, you get this sound effect from the controller and this just donk in your hand.
Yeah.
Like it
Playing with
moving
surround sound, it
around.
was so bassy. Yeah, like I played with with my speakers, right? And like that shit was just bassy as hell.
Yeah.
Because I feel like you would be missing a lot if you didn't have the haptics, just conveying the weight of this hammer.
So much stuff.
Because this
There's
this
so much
hammer
stuff.
is intense. You feel it in your hand.
It's not just the hammer, it's everything, right? It's the sled, like you said. It's when you throw your axe and recall it to you. It's
Yes, the haptics
when you-
across the board are
the
phenomenal.
board are great.
I think that Mjolnir is kind of the best single piece that you can kind of talk about, like how you can just see it's the best like sample. I guess.
I quite enjoyed whenever you slide down one of the chains.
Oh, that did feel nice as well.
It almost like massages your fingers, right? It's like nice.
Yeah, so Mjolnir is not to be fucked with, and you just feel that through the haptics.
What did you guys
Yeah.
think of the general fight with Thor at the start?
I loved it.
You go first.
We already discussed this a little bit.
We've already discussed it. Just to summarize, I really liked it. Cinematically amazing. Loved the frozen lightning bolt in the middle of the arena. That, by the way, remains throughout the entire game, which is amazing. And the moment, again, we'll go through these a bit quickly because we've already spoken about it. The moment when you quote unquote die, which I think is a scripted moment. You have to die in that moment, and then the loading screen is on screen for maybe a second or two, and then Thor says something along the lines of, "I'm not gonna let you die that easily."
Yeah.
And you get pulled out of the loading screen as he resuscitates you with Mjolnir.
And
it's
now
just
you might
fucking
think
great.
that that's a funny little he resuscitated him using the Mjolnir to start his heart because electricity. No, that's actually from mythology. Mjolnir can bring people back from the dead.
Yeah.
I found that out. That's actually a mythological thing. 'Cause
And-
I thought it was what's it called? Clear. What are those things called?
Yeah.
That. I thought it was
Defibrillator.
I thought it was I thought he was defibrillating Kratos.
I'll go one step further, mate. I literally watched a video today about a guy talking about
Yaman's talking.
lore.
That was not a piece of the world tree. Actually, the Mjolnir and the axe colliding froze a lightning bolt. So that was just a frozen lightning bolt that just remains there forever now.
I'll do you one better, Nero. It's not just that Mjolnir can bring people back to life. Apparently, it is associated with goats for some reason. Like Thor in the texts or in the sources we have resuscitates like goats for some important reason because goats have some kind of significance. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But apparently that's a thing. So when I heard that, I was like, is that a nod to Kratos being the goat?
No,
Because he's literally resuscitated. Yeah.
Maybe. So yeah,
just a small moment.
So
but, yeah.
how did you feel about the fight, Mac? Or did you?
Yeah. So I already said cinematically great. Loved the moment when you get resuscitated. That was one of the moments where I thought, okay, this game is punching above its weight again because it's doing these little things that are just cute and thought-provoking and different. Gameplay wise, I thought it was fine. It's obviously not the hardest boss fight in the game. It's probably the first boss fight if you don't count Atreus as the bear. And Thor is just clearly playing with you, taunting you. I love again that relationship between the gameplay and the story. I know, Nero, you have some slight qualms with that,
Yes.
but overall I thought it was presented well, because it's clear to me that he's taunting you and not really trying to get the God of War to come out of you. And at the start of the game, there's already been a lot of talk of wanting to avoid conflict, wanting to avoid war, wanting to avoid repeating past mistakes. So you feel like Kratos doesn't want to do that, and that's what Thor is trying to coax out of him. So overall, I thought it was really good. And one detail I would be remiss if I didn't point out, it's in this fight that Kratos slams his axe into Thor's belly,
Yeah.
and basically cuts him with it, like a wound, a proper wound. And that wound remains on Thor forevermore. I mean, that is on his body. It doesn't get healed or anything. And there might be some significance there. I don't know. But I thought that was a cool little detail.
Yeah.
Zona, what do you think?
No, yeah, so I love the fight. It perfectly encapsulates what the message of this game is all about. Yeah, I loved how it's, yeah, to me, it felt like, yeah, Kratos was pulling his punches a little bit and didn't actually want to show his godly side. I love how the whole time Thor is taunting you and just being like, hey, like, are you really the dude who fucking took down the pantheon of, you know, the Greek gods? I didn't say that, but said the pantheon. And yeah, I just thought it was pretty epic. And I like the first when he did start popping off, like that's when Thor was like, okay, I saw him, and he just kind of dips out. But yeah, I like how Kratos was still trying to reserve himself, even though he had no reason to. I still don't get that part. I don't know. He definitely has a reason to fucking kill Thor there, because he is hunting. Like, he is gonna keep hunting them. But for some reason, Kratos was still reserved. He wanted to still talk it out.
That's
Somehow.
kind of my main issue. Because I didn't like the fight with Thor. I thought, for a few reasons, I didn't want to fight Thor until the end. Like, I felt it was blowing its load a bit too early. I thought it also felt a bit rote. It felt very similar to the first game. I'm just like, okay, we're doing this again, but with Thor now. And I, you know, Thor is supposed to be Thor, and if he's the first boss, you can't make him very complex. So it felt like, I don't know, it kind of feels like you're nerfing Thor. I'm not getting the best impression. The main thing is I don't fear him anymore, because I just beat the shit out of him in gameplay.
Well,
so like I feel like it lessened. It lessened Thor quite a lot for me. And then yes, there's also the point that Zona was saying of, why is Kratos holding back? Like, he took the first swing. As far as Kratos knows, he's not going to stop until one of them is dead. So might as well go all out. And the thing about God of War, the thing about Kratos is, once Kratos locks eyes with you, once you are standing in front of him and you are fighting, you've lost. Kratos is going to win. He can't lose. Like, that's kind of the...
If he goes all out and truly wants to destroy you, then
yeah,
yes.
Exactly. And so I wasn't a huge fan of the fight.
Something I'm not gonna disagree with you or anything in that sense, because obviously we all have our own impressions. But something I think the game is doing,
correct.
something the game is doing with Thor is, generally Thor is very much like emasculated as a character in this game.
Yes,
he's taken down a peg, both in terms of his appearance, just his sheer appearance, right, and generally his attitude, generally how other characters see him. He is not, I don't think he's meant to be presented as someone to really fear. That's the interesting thing. He's almost a slightly tragic character in terms of, so in general,
tragic and pathetic.
Yeah, in the very first
Any
scene,
issues.
like you said, Odin is the mafia boss, and Thor, the god of fucking thunder, is just some lackey. It feels like he's just some lackey of Odin's, right? And that speaks to who Odin is, but it kind of also speaks to their relationship, right? So in that sense, yes, it is Thor. I agree with you. Thor is arguably the number 2 threat in this entire game, arguably, to Kratos and everyone. But it's just interesting. So I'm not going to disagree with you about the fight, but the implications are interesting. So I think that there is merit to that approach. But yeah,
throughout the whole game, do you guys ever get a feeling of like, what's the connection between like Zeus and Thor? Like, I feel like there's like, what's going through Kratos' mind, right? I mean, because, you know,
you're not the first god of thunder I beat.
Yeah. The god of lightning versus the god of thunder. So like, maybe during that fight also he was more like restrained because he's like, oh no, I beat my father's face in. He was the god of lightning. Literally beat his face in.
Yeah. Zeus
I don't
Zeus
know.
is less like binary in the sense that Thor is very much the god of thunder. I think that's his thing. Whereas Zeus has like the control of the lightning, but he's not like the god of lightning.
He's the god of a lot of things.
He's the god of the
Yeah, god of a lot
sky.
of
He's the
things.
father
Yeah.
of God. He's the ruler, the protector, whatever. Anyway, just wanted to throw that in. But yeah, it's they both have lightning.
Yeah, the dynamic between Thor and Odin is very well done. And I think it's a highlight of the writing in this game. Really good character dynamics between the two of them. And yes, Thor is
go ahead.
Not what you're expecting.
Yeah.
There's a defeat in his eyes. He's just like
and by the way, that is one extra little thing. Again, so interesting. The game makes you feel more and more like sorry for Thor.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which in itself makes you feel more and more annoyed or angry or hate even, depending who you are, at Odin for putting him in the position that Odin is clearly putting Thor in, as a dad, as a ruler, as a leader, right? And when you look, and a lot of comparison is made between Thor and Odin, Thor and his children, and Kratos and Atreus as father and son. And the more you see of it, the more you're just like, fuck Odin, man, and fuck this whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. So it's basically it's a way of criticizing Odin. It's a way of giving you more character points on Odin through people on his side of the fence, not only people on our side of the fence that Odin screwed over in the past, right? It's I don't know. I just like they never miss an opportunity to relate things to different characters through fights, through dialogue. Right, it's not.
Yeah.
It's never simple. It's always okay. There's underlying stuff. There's inferences you can make and further stuff you can further depth. Right, and I just love that.
It's like life though, and I think that it was pretty well shown because just like life, you don't really trust someone, if they're just so upfront about shit talking, their family in front of like a new guest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's kind of how it felt like with Odin, where it's
Exactly,
like, Odin
yeah.
seems kind of like cool, but it's like real life. Like when you meet someone for the first time, and then you go to like, I don't know, their house, and then they're like, oh yeah, f you, dad, like something. It's kind of like you kind of just are like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
guy's probably a dick. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
So,
and by the way, and just to go back to the first scene when they're in the house, when Thor first arrives and Thor steps in and Thor sits down, lays his hammer on the table and everything, I'm like, oh my god, it's Thor, holy shit. And I had a sense of, holy shit, this is a really powerful being. This is a guy not to be fucked with, right?
Mhm.
However, the second he's like, he's here, and then the door opens and Odin comes in, it's on another level, because Odin, whilst not presenting as menacing, like you said, there's some kind of gravitas there, and then the way he talks to his son, Thor, clearly shows what kind of dynamic exists. And suddenly, Thor doesn't seem quite so godly anymore, if that makes any sense.
Like so the one thing he says to him is, don't take all day. That implies a lot. That implies that he trusts him to get the job done, but it also implies a history of not being up to his standards.
Very much so.
Where he's just like, you're gonna do what I want you to do, but like, do it well this time,
Yeah.
All right.
So the fight ends, and you.
Oh wait. Sorry. One last thing I wanted to mention about the fight: the moment when they throw their weapons at each other and they both collide in midair and just stop. It's just the best. That's just the moment where I was like, I literally out loud went, "Holy shit, that's awesome!"
So you get what you've been waiting for: the clash of the weapons. You sock him real good in the face, and he's like, "There's the god of war," and then he gets up, just kind of fucks off, and that is a very interesting thing that he lets you live. That you probably don't think about it, but you really should think about it, because why the fuck is he letting you live? What was the point of coming there then? What was the point of don't take all day? Why did you do any of that? And you find out that fight was basically just a distraction to give Odin a bit of time alone with Atreus so they could talk.
Mm-hmm.
You find out once you get back, you see Sindri and Brock again. They just teleport and say, hey, what's up? Well, let's teleport you home. And you get home and he says, oh, well, Odin talked to me. He said I could come to Asgard. And you're like, well, that's bullshit. You're not going to. And he's like, no, you're telling me the whole truth. Yep. All right, cool. What the fuck is this about you going to find Tyr? What do you mean you've been trying to find Tyr? And that's what kind of sets up the rest of the game. We find out that Atreus has been visiting old shrines, the shrines that we found in the first game. Literally the shrines that we found in the first game, which is a cool detail. It's the same areas. And there's a secret that we didn't know, that the giants can open up these shrines that depict like a piece of a story, and you get like a full prophecy inside. The visuals for that, really, really cool. You just go into this golden scape and see these pictographs all moving around and stuff. And
again, another small way that this game is expanding on and linking to stuff in the first game.
Yes. And he explains, there's the prophecy, Ragnarok, and it seems that Odin has been operating under a incorrect interpretation of Ragnarok. There is the secret prophecies that have been told by the giants speak of a champion of the Jotun, a champion of the giants coming. We don't know who he is, although they depict him wearing a Greek war helmet, which is pretty telling. And Ragnarok can perhaps be averted. Instead of all the realms being destroyed, the prophecy says that the champion will destroy Asgard and all the other realms will be safe. And this starts the main theme of the game, where Kratos is like, well, we don't want to put much stock in prophecy. And he's just like, but why not? We saw at the end of the first game, Mom perfectly,
it's clearly true, right?
Perfectly predicted our journey. Now, what Atreus doesn't know is that Kratos has seen more than him, and he sees that Kratos dies in the end, and he's like, maybe we shouldn't follow this prophecy. That'd be kind of cringe. I don't know. Sounds kind of stupid to me. So he's trying to dissuade Atreus from putting too much stock in prophecy. And the main recurring theme is, do not let prophecy dictate your actions. Do not do something because it is foretold, but do not do something just because it was foretold. If you have a reason to do something, if it is the right thing to do, it doesn't matter if it was told in prophecy or not. Like, we do it.
Yeah.
And so Kratos has a lot of misgivings about following through on what this prophecy is telling us, that Tyr is going to help us wage war on Asgard. But Atreus is very, very adamant about following this loose end. And then, of course, I think Mimir notices, or Atreus notices, he said Odin told us not to find Tyr. That means he must be alive. He must be able to be found, right? And they somehow narrow it down to Svartalfheim, the land of the dwarfs. Or
worst part of the game, baby.
And then I like, there was a conversation. Were there any meaningful lines before we go to Svartalfheim?
Well, a couple things that I think stuff happens before you go there, because I think the dwarves bring you to their house first. But we're gonna have to start going through the game a bit quicker, just because we can hit all the main points. But like, let's just But about the can we talk about the dwarves for a second and their house and all that?
So Odin's blocked off.
Cool.
Odin's blocked off. I think Yaman is right. But Atreus, Odin has blocked off all the realms. You cannot travel between them. But Brock and Sindri, our dwarf friends, who are our vendors for this in the last game, they're like, hey, what's up? Come by our house. We figured out realm travel. Like, we can send you to different realms. And so they go to their house on the world tree, which is safe from the prying eyes of Odin's ravens.
It's in the land between.
It is somewhere in Yggdrasil, and it is a very nice house.
Very pretty.
And we find out that something else. Sindri and Atreus have been doing this together, have been seeking the shrines together. We find out that they kind of have a friendship going on.
I love the role of the dwarves in this game.
Yes, the
They,
dwarves.
they are a highlight for sure for me.
Like they could have very easily been sidelined because they're just vendor characters, but
Yeah.
they play incredibly pivotal roles, and I think that
Oh yeah.
they handled them very well.
Um,
But yes,
and by the way, this is another callback to the first game when they do figure out the realm travel. It's because they had that little gizmo machine to put Mimir's head in
Yes.
to use his all sight or whatever it is, right?
Bifrost eyes.
To unlock Bifrost eyes to unlock it. And I made a note of this. I said, the machine that they put Mimir's head was the reason why they took measurements of his head at the end of the first game. Do you remember?
I don't
Because-
remember that.
Do you remember when they went into Tyr's temple? They left Mimir's head with one of the dwarves because that's when they were going to go spread the ashes. When you come back from spreading the ashes and all the credits have gone by, you come back to the temple. Mimir's head is lying on the ground and is like, "Oh, thanks for coming back." The dwarves, they were so weird. The other one came and they started measuring my head and
Oh,
then they
that's
left.
brilliant. I didn't
Exactly.
remember that.
And
Well
and it
done.
was for this thing.
Well done.
So
And
good.
I don't
Thank
know
you.
if you checked this out, but Lunda operation is I think it was no Huldra. The Huldra, because they're called the Huldra brothers. Huldra Experiment 6. Did you find that?
Maybe
It's a you have an artifact weapon, a relic.
yeah.
Well, this was there's a relic they made called Huldra Experiment 6 or something that weaponizes Mimir. So your relic is you just pick up Mimir's head and you shoot lasers out of his eyes and he just screams. He's just like ah!
I'll do that. Yeah.
Speaking of this moment, as I went through the game, I made a note of some of the funniest lines that happened. Two happened quite in close succession when they go to the dwarves' house. One of them is when they first arrived. As they're about to teleport to the house, as they're about to get there, I believe you're with Sindri. And Sindri is so excited. You can tell he's like giddy to basically have you over to the house. And he's like, "Oh my god, you guys must be tired and hungry. What about a snack? Atreus, do you want a snack? Kratos, snack? I do not need a snack."
That was good.
And
Why-
then you
So
if you
good.
walk near his stairs, he's just like, those stairs may be a bit delicate for you. Can you please just don't break my house?
Yeah, I love all
think the-
those little lines.
The funniest line from Sindri of this whole game is calling Atreus Trey.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't know why that line fucking cracked me up.
Especially
Though.
the delivery. It's just like, you know it,
Big.
Trey.
Trey.
Like, he's trying it out and he's like, what was that?
It's so good.
The second line in quick succession, real quick. Nero, look in the stream chat on Discord really quick. Do you remember this moment? So basically, when they put Mimir's head in the machine, it hurts. Like it's painful for Mimir
Yes,
to do
that's
that. It's
right.
like,
That's right.
and then when it's done, he says this. Could you do that in his voice?
I'll
'Cause
try.
It's so good.
Kratos, throw me at him. Horns first. Like.
So good.
Yeah, it was funny. So I remember
I love that.
the reason that the Holder brothers are helping and setting you up in their house is because the protection staves evidently aren't fucking working because Thor just walked up to your house. You are not safe at home anymore. So they're like, hey, come stay with us. And so we're moving in with the Holdras. And yes, with Mimir, they figure out realm travel. Because of the prophecy, you're able to locate Tyr should be somewhere in Svartalfheim. So you go to Svartalfheim and you find yourself in a new location, and it is probably around this point in the game when you realize, holy shit, this game is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
great looking area.
incredible scenery and a stark departure from anything from the first game. You've got somewhere that feels nice and warm. You've got water and just a beautiful landscape. And then as you go through, you get to the settlement of the dwarfs, and in that 1 minute of walking into the city alone, I think you see more NPCs than there were characters in the first game.
Yeah.
So this is you already get the impression this is a much bigger game. This is a much more ambitious title, and holy crap, the attention to detail, like how good this dwarf city looks, is insane.
Yeah, they managed to give you a sense of scale without actually showing you that much stuff, really, but you just feel like it's big and all that. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it was good.
Yeah.
This actually was not my least favorite section of the game.
I could see it
But, yeah.
it dragging a bit. I was like, okay, here we go. Like,
There was not enough setup yet for me. I think that the reason I didn't like it as much is like it's very preliminary of just like, oh, let's find tier. I I wanted to kind of just get into it a little bit faster. Like, okay, what's the purpose of finding tier? It took a while for the game to like. I mean, the story was pretty simple. Not simple, definitely not simple, but like it was pretty straightforward of what needed to be done. But at the same exact time, like I needed more context. I had so many questions that like having a 5 hour area at the very beginning where you're not getting any questions answered kind of pissed me off because I knew that once you found tier, you were gonna hopefully get more answers. And then unfortunately
Sure,
with
yeah.
tier, you don't really get that quickly. But like, we just need to find tier first before I start getting any of my questions answered that I really wanted to have answered from the first game. So just kind of like aimlessly going in my boat again. I'm like, oh shit, there's a lot of water. And then like when you go into the mines, it's like, oh shit, we're back into a cave system.
well, I think that's something just overall throughout the game is a lot of the time you don't really know where it's going. It feels like it can be directionless at times where you're just
Yeah.
like, why are we doing this? We're doing like this seems like a side quest. This seems like a filler arc or whatever. And a lot of things do tie up in the end. I think most, if not all,
Yeah.
scenes are relevant. However,
Yeah.
you have the meta knowledge that this is the end of the Norse saga, and so a lot of the time when we were doing things that didn't, the relevance of which weren't immediate to me, I was like, we're wasting a lot of time. Okay, come on, let's hurry this up. This is the end. This is God of War 3. Come on, let's get to cracking some fucking skulls already. I want to kill a god. Like I felt this like, okay, come on, we're doing this. You put a lot of time into this. Why
So-
did you put so much time into this? Like, we should be, spending our resources on killing the gods, on making these epic fights and epic set pieces. But instead, we've got this. Yeah, we've got something else.
I don't know about you guys, but when I came to that open area before going to the mines and getting tier, that was the first time the game opens up a bit, gives you like side quests.
Yeah.
I did all the side quests before moving on to the tier section.
That's
Yeah,
how I always do
Yeah,
it.
and
I always do the side quests first.
I thought, looking back, I think that was one of the better side quest areas
Yes.
of the game. I really liked the side quests there. Maybe it's because they were the first ones, and you're always more lenient towards the first ones, of course.
Well, I think they
and all
didn't
that, but-
overstay their welcome, which I think
Yeah.
some of the other side quests definitely did. Some of the other side
Yeah.
quest areas
Yes,
are just like,
yes.
oh my god, another ghost.
So,
I was groaning at some points in the side
I really
quest
enjoyed
areas.
that. I also enjoyed the fact that those areas you actually do come back to them with
Yes.
more ways to unlock things later, which is neat. Yeah, so in general, I'm with you, and I think it's because I might have done all of the side quests before going to tier. Once we started the whole tier journey into the mines, it started to drag a little bit for me, but then, like I said in the last video, once we got into the mines, as I went through that more and more, I enjoyed it more and more because I really enjoyed that area and how intricately designed it was.
Yes, and
Yeah.
but yeah, overall, I think that the pacing is probably one of the biggest issues with this game, and the side quests are no small culprit for that. In the first game, the side quests were pretty fucking perfect. Like, there weren't a lot of them. All of them were story relevant, and it never felt too big of a distraction. And there wasn't much urgency in the first game. You wanted to get to the mountain, but there was no ticking timer to get there before a certain period. So it felt natural that you would be going off on tangents and whatnot. In this game, there is more urgency in some points where they give you side quests, and they give you so many fucking side quests at a point where, and they're all story relevant. Most of them are story relevant, which is good, but at the same time, that means you really can't ignore them. You really shouldn't be ignoring them. And if you know that, you're like, okay, I gotta get all this shit done. And
It's always at
there
points
were
where it's like
some
the stories are
points-
really picking up.
Exactly. There were some points where I'm just like, this is the last fucking thing I want right now. There were quite a
Yeah.
few points where the story gets somewhere really interesting, and then they give you so many side quests, and you're like, okay, I guess we're doing those first. And we'll get to one point in particular where I got pissed off. But yeah, so the pacing, with the side quests, but yeah, this first one, the main side quest is freeing a giant whale that Mimir
That's really
has
good.
trapped, and just kind of rectifying the wrongs that Mimir had made while being Odin's counselor. He erected these big mine pillar smoke chimneys. I don't know what they were doing, but they were polluting the air. It was nasty to breathe, and the dwarves were expected to work there a lot to supply Odin, who kind of had unreasonable demands of them. And there was this big whale that he trapped there, and they were harvesting its blubber.
Again, more reason to dislike Odin.
Exactly,
and
and
all
you're
that
seeing that's what a lot of the side quest is looking at the damage that Odin has done. But you need someone to tell you that it was Odin who did it. You need someone constantly reassuring you that this was because of Odin. This was because of Odin. Because I don't think you'd feel that otherwise necessarily. And you also get this recurring theme in the side quests. A lot of the side quests do try to be thematically relevant, and so I think it was a little goofy that this happened twice, because you free the big whale and then you free the jellyfish, and like both times Kratos points out the connection between the themes, where he says, "I too know the feeling of a yoke around my neck. I wouldn't wish it on anyone." And so you free someone that was in bondage, and Kratos was in bondage, and he wants to free things now. And like, that's nice, but you didn't have to point it out both times. It felt a little a bit too on the nose, but good job overall for relating.
Although there was a nuanced difference between the two things, because
one is righting Mimir's wrong, and the other is just kind of nature.
And the fact that the big magic jellyfish, you just freed it and then great, and then it was doing its thing. Whereas the whale, you free it and there was that line where it's like it's gotten used to its chains.
Yes.
And so it doesn't just fuck off, right? It's like it's just gonna sit there now, basically.
And it's kind of not worth much what you ended up doing. You freed it, but it's not going to recognize that it's free. It's been
all it
too
knows
long.
is its chains. Yeah.
It's kind of nice. There is the one line where Atreus says it likes the feel of the wind on its face.
Yes.
So you get a sense that you did do some good in a way, but like it's very minor, That's the lasting impact of what Odin has done.
Your actions have consequences.
Yeah. So anyway,
before you skip that, or we go to the next topic, is did you guys catch? I caught it like I think last night, but in the description for the whale, Kratos talks about a boat captain, and apparently that's God of War 2.
Yeah, no, that's that.
God of War 1. Or
boat captain is the cabbage salesman from Avatar. He just gets fucked in all the games.
Yeah,
he gets fucked in 1, 2, and 4. I think. I don't think he's in 3, but the beginning of 1 is he's got the key that you need around his neck. And he's been swallowed by the Hydra, and he's just kind of hanging on. Yeah. And you just come see him, you just rip the key off his neck and let him fall.
Yeah. So I like that.
And then in Hell, you see him again in Hell, and he's hanging again, and you kick him off again.
Kick him off.
He's like, not you.
So good. But yeah, that was
glad we referenced the boat captain.
So so you rescue Tyr.
Yep.
We rescue Tyr, and we find out that there's something about him. He stands up, and you realize he is made of soy.
Yeah, and that was the second huge fucking twist, because watching the first trailer of this game, so the first trailer wasn't too spoilery, but like in the very first trailer that PlayStation came out with, was like at the very end, it's that shot when Tyr stands up.
Yes.
And it's like, fuck. So coming into this game, I was like, dude, Tyr is going to be menacing. I don't know if he's going to be, like, crazy badass, but the dude is menacing. And then the motherfucker spoke. And I was like, wow, that's a burden of expectations, too. Nothing about this game, like... I will say this. I was expecting so much from this game, and I got a lot of great shit, but it was none of the shit that I expected.
Exactly.
This game did not play any of the way that I thought it would have.
That is
like,
going
this did
to
not
be.
Play out
I think that's going to be a big conclusion for me. That's kind of where I'm heading. I like this game is pretty fucking great. It's pretty spectacular in a lot of ways. The narrative is like I'm very glad that this game exists, because this is a rare story, a rare thing to see a story done this well that has this scope. It is not the story I wanted. It is not what I was expecting at all. If you ask me, did I get what I want out of the game? Like, I have a checklist. Nothing. I got none of what I wanted out of this game, except for a good game. You know, the things I was expecting, I did not get them.
I didn't get. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know who. Like, the thing is like the game was great, and as we keep going, like, yeah, no, I do genuinely love like a lot of parts of the story, but like, I don't. Did anybody get what? I mean, obviously people liked it, I feel, but like, no one got what they initially wanted, I feel, from this. I don't think anybody, like, I don't know. We saw like a lot of things. We theorized the game as well before it came out, and like, it feels like no one got it right.
Yeah, pretty
like
much.
everybody was like, all the predictions I saw for God of War Ragnarok were not what we got. So,
although I will say another main conclusion for me is, like, we've seen a lot of franchises go for the subverting expectations route. I think this is so far the only one that shows you how to do it right, because by the end, like, it subverted all expectations, and by the end I feel I didn't get what I wanted, but I really can't be too mad, because, like, the game is good. It's a good story. Yaman says there were only like 4 main story boss fights, not including Beratreus, and Odin wasn't amazing. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I was expecting a lot more boss fights. I was expecting the boss fights to be a lot better, and I was expecting blood. I wanted blood. But we may be getting a bit too ahead of ourselves. I will definitely go into more of this later.
There's a little line that Mimir has near the beginning when you're just walking around. I think it's very early. It's even before you go to the dwarf's house. He says, funny how Thimblewind drained a lot of the magic we accumulated in the past. As if to say, hey, that is why we don't have most of our abilities anymore, because
the game does a lot of lampshade, or not, I don't know if it's lampshading or retconning or whatever, but, like, Thor doesn't look anything like the statue of Thor we saw in the first game. It's like, aye lad, that's because he saw the original statue that was a lot more true, and he didn't like it, so he got someone else to make a nicer looking statue of him, and so that's why he doesn't look like he was. And, like, oh, this was he even goes to say, when we go to Alfheim, like, there wasn't a Nornir chest here last time. There was a Nornir chest over there, but that one's gone now. Like, just pointing out tiny changes. But there was one that was not done well. It was actually on screen. And they asked, Mimir said, so you had a lot of magic powers in the old games, like in Greece. Like, the gods were a lot more powerful than these gods. They had a lot crazier magic going on. Can you do any of that magic anymore? And he said, no, Freya said that magic is tied to the land. And so now that the lands is gone, like, there's no more magic. And I'm just like, that would be great if the magic in your like blades wasn't a very important plot point. So that makes no fucking sense, but okay.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so they say that, there's no, like, just, they should have just not mentioned it. I don't think we were questioning why Kratos can't do Olympus Rage anymore.
Speaking of things,
Yaman's also right. He should have said he gave it all up when he stabbed himself. That would make a lot more sense.
Speaking of things that you wanted, that they were kind of hoping to see, I quite like the UI in this game. I thought that was a big improvement. The way it looks.
I didn't love it. I still not a fan, but, like, it was a marginal improvement, I think.
It was different. Like,
it was a bit overwhelming at first.
The skill trees looked very different, the way that all the nodes look and everything. Things didn't have as much of, like, crystallized kind of element, and it was a bit more so like stone cave painting theme, right? As opposed to slotting gems.
Still a bit too Ubisofty for my liking, but, like, it is an incremental improvement. It is a shame that they weren't able to pull off what they were trying to do in the first game, where the menu is just like you pull out your axe and look at it. Look at your blades, or you look at your armor or whatever.
It was a neat idea.
It was a neat idea, but, like, it's not the most important thing in the world.
So
especially when you've got so much other shit going on that you want to focus on. Because
Yeah.
can I, if you'll permit me, can I just pull back a little bit and talk a bit more generally about something? So at this point in the game, I wrote down a note where I said that so far the game feels. So this is me writing at this point in the game. So in obviously hindsight and everything, but the game feels much more like a partnership between Kratos and Atreus in this game. The first one was like you're very much guarding him. He is your responsibility, but now that he's older, he's clearly more independent. There's many lines about him being able to climb by himself and being able to hunt by himself and all that stuff. It's very well established, and that's much more of a theme. The way the camera also in some cutscenes. I noticed this. This is, by the way, way before you actually play as him. The way the camera, I don't know if you noticed, but in some cutscenes, the camera detaches from Kratos. It moves away from him and literally follows Atreus instead as Atreus goes off to do stuff. For example, when you get into the dwarf city and Atreus goes to talk to the guy in the inn or whatever, where you go to find someone, and Kratos like nods at Atreus because Atreus said, I want to do the talking. And then the camera follows Atreus. It doesn't stay behind Kratos' shoulder looking over at Atreus or anything like that. And it's just small things like that that kind of start to introduce the fact that, hey, Atreus is quite important right now, in this time.
yes,
Yeah.
I think they managed that through switching back and forth between the two playable characters, but I don't think they managed that as well in gameplay, because I'll be honest, for the first half of the game I forgot I had Atreus and I wasn't using the arrows at all, and not feeling like I was missing anything. And
I would occasionally have him shoot an arrow, right? But
yeah, exactly. And he is useful, for building up stagger, but yeah,
some enemies you need to shoot an arrow in order to damage them in the first place.
That's one thing. But yeah, if you weave it into your combos, you'll build up their stagger a lot quicker, and you'll get executions. Yeah. It is a core piece, but realistically, he's no more. In terms of gameplay, they haven't developed at all since the first game. It's basically the exact same.
Yes, when you're controlling Kratos, yeah.
Exactly.
I literally wrote
past a certain point when he unlocks wolf form. It felt very weird that he never used that in battle, especially because you can use it a lot. His rage meter fills a lot quicker than Kratos. So it felt weird that why haven't we unlocked that as a ability for you to go wolf mode and do something for me while I'm playing Kratos?
I wrote at the end of this note, I would not be surprised if there comes a sequence later in the story where we play as Atreus.
Oh, of course. I mean, I think we
expected
that from the first game.
That much is clear. Yeah. And I remember saying that when we spoke before I'd play it, that there could possibly be a shift. But talking more broadly, since I wrote that note, obviously I was kind of spot on the money in general, but I think this game in general, Kratos is a main character, but so is Atreus, right? Atreus is literally as important in this game as Kratos, and it's about Atreus. It's not even the story isn't about Kratos anymore, whereas the first game I think it was about Kratos.
I don't know if I could pick a main character. I don't know if I would say that Atreus is the main character, because such a big part of the game is Kratos' arc of yes, it's involving Atreus, but it's really about him learning to let go, learning to trust. So it's hard to pick who is the main character. I'd still probably say Kratos.
I wouldn't say there is one main character. I'd say there's two. I think Atreus is as much as Kratos a main character, because as you said, Kratos has a very important and central arc. But again, as you said, it's very much in relation to Atreus, and Atreus himself has an important arc in relation to his dad and other characters as well, right? The world in general. Mm-hmm. And the fact you now play as Atreus, right? Arguably, I'd say you play maybe 60% of the game, 65, 70% as Kratos, and maybe 30% as Atreus.
If we take side questing out of it, that sounds about right. Otherwise, with side questing, it's more like 80-20.
I agree. But regardless, we played more. I don't know about you, but I thought we played more as Atreus than I ever thought we would. I thought we'd maybe get one sequence where you're Atreus, but not 3 or 4, basically. And they were important sequences as well in terms of story and all that jazz. So, and some of the moments, again, this is getting ahead of myself, but some of the moments where you swap, you do gameplay as Atreus, you go into a cutscene, and then suddenly you're Kratos again, or vice versa, you're Kratos, and then now you're Atreus, right?
Yes. The first time they did that was really cool, because because of course the camera it's all one shot, very few, no cutaways, only artful transitions. But if if they can avoid it, they will pass the camera manually from a player to a different player. And so Kratos is talking to Mimir, and then the camera zooms out the window, and Atreus is hiding underneath listening to them, and then it just the camera is his now. You're Atreus, and that was such a like, oh, that was cool.
Yeah, and that
I
was
like
the
that one,
first
but I
moment
think
you
that
play.
I think that I like that moment, but I think the better one was the punching the wall. That was pretty
Punching
creative.
the wall
Yeah,
was good.
I really liked that. Yeah.
What
Yeah, the
was
punching the wall was good.
nice about punching the wall is I feel like the game was very happy it got to do that, because finally they got to pass time. They got to imply that time has passed, because otherwise everything is happening the same day, essentially. Like we are getting a purely chronological retelling, second per second, minute per minute. Nothing is, we're not missing anything, any second. We are
It's
seeing
kind
all
of-
of it.
It's
And-
mostly true. The only exception to that is when you go to Ironwood, and like 2 days have passed. When in
Yes.
reality, like barely a day has passed for Atreus or something like that. So
Yes, but the game definitely, I feel like the game is very happy when it gets to do that. It's like, okay, cool, we can move things along off screen.
Yeah.
So in general, I really liked that this game stands apart from the first game in how it feels in that sense. I didn't feel like this is Kratos' journey. Oh, and now he has a kid.
Yeah,
It's like no, it's their journey.
Kratos
It's very
and
much both of
Atreus'
them.
journey.
So I like that evolution. I like how that sets it apart from the first game, and in general evolves stuff from the first game, right? And I remember saying this when we discussed before. I remember saying something along the lines of this: Atreus has to be more central.
Yes.
That's where the story is going. If we knew one thing about the story, it was that Atreus is very important, and shit's
Yes,
gonna go down.
and I think a lot of people expected him to die. I expected him to die.
I did not expect him to die. I thought he could die, but if he did die, it would be a subversion rather than okay, this fits expectations for me.
I mean, I
expected
going
Kratos to die.
because the main thing is I was always waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it never dropped. I thought either Kratos was going to die and Atreus was going to get mad and go God of War, or Atreus was going to die and Kratos would get mad and go God of War. Like that's I thought one of the two would happen, and neither did. So to get back to where we were, we freed Tyr. He's made of soy. He's not a war man anymore, and he's doesn't want to be involved in conflict and battles and all that. He's glad that you saved him. He says some sus things. He wants to live in the broom cupboard, which is weird. He says, I've grown used to confinement, and I think that will be nice.
Yep.
I was watching someone stream it, and this game, all of the Tyr moments really benefit from a rewatch. You're like, oh, there's so many hints. There are so many hints everywhere. But yeah, so we free him. He's not what we were hoping, not what we were expecting. He doesn't seem like he's going to be able to help us at all.
But both in good and bad ways. And again, this is one of the genius pieces of writing in this game. Atreus is the hopeful one. Atreus is the one who wants to follow prophecy so far. Atreus is the one who wants Tyr to have answers so far. Kratos is the opposite. He's concerned for his son's eagerness. He's hoping for answers in one sense, but then dreading them in another, right?
Yes.
For many reasons. So when they find Tyr, and Tyr isn't what Atreus was expecting, it's both disappointing for the player, because we also want answers, right? We want the story to progress in that sense. But then it's also, what's the word? Ratifying, like, for Kratos as a father, because he's like,
thank God.
Okay, thank God, Tyr is a god of war, yes, but he clearly is no longer that person, similarly to how I am no longer wanting to be that person. And Tyr clearly doesn't want war. He doesn't want violence, for better or for worse, which is also me, Kratos, my own point of view.
Yeah.
So it has its cake and eats it. It's everything, right? It does something for Atreus' character, does something for Kratos' character, and does something for us as a viewer, both good and bad, positive and negative, in one fell swoop, right? And I thought that was an interesting way of going about it, because they could have very easily just had Tyr be, fuck yeah, I'm here to help you. I have a few answers that can lead us to the next stage in our story, right? And all that stuff. But it just wasn't. It was something much more
And
nuanced.
I kind of mentioned it before, but there's this feeling of meanderingness in this game where you do something and it's not what you expected, and so you kind of feel like, wait, what was the point of that? Like
It's like back to square one.
There are a couple
syndrome, kind of.
segments where like you go through quite a while, and then like it all get, for example, the Norns and the spear, you get it all, and then Atreus comes back, so you didn't really need to do all of that. I mean, it's good that you got the spear, but you didn't need to do all that.
Small detail in the scene we're just watching here. I love how Sindri kind of hesitates to put his hand on Atreus's shoulder, and then when he gets up, as you'll see in a moment, he keeps his hand outstretched as if to be like, I need to wash this now, right? Keep
Yes,
it away
that's
from
right.
me. It's so good. Look,
Yeah.
look, he's doing it. See, he's not even closing his fist. He's just like
Yeah, I'm pretty weird about my hands. I wash my hands a lot, and so that's
good.
exactly how I do. I just
Very-
like hold my
very
hand
relatable.
open. Yes,
Very
but to go
relatable.
back to what I was saying, all of these story beats do end up contributing to a payoff. It's just it's not what you were expecting, and it's rarely apparent in the moment. So there can be a feeling going through it of what was the point of that then, especially when you dedicate so much time to it. So yeah, we get Tyr, and why do we go to Alfheim?
So, why do we go to Alfheim? I forget. Whatever.
We go to Alfheim to figure out Gora's prophecy.
Groa's prophecy. Yes.
Oh yes,
we-
there's a shrine there. Yes.
They're trying to grow
do
to
we
figure
have
out
the first Atreus sequence before that?
I don't remember.
I think we do.
Exactly. I don't
I
exactly.
think we do.
Yes,
We do.
no, I think we do. Oh, so couple things. One, this Alfheim sequence was probably my least favorite sequence in the game.
Wait, we're not talking about Alfheim. We're gonna do Atreus's side quest.
Okay. Oh, sorry. One thing before the Atreus side quest, you go to, I think, the mine. I think this is before you rescue Tyr. And you go. I don't know. You move on to a new kind of zone, and then a troll comes at you. I think you're like next to a cliff or something, and instantly, bam! Kratos just cuts the troll's head off and is like, "Keep moving!" And then like, yeah.
I don't remember that.
It's a scripted moment. It does happen for everyone for sure, and I thought that was a great moment because they deliberately put the troll there. It's the first time you see a troll in the entire game, and they realized, like we had a lot of trolls in the last game, both the small ones and the big kind, right?
Yeah, let's get this fucker out of the way.
You're so bored of fighting these. We get it. We're sorry. Here's a troll. Just cut its head off straight away. Move on. And you're not going to see one for ages.
It's
So
like
don't worry.
Dark Souls 3 with Udex Gundyr. It's like, look, it's a knight in armor. No, it's not a knight in armor. We don't worry.
It's
we know.
I thought that was a clear wink and a nod to the player and the whole thing about trolls in the last game. Yeah.
So
The combat finishes in general were just lovely.
So we have our first Atreus sequence where evidently they're a bit disappointed with Tyr, and he overhears Kratos talking to Mimir about like, I guess humor the boy, but he's evidently doesn't believe really in Atreus. And so Atreus thinks, well, why don't I get the help of Freya or ask her something? What did he want to ask her?
Well, he wanted to just ask her like for help because they needed allies. They were at a point where they were like, shit, we've rescued Tyr, but we're kind of like back to square one, so we need just help. I think she had something to offer, perhaps. I don't remember exactly. So yeah.
Atreus sneaks off to find Freya, the person who has been hunting us, and Sindri, because he's our friend, comes to help us. I was a bit weirded out in this section at first. I was like, this is a really, really stupid idea, and I can't believe that Sindri is humoring this. Like, he makes a lot of jokes about, haha, you're gonna die, but like, no, you're gonna die. Like, this, I don't see anything good coming of this, but
I really like that sequence. Yeah, it was. I love Sindri in this game.
I like Sindri a lot. But yeah, I felt that it was a bit weird to allow Atreus to do something so clearly foolish, but we do.
There was a great line. When they're moving, and they find the snake, right? They find the world serpent.
Yes.
Talk to the world serpent. He gives him the clue about ironwood, which he doesn't understand quite yet. And then they're on their way to go see Freya. Well, they don't know yet, but precisely this reason. Sindri drops the line, "Oh, so what are you going to do? You're just going to go to the Valkyrie Circle place and confront Freya about her thing?" And then Atreus is like, "Well, yeah, now that I know exactly where she is, that's exactly what I'm going to do." And then there's a pause, and Sindri just goes, "Fuck."
And then also it's
And
just
then-
like, and you're gonna go wearing the thing that killed her son around your neck, and that's pretty fucked
Yeah.
up. But I
Great
think
line.
if I'm reading why that seems like why is Sindri allowing this to happen? I think that's maybe implying that Sindri perhaps trusts Atreus.
Yeah.
In well, not just trusts, but in a way like he, I think, might even look to him as somewhat of a big brother in a way, like a big brother. Like, you know, I think
Yeah.
he kind of puts a lot of stock in Atreus. So yes, this is a really stupid decision, and anyone
It's
would
also-
have talked him out of it. But I think Sindri maybe respects him more to be like, you know, he's gonna do it, you know.
And it's also a theme for Atreus. Like, he's becoming a man. People need to start giving him more responsibility and allowing him to make his own mistakes and do stuff, like achieve stuff on his own, right?
Yes.
That's a big theme of this whole sequence. You know, Sindri is like, "Yes, I understand you're trying to do something. I understand you think it's the right thing to do, but you're going to die. You're being reckless." And he's like, "Yeah, maybe I am being reckless, but like, trust me anyway, right? Like, even though this might be a mistake, even though you think you might know better than me, even though, you know, maybe I know something you don't, maybe I'll surprise you." And it's about that little leap of faith, right? And I feel like because they have a previous relationship, a kind of off-screen relationship, right, where he's been helping Atreus sneak around to find Tyr, I felt like this was like the culmination of that. It's like, yeah, I'm only helping you because I've helped you in the past, right, a lot. So we've already been sneaking around a shit ton when there might have been danger and stuff.
Yeah, because I'm just imagining from
yeah.
Sindri's point of view, this doesn't work. Atreus dies. You have to face Kratos. I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Well, I think that's why he went with him in the first place, because he's like, if you're gonna go, I might as well try and keep an eye on you, right? And if I can help, right?
Remember that thing at the end of the game when he gives him the like emergency teleport? Maybe
Yeah.
should have given him one of those, but yeah. Yeah, so we meet
I thought that-
Freya and
That was a very good scene, I thought.
meeting
between him
Freya.
and Freya.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
was. I liked it. We don't get anything of what we wanted, but now she is clued in to kind of what's going on. Tyr's alive, and that kind of rattles her a bit. She's like, "Oh, okay." She finds out that you can travel between realms, and she's like, "Oh, okay, shit's happening." You find out that Odin has somehow stopped Fimbulwinter and Ragnarok for Asgard, in particular, and that there is a prophecy that says that Ragnarok can be averted at the cost of Asgard, and she's like, "That sounds good."
Yeah.
So that gets her thinking. But she takes our necklace and tells us to fuck off, and so we fuck off. Sindri calls us a tray, and it's all very awkward. And we get back, and everyone's sitting around the table planning. And he's just like, "Where were you, boy?" And well, no boy. He never says boy. He does not say boy once in the entire game, and there's meaning.
Boy
there.
once. Just a boy once.
Okay,
That's
once, maybe.
that's not true, yeah, and that's something I'm going to mention.
Well, he barely
He
ever
says
says
once.
he
Yeah.
barely
You
ever says
only
it.
says it once. Yeah.
And he says, "Where were you?" And he says, "Peeing." He's like, "Okay."
And then Sindri comes in from his room being like, "Oh, that was a great night's sleep, everyone. I'm so refreshed," you know, as if they were sleeping the whole time.
Exactly. And so they've come up with the decision of maybe there's more we need to find out from these shrines. Let's go to Alfheim.
Yeah, then they go to Alfheim, and in Alfheim, I thought it was a generally okay sequence. My favorite element of it was the discussions they had about the war and about the conflict between the elves.
Yes.
That was some nice debates, and all that.
Just trying
that
to.
was
A
fine.
favorite part of Alfheim was throwing my axe at the things and then
They ricochet.
trying to make it bounce back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a fun
the best part of
mechanic,
Alfheim.
especially whenever there was an enemy encounter with those nearby. You're just like, oh, everyone's gonna die. You just throw it once and it just kills them. That was fun. But yeah, kind of the discussions are kind of trying to instill in Atreus the idea that there isn't necessarily a good or a bad side in conflict. Sometimes both sides are good. Sometimes both sides are bad. Oftentimes it's both. Is there a right side? Is that even worth asking? All of these bigger questions to try and kind of get him out of this black and white mindset. I really liked the design of Alfheim a lot, with all of the like cave painting kind of things. It was cool.
This is where the pacing suffers though, because now I'm just thinking about it. I said I didn't like the first area. There's so many elements about every area that I don't like, but there were some really high highs of like conversation. Like, yeah, the pacing suffered at this spot too. Like in Alfheim, it was pretty.
I felt it here.
Pretty rough.
The most.
Yeah. Like I feel like every area, Vanheim also felt pacing issues, of course.
Vanaheim a little bit, but I thought Vanaheim was supported by the strong character stuff between Freya, her brother, and then Freya's own journey.
Oh, that's a topic for later, but I hated Freyr. Thought he was so cringe.
Oh, Freyr.
Dollar store. Yeah, Freyr. Yeah. Dollar store Nathan Drake. Jake and I were shitting on this man this whole time. We're like, God, I fucking hated Freyr.
Well, thing, I got. That's why I asked. I got Sam vibes from him.
Sam. Nathan Drake. Whatever. Yeah,
I literally thought Troy Baker was voicing him because vibes that badly.
I didn't mind Alfheim too much, but something you get is, oh man, we're like not even 10 hours into this game and already we've seen 3 realms. Like you get more of a sense of the scale of this game and how ambitious it is, and you're seeing still the level of attention to detail and like in all of these areas. You not only in Svartalfheim you've got like the boat ride up through the like whatever you call that, I don't know, river area. You've got a city and you've got mines and you've got a big open sea area with islands. Now you're in Alfheim and you've got a desert and you've got the temple and then you've got the big desert. It's insane how much already it feels like you've gone on more of an adventure than you did in the entirety of the first game.
True. Keep going.
No, that was all I was gonna say.
I was saying, and to counter my point actually about the pacing, it's a weird thing where this game is it's a roller coaster of emotions, just like internally, not because of the storytelling. Well, because of storytelling, there definitely was a roller coaster of emotions with that. But like, I'm talking about the pacing of this game and how, some of the areas it felt like there wasn't a lot of shit going on. There was a lot of shit going on and some highs and lows. But the thing is all throughout the game, until like kind of like near the end game. Or the end of the game, I was kind of just like, I don't want this to be going too quickly. Is it going to be over soon? Like, I had no idea how long this game was going to be. Your point, Nero, about being like, oh, we're already 3 realms deep. I'm like, shit, is this going to be like a 15-hour game? Like, is it going to be like 20 hours?
Yeah.
Is this going to be short?
Thanks to I was kind of the pacing and what I said about a lot of the plot points feeling kind of aimless and pointless when like in the moment. I had no fucking clue where I was in the story percentage-wise. Like, even when I was at the end, I was like, is this the end? And the only thing that really told me it was the end is that they said, all right, this is the end now. Like, it doesn't feel like we're progressing forward a lot of the time. So you really don't get a feel of when we're ramping up.
Especially the character shifts between Atreus and Kratos, whilst they're very cool. Because you're splitting your time between 2 characters who are doing fairly different things, right? Like whenever you're with Atreus, it's often doing Atreus-y things. You're not actually progressing what you were doing with your dad beforehand. You're going off on your own tangent, which is relevant, but like it's almost its own contained story. So
yes.
After Alfheim, I believe the next major sequence is Ironwood when he dreams.
Yes. So you get. You also get this nice scene of Kratos wants to spend time with Atreus, so he kind of eggs you on to do the side questing, and you free this Hafglfa, this big jellyfish, and you weird how you just bust into these guys' house and just murder everyone, and like you save one jellyfish, and it's like, this was worth it. It's like Atreus like even points it out. It's like, we're killing these guys. This is their home. We're just invading them. And he's like, you want to free the beast, do you not? It's like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, that is weird. That's weird that we're doing this. They had scenes with Tyr to kind of show you that diplomacy isn't going to work. He goes up to some of the fights and says, "Friends, let's fight." And it's like, it's a bit convenient just for the game that these guys are kill on sight. Everyone in this area is a kill on sight kind of person. So to kind of wash away that feeling of guilt of going into people's houses and killing them all. It's like, well, they're trying to kill us. But yeah, I just that is an overarching issue with the type of game this is and the type of story it wants to tell. It a little at odds with each other. But what I found really funny and a bit sad, but also something worth praising, is the side quests in this game. You get a lot of dialogue, and you can do all of the side quests with one of two characters. You can have Freya with you for all of the side quests, or you can have Atreus with you for all of the side quests.
Yeah.
And they will have different dialogue. So there's a reason to replay the game and do all the side quests twice overall. But what felt weird to me is I freed the second Hafgelfa with Freya because that's when you unlock the ability to do it. And I was just like, this doesn't feel like what Kratos would do. I feel like he would do this with Atreus. Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
freeing the second one, I'm like, I should probably come back and do it with Atreus, but I can do it now though. So, and who knows? Like, yeah, I don't know. So,
put another clip on, yeah.
Yeah.
But since I have to go soon, I have thoughts about the overall game, but
yeah, if you want to get into those, let's do that.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've been wanting to say this the whole time. Is one thing about this game is once we got into like discussions about like the end game for this, I think last time we discussed a teeny bit about how 2018 you go back to your house and then it's kind of like, oh, you have open world exploration after that, finish up all the side quests, the story continues. There's not like this is the point of no return, and then you come back before that after you finish point of no return. I felt like this whole game is like, all right, there's probably not gonna be a point of no return just by how the camera work is, and I don't know, just didn't feel like that was gonna be how the game was gonna end. So going through it, I don't know if you guys thought it, but I was in my head, I could not escape the feeling of just, there's all these puzzles I need to do, and I'm the only jackass who can fucking freeze things. Kratos can't die. So, like, in my head, I constantly fucking thought it, that just Kratos can't die. And,
I didn't have that, but that makes a lot of sense.
So, like, this whole time, I'm just like, there's all these puzzles that I need to go back and do, and a lot of them have to do with freezing mechanics. Like, maybe Atreus gets the axe, but that doesn't seem right. And just like how the game worked with like your partners and stuff, like it just I didn't see them doing that with Atreus. Like,
you kind of knew that everyone was going to be safe because of that.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just kind of like, all right, Curtis is definitely not dying. So that was one thing
Yeah, neither is Atreus probably.
Yeah, exactly. So I was just kind of like, all right. So that was one thing that I just wanted to bring up, and then the other thing I wanted to bring up too was. I know we're jumping to the end of the game, and don't worry, these guys are gonna go over everything. But jumping to the end, once you beat Odin, and Yaman fucking brought up about the Odin fight being kind of bad. Like, it had its cool moments, of course, but it didn't feel final.
It was very lackluster, I thought.
It felt like the whole game, it was doing such a good job, even though the pacing was kind of off. It was doing such a good job of like keeping me guessing of like what's gonna happen next, and it did the thing that we all feared, that the ending was like a little bit rushed. It was pretty damn epic, like starting off with the war, but like as you get into it, it's like, ooh, this was really fucking rushed, and it just feels like at a certain point, how I described it to our other friend Jake was with God of War 2018. I was expecting it to be 3 games, and I think that the team I think Sony Santa Monica also wanted it to be 3 games, because it feels like for so much of this game there could have been a third one, but I feel like since it's been such a developmental hell for both games, and like Corey said how much like this is taxing on them, like there's some companies out there like Naughty Dog, for example, you don't ever really hear about the development with Naughty Dog and shit. They all just like kind of just keep quiet and stuff. the thing is like everybody at Sony Santa Monica is pretty damn transparent. So much to the point where they made that great documentary Raising Kratos, which they showed all of their hardships. So compared to like a lot of other studios, Sony Santa Monica like is very upfront, being like, this game was a bitch to fucking make. So I feel like there was a point in this game
we don't want to do it. We don't want to do another.
Yeah, no, exactly. Did it not feel like that though? Because it felt like a huge chunk of the story, like it just was like, it feels like they got to a point where they were just like, we don't want to make a third game.
Yeah.
And it just felt so rushed at the end because of that. I feel like they could have probably made a third game.
I
and
absolutely
think
they could have, and they possibly should have made a third game, because
so
I had this constant fear throughout the game, because we're not doing it yet. We're not doing Ragnarok yet. We're not doing Ragnarok yet. Like, if we're leaving it this late, how much is actually going to be Ragnarok? And yeah, it was. I was pretty disappointed with the ending. I thought there was a lot of wasted potential.
Yeah, ultimately, Ragnarok is just a battle.
Yes.
Ultimately.
But when I wanted shit to hit the fan a lot quicker, and I wanted to stay in the room with shit being flung everywhere by said fan for a lot longer.
It just didn't feel like it just didn't feel like it felt like they wanted to make a third game. It really felt like they just wanted to make a third game, and at some point in the development cycle they're like, this is a bitch, let's just end it at this one. Much so
they could have ended this one, I think, with Heimdall. They could have beefed up some of the story that happened more, but because I think for me the story really ended after Garm. Like once you had the be better, that felt like the end of the story to me. And then the rest of it was kind of just tying up loose ends and just seeing the thing done, when you could have made that an entire story in itself. And kind of ended it there and beefed up what came before, which had a lot of beef already, but like you could have drawn everything from the beginning of the game to the end of Garm. You could have made that the entirety of the game.
And also like it just I also with this another issue that I have with this game, and also how like God of War went to Norse mythology, is number one, I think that out of every mythology, if you were to go up and interview most people, they would say, oh yeah, they pretty much nail Greek mythology. Like everybody probably knows a pretty good amount of Greek mythology and like Roman mythology. You know what I mean? Like it's a pretty easy concept to be like gods are much more straightforward in like Greek mythology than I feel like with when it comes to Norse mythology.
Norse mythology is like anime, and it's a shonen anime.
Yeah,
and you need to watch all of it.
Yeah, it's like, and so there was an issue with me with this game also just being like, you know, we discussed how there wasn't that many boss fights or enemies. Well, it's so fucking hard with Norse mythology because it's like, well, there's gods. It's like for Greek mythology, a majority of the gods are just chilling out in fucking
Asgard.
What is their not Asgard, in Greek mythology, Olympus.
Oh, Greek
Most of the gods are chilling out on Olympus. It's like, oh yeah, they're up in Olympus. They want to fuck off. They don't want to like associate with humans. They're just in Olympus. Whereas in Norse mythology, it's like, oh, there's only a select few in Asgard. There's people that like are damned by Asgard who are gods. Like there are random fucking gods that are really fucking weird. Like I don't know. There's just a lot of things.
I wouldn't say that's true of Greek mythology. There's tons of myths and stories about gods
tons
going
of
down,
myths,
interacting with humans, making bets with humans, punishing humans, raping humans. You know, the good stuff.
Yeah, but my point being is
lots
like
of raping
humans.
humans.
Fuck off, though. Lots of raping humans. But like I think that like like for the most part they fuck off. I don't know. I feel like Norse mythology, there's like a lot of like people that like can't even fuck off to like Asgard. A lot of people can't fuck off to go to Asgard. I feel like there's a lot of gods in Greek mythology that can just be like, yeah, they do fucked up shit with the people on the land and stuff, and they do weird shit. But they can be like, all right, go back to Olympus. Like, see ya. Like they just dip out.
So what exactly are you trying to get to?
My point I'm trying to get to is with this, like, I just feel like it's like, yeah, with the whole thing with Ragnarok, like, I wanted it to be kind of like God of War 3, where, yeah, you go through, but I'm like,
absolutely,
it's so hard to, like, because it's like...
What you're saying is there isn't a massive pantheon of gods all in one place to cleave through, effectively.
There's not a massive, pantheon of gods, and then also, this is like a me issue. I'm not gonna say everybody, like a lot of people know Norse mythology like pretty well, but for me personally, the reason I know Norse mythology is from like some other games, some watching stuff, but a lot of it also is like not saying it's like accurate at all whatsoever, but Marvel like oh, we know Thor. So when
Yeah.
people, no, but it's like it's true though. It's like people know Thor, people know Loki, people know Odin and Heimdall, and then it's like I was even talking to Jake about this. It's like, all right, I know Fenrir, but like other than that, like there's so many other gods and stuff that I'm just like, I know them, but like not well. It's
Yeah,
not like Greek mythology, so maybe it's a me thing. But
I'm not versed on Norse mythology until now because this game made me want to look into it to see how accurate it was. So after the game, I did
Yeah.
a lot of research into Norse mythology. I know some of the myths, I know some of the characters, and the thing is, like, out of the main gods, the majority of them that you would want to kill are on our side. We've got Loki,
Yeah.
Freya, and Freyr are some of the main like heavy hitters in Norse mythology. Oh, although, fun fact, fun little game. What is Loki the god of?
I was gonna say god of mischief.
All right, Max, what's your guess?
I knew this. It's the god of something weird you wouldn't expect.
Nope, he is not a god. He's not the god of anything. He's not worshipped. He's just a guy.
That makes sense.
It is a big misconception that he's god of mischief or god of chaos. He is not a god at all.
We know he is a god. He's a shapeshifter.
Yeah, that's no. What's it called?
They explain that in the game.
Sathir, magic, nothing to do with the gods. That is just a thing in Norse mythology. Anyone can shapeshift. If they
Yeah,
know
exactly.
Sathir.
They made a point of that too. They made the point of that too, where
Yes.
it's like they were like, oh, like am I the only shapeshifter? And it's like, oh, the first one that I came across, but like there's other people that are shapeshifters. Like it's like
Speaking
mean you're
of
God.
speaking of shapeshifters, actually, the
Got
dude
the boar guy.
the boar guy. I was about to say, yeah, he's not a god, is he?
No,
he's the boar.
no. In mythology, he is Freya's mount.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah,
But-
to get back to your point, yeah, a lot of the gods, Freya, Freyr, and Loki, although he's not a god, but you know he's very prolific. Those are three of the really big ones in Norse mythology, and yeah, we're not killing any of them. Those are all on our side. So
Yeah,
you've got
so-
Odin, Thor, and Balder. Hel isn't in this because I think she's supposed to be Loki's daughter. And other big gods. That's kind of it. There's Frigg.
You had Magni and Modi.
Yeah, Magni and Modi, but they're not even big. Thrud's not big. Like you most people don't know who those are, and they're not very important.
I did not know.
They're not very important in mythology. Sif, I guess. Maybe
Heimdall.
Heimdall, that's the other one. Thank you.
And I think that's that's just my point about it. And it's once again, it's not. It's an us issue. It's not a them issue, but it's also a them issue because Norse mythology is just like, yeah, like it's like I feel like with Greek gods, like it's just we just know them so well, and
The structure
like,
of the whole Greek thing is more familiar to us.
It's
and
more
maybe
from better.
less. Yeah, it's they took a lot of creative license, and it's a bit more nebulous and kind of weird in the Norse.
Yeah,
case,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
so-
Yeah, it's a little bit like like there's so like
They made some really cool decisions, though, I must say. Like, Frigg and Freya are different goddesses in the mythology, but there is debate that they are actually derived from the same goddess and just split into different gods over time. And so what they did is they actually made it one goddess and explained why that perception might be. I thought that was really cool. They Garm and Fenrir is Loki's son or daughter, and so they were able to combine the myth of Garm and the myth of Fenrir in a way that kind of makes sense for both of them. Thought that was very smart. And Jormungandr is also Loki's child. Jormungandr, Fenrir, and someone else are Loki's children by Angrboda, and so they tied her in and it's not their literal children, but symbolically it's their children, and I thought that was pretty well done.
In contrast, though, something that the Norse stuff did give and that they took full advantage of is the worlds. The fact that you've got the realms. Like, that's just not a thing in Greek mythology. Yeah, you have the underworld, and then you have Olympus, I guess, which you could consider a different
and the
plane
Elysian
of existence.
Fields, and then that's basically it. You've got a bunch of Greek islands.
The rest is just Earth. as we know
Yeah.
it effectively, right? Whereas the Norse mythology, you have literally other worlds, right? Like planets, effectively, right? And obviously
Yeah.
that's a major part of this game. And
Yeah,
I
the
mean, the worlds are
vistas, we
almost
said it
characters in
before.
themselves.
The vistas. That's what this game
The
gives you
vistas.
more than anything else. Is just fucking vistas. There's so many beautiful vistas. Look at this vista on
Yeah.
screen. Look at it on. It's so beautiful.
And this is a swamp. Like,
So-
This is just one random in between area between vistas. This is your
So to my
Mid-vista.
original to my original point is just, yeah, like, I'm not well versed enough to get into Norse mythology, but in the structure of this game, there are people like it's people are not wanted in Asgard, even if you're a fucking god. Like, it's a very select few people. So yeah, like, just like going into this game, like, you knew it was gonna be a little bit of a letdown with that, and especially when you kill Heimdall, it's like, well, fuck, now we only have like
Thor and
Thor and Odin, so it's
And
like,
possibly
shit.
Thor's wife. Like, you're not sure where she stands
Which
yet.
I also thought that was pretty fucking weird. The change of heart was like so fucking weird. Even though like I kind of get it, it was just like
It wasn't. It
oh,
wasn't the change.
hey.
It wasn't the change of heart. It was what the fuck are you doing here right now?
Yeah, it's like,
I think the change of heart was pretty well telegraphed. Like that, we can see she's not happy with the situation.
Yeah,
she's
through
constantly
eavesdropping and
been
stuff.
prattling in Thor's ear, like, "Hey, stand up to your dad. He's a dick." All that stuff. But just why are you just in the middle of the battlefield, right specifically here? How the hell did you teleport here? This is odd.
Jake had a good point. Like, it would have been cool, you know, like maybe like it wouldn't have made sense, but it would have been cool if like you fight Thrud. But then
Yes.
if you fought Thrud, then it's like, oh, then it would be the same. You'd get the same resolution of Thrud that you'd get from Thor, which at that point would just be repetitive, because it would be like, we're gonna beat the shit out of Thrud, and then it's like, oh, but hold on, we're the good guys, and then you get to Thor, and it's like, but we're the good guys, and so
Yeah.
be double, unless they kill Thrud. But like, it would have been that kind of way. That's just how the story was presented. So it just would have been repetitive at that point to like have, oh no, we just fought and they're good, and then it'd be like, oh no, we just fought too, and yeah, we are good. So there's that. But last kind of point that I have with this and the ending that I thought was really odd was you fight Odin, and it's so rushed to the point where it's like, okay, like there's got to be a second phase, and it's like, no, there's no second phase, and then fucking Surtur comes in, and like,
I mean, there is a second phase.
There is a second phase. But
You
I
fight-
know
you
what
fight
you
him
mean.
first
You
outside,
thought
and
he was gonna
Yeah,
have an
yeah,
anime.
you
thought he was
I
gonna
thought
have
it
an
would-
anime transformation like Valkyrie Elysium.
yeah, like something like more badass. Like I don't know. Like I thought it was gonna be like
Absolutely, I
something
agree.
like that. That's my point. Like, yes, there's two phases of the fight, but like the first phase just like wasn't even, it was, you know, it didn't feel like anything really. It was cool, but like
here's
second
the
phase
thing.
was like-
I don't disagree, but it makes sense to me the way it was. Right? He's a mafia boss, so his strength actually doesn't lie in his own hands. He's just a guy, right? In
Well,
the same way that
But
you're
no,
just
No,
a guy.
there's a reason
right.
there's a reason he gets to have that mafia boss feeling, and that's because he's supposedly very, very powerful, more powerful than Thor,
Well,
more powerful than anyone else. And you look at the
again, there's-
I was looking through the mythology and reading his powers on the battlefield, and I was like, oh my god, they wasted Odin. There was so much cool shit they could have done.
I
Yeah.
agree with that, but within this world, the way they set it up is that he's kind of just an old man who's in control of everything. He has his fingers in every pie.
Yes,
He's
but there's-
dangerous
the reason
because of
he
his
got
ambition.
in control of everything
right?
is presumably because he has great power, right?
Well, yes, but again, from everything we've said about how he treats his family, how he uses Thor and Magni and Modi and Balder as his henchmen and all that shit, at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, he's powerful, but like no more powerful than, say, Kratos or
he wouldn't have killed Thor though.
and
if-
the other big gods, basically.
Yeah, but
That's-
the thing is, like, this is it. This is God of War done Norse. This is the chance you got, and like, he's pathetic. Like, compared to fucking Poseidon, like the first boss of God of War 3, Poseidon would have wiped the floor with Odin. And I don't know. It definitely
Yeah, but again,
felt
we're comparing different kinds of games as well. Like,
I know, but it
know.
definitely felt
I understand.
very
I agree-
anticlimactic to me. I was like,
I
we're
ag-
done
I agree with
already?
that,
What the
yeah.
hell?
Yeah, but in the sense, it mirrors the impression of Asgard you got when you first got, right? The wall itself is amazing, the climb is imposing and great, But then when you finally look at Asgard, it's like, huh, this is just kind of like a village. It's not like a city of gold. Similarly with the final sequence, it's like the war is huge and impressive and it's cool going through it. But then when you finally get to Odin, it's like, yeah, he's just another god who happened to be in a, who happened to create and be at the head of this massive system of corruption and defilement and awfulness and betrayal and all the rest of it. But that's all it was at the end of the day. It was a web that you ultimately dismantled. So once you get to the end of it, it's like, yeah, it's just another god effectively.
Well, yeah,
not
I mean,
anything
it's going back to
crazy.
what we both said of like, it's good. It's not what we wanted or expected. Like at the end of the day, like I said, it makes sense. It does make sense that it is the way it is, and I think narratively serves the purpose. I mean, I still think they could have gotten away with a much more epic boss fight than they did, but
but Odin fight was epic.
Can't be too mad about it because it's good, but I would have much preferred an epic all-out fight with Odin, something a lot more than we got.
If the Odin fight was really fucking epic, I would have been like okay with some things. Like so like having it go away, like back to what I was trying to say about this ending and what I didn't like about it was so the Odin stuff felt pretty anticlimactic, and since it felt so quick and rushed, like once Surtur came in, was just like destroy Ragnarok. I was like,
let's fucking go. Let's go.
Here is the final act. Like it's gonna be quick, but like this is the final fucking the cherry on top. And then it's like Freyr is just like
I got this one. You guys go. I would like to take him actually.
I was like, so I don't know if Jake is in here right now because we have 3 viewers, but Jake and I was Jake said like. The thing about Freyr is, I think that they were expecting people to really like Freyr at this point, but like, I don't know who did, so it's kind of like, oh, okay, Freyr, like, I kind of wanted to fight him, but also, all right, fuck off, it's cool. But
I couldn't really give a crap about his sacrifice. I'm like, all right, he's dead. What I liked most about Freyr was when he was high as shit, and he was just like,
that was funny. Yeah.
When he was complaining that the Norse mythology doesn't have muses. That was brilliant. It's like, what? That's a job?
That's a job? I
can do that. I could totally do that. And he's like, actually, it was only women did it. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I was expecting like, throw Atreus in maybe, and then Kratos to just fucking go at it. And that would have been really cool to me, but it was so jarring, the end of that fucking game. I don't think I've been that jarred at an ending of a video game in such a long time, where, that's the first time the camera fucks up, and like...
Even Last of Us Part 2.
No, I don't think that Last of Us Part 2. Like, that once again, I loved Last of Us Part 2. We're not going to get into that. But, I mean, and some people did. Some people hated it. Some people loved it. I'm part of the crowd that I love Last of Us Part 2. Anyways, not the point. Like, waking up as Atreus and like as you walk through the hallways and it's like, okay, does time pass or what's that? My whole fucking, I told Jake this in my head the whole time. I was like, what is the catch? What is gonna go wrong? Because you're walking through and you're talking to everybody. Everybody fucking lived. So it's like, how did everybody fucking live? So I was just going through it, and it's like really odd conversation. Like none of it felt really cool. It was like, oh, cheers to the hero, and I'm like, all right, this is really too easy and too weird. And like you keep just ascending, and it's just like, oh no, Kratos is here, and I'm like, oh my god, this is the fucking end. Like
here's the thing. Like for me, my I don't disagree with most of what you're saying. My genuine thing that I would have done differently if I were the writers of the game is, for me, the climax of the story and the beginning of the end is when the twist is dropped, right? Yes. For me, as of that moment, I'm like, okay, we've started the end of the game. Everything now is going to ramp up, and then finish, right? Because after that point, I didn't really give a shit about the side stuff. I didn't give a shit about anything else. I wanted to kill Odin and get to the end of this thing. So for me, I thought they should have paced it a bit differently to where somehow, however you want to do it, when that happens, the end of the game needs to subsequently happen more readily and make it more clear that that moment is part of the ending of the game. That way there is more of a setup, so that when you finally get to Ragnarok and the big battle is happening, it's like, this is not the start. The start was when Odin just attacked us in our own home. That was the start. Do you see what I mean? So then Ragnarok is more like the second act, so to speak. And then you have and then you get reunited with Odin. Like you were just united with him in the house where Odin pulled a fast one on you, and now you're reunited with him in the third act, so to speak, in his house where you've brought the fight to him. To me, that had to be more together. And the problem is they separated. Hell, there was a new open section after that where they gave you new side quests.
Why? Every fucking time there's a major story beat, they give you more side quests than you've had thus far.
That was the most egregious example.
Yeah, the part for me that really annoyed me was Atreus comes back from Jotunheim, finally, like, Kratos is pissed, there's going to be a conflict, there's going to be a discussion, an argument, we've got this big blow up. Alright, go with Brock and Sindri, I'm going to go off and do Freya. Okay, Freya's important, maybe we can tie this loose end, she can stop killing us like that. That's important, I understand that takes precedent. Oh, in the meantime, let's do 6 hours of side quests. I'm like, no, we've got important shit to do. Like, this is a story I would rather continue with. And then at the very end, like, and that area is really cool. The crater is really cool.
Yes,
it's a fun area to explore. But why did you put it there at that point? I would have
brought it sooner.
Way sooner, yeah.
So in general, I agree in that sense, in the sense that I think the pieces were there to make it work better. I'm fine with what happened in terms of the fact that it makes sense and everything, but the way it was constructed was not optimal, right? If that makes sense. And that's my only point, because I thought that there were some very powerful moments in the game. For me, I agree with the Odin stuff. For me, what happened sort of before and after that, again, I thought everything was really great. All the conversations, the heartfelt moments between Kratos and Atreus in the ending. I have no qualms with any of that, but it's more so, like you said, the slight rushed feeling or hastened feeling.
It felt quite rushed, I thought. But then there's just the other thing, the main thing, I guess I'll get to it now, is this had a happy ending. I did not want a happy ending from this game. This is God of War. I was waiting for someone to die. I was waiting for someone to get pissed. This is a very happy ending for Kratos. He looks on, in this prophecy, he's going to go on to be a worshipped God of War. He gets to see his son. He's done right by his son. We may forget, this guy is worse than fucking Hitler. He does not deserve a happy ending. Like, there was a part of me that...
This is true, he's an awful human being.
Like, there was a bitter part of me that was just like, this motherfucker got off. What the hell? Like, he killed himself at the end of God of War 3 because there was nothing else to live for.
True.
And that's what you fucking deserve, Kratos. You deserve worse than that. And I was like...
I'm about to bring that up because it's kind of true.
Yeah. So,
this man deserved pain and suffering.
Exactly. The entire game, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. I was waiting for the entire time, for him to go God of War. And that never came. And, in the end, in the end, as I said, it's a very good story. It's a well-told story, and it's a very ambitious story that's done well better than anyone would probably expect. And I think I'm glad that this story exists as it is. This series is a powerful story about redemption, and no matter how bad your past has been, what will you do now? And that's a really sweet and powerful message. Would I have preferred a bloodthirsty, sad, horrific God of War? Yes, I probably would have.
Yeah, the moment as well that solidifies that is when at the very end you fight Thor.
Yes, and he says that.
And you've got him, you can kill him, and then Kratos drops his axe, puts his axe away, and it's like, no, we have to be better once and for all.
That was an awesome fucking scene. That was fucking great.
Great scene.
I
loved that scene.
That.
But if we're talking about that difference between what you're saying you would have liked rather than what we got, that encapsulates that difference, right?
Yes.
The difference in direction.
Although, but the thing is, because I was thinking we were going to have a mad descent. We've been building all of this up so Kratos or Atreus can go bad and become a new god of war as we expected. And what I thought we were going to get out of that is, oh shit, we've got this new god of war and now he's going to Egypt in the next game or whatever. This game, I am no longer excited for the sequel. I think that I don't know how you follow this up, because either you undermine the message of this game, or I don't know if I care. Like if you're going,
oh no, they totally reset.
100%.
Like, if you're going,
you cannot continue this.
Like if you're going forward with Atreus, I'm sorry, I don't care. And if you're going forward with Kratos, you're gonna undermine the ending, or I don't know if I'm gonna like the game.
No, I think they start again. I think they start again complete from scratch. I don't think they do Kratos. I don't think they do Loki. I think they do something completely new in a completely new.
I think that makes
mythology.
The most sense. I would think.
And honestly, that would be more interesting. Like you said, if it's Loki, I don't really care, and if it's Kratos, that's not good. I would rather have a brand new character that I can start from scratch with and learn to care about right from the beginning.
Also, real quick side note, Jake said, and I totally agree with this actually. I think they should have just skipped the jungle section with Freya and just put the crater section there instead. That could have fucking worked. So you just have the second act being in that crater.
Well, I think I wouldn't have skipped the jungle section. I'd give you access to the crater at that point.
Yes, agreed.
I think that's what
it's cool. It is really cool. The biggest area in the game is like discovered from, hey, there's a dog, let's follow the dog, and then
it's a bloody side quest.
You get the biggest area in the game. That is cool, but like pacing wise, they've got to know that with the expectations they've set up of how central and important these side quests are to the story, that most people are going to be doing the side quests as soon as they unlock them. Yaman. But so like they should have known like how big of a wrench into the pacing that section was, throwing it right there at the end.
Yeah. So
so
like
closing thoughts, Zona?
Yeah, closing thoughts. Like with the ending, going back to that real quick. I love Evangelion. It's one of my favorite animes.
Oh
it's
my
my
god!
Favorite, probably my
you had
favorite,
to slip that in somehow. You couldn't go one video without mentioning.
I like the part. I like the part. Okay, listen. I will say I liked the part when Kratos said, "I'm not going to kill you," and then all the girls stood up and clapped around him, and they're like, "Yay, you got it! You got it!"
I was gonna say, why am I bringing this up right now? Because the fucking end of this game felt like the end of the TV show. Like, you're with Atreus and it's like, congratulations. And Atreus is like, thanks everybody. Like, that's how the end of this game felt. It felt like really rushed, and then it's like Atreus wakes up and he talks to everybody, and it's like, thanks Atreus. Thanks, like, great job out there. And it's like, thanks guys. And then so like for the whole time I'm going through this fucking stairwell, I'm just like, like there's some good moments, like the Freya moment was good, but like other than that, like I was like,
the Mimir moment was good as well.
The Mimir moment was good too. Yeah, I like the Mimir moment, I like the Freya moment. Every other moment I was just kind of like, all right, this feels kind of weird. And I wasn't loving it, but god damn it, they did something special, because while I wasn't the biggest fan of what was going on, when Kratos and him fucking embraced each other, and when Kratos fucking said, fucking Loki goes, Atreus stays, I fucking teared up a little bit. And that hug was fucking amazing. And like, I'm like, this is the story they were trying to tell. And while it wasn't like the previous God of War games, this is the story they wanted to tell. If you want that kind of destructive Kratos, you have 3 games of it. You can go back. This is a great, like, I think it's actually like, if God of War ends here, I'm happy with it, because it's like, you have all the old shit of him being destructive, and you have a great redemption story, and they told a very great story of this man being the worst human being in the world and trying to just be better. And that hug at the very end, it sealed the deal, and I was like, okay, I forgive a lot of shit now. Like, but at the same exact time, I wish it was a little bit darker. I wish more people died. I wish at least someone with a gut punch. Brock dying kind of sucked, but like I was feeling more bad for Sindri than I gave a shit about Brock. So like, I wish like somebody like I kind of wish like Freya died at the end or something that's like a huge gut punch. But
Yeah,
other than that,
like
we
Brock,
didn't get.
Brock felt like we have to have consequences, you know, and
Yeah.
this guy's completely expendable, so we can get rid of him.
Are we gonna talk about Brock, or can we say goodbye to Zona? Because that's a whole nother thing that we can.
Well,
get
we'll
Yeah,
go
yeah,
back
yeah,
to where we were when Zona left. But like, yeah, as you were saying, just I think the sad part of it, or are you saying this isn't really necessarily what you're expecting, but this is the story they wanted to tell, and by God, they did it
Yeah.
pretty fucking well. That's
They did
exactly
it very
how.
well.
That's
Yeah.
exactly how I feel. You know, this is a really nice story. It's really well told for the most part, especially for how ambitious it is. Like how many characters are introduced and paid off in this game. Really, really well done. The shame is, if you give someone a pitch of you are a guy in Norse mythology beating the shit out of and killing all the gods, that's such a good pitch. Everybody wants to play that, you know.
Basically, the premise and the setting and the way they realize this is so good that you cannot help of all the other potential plot lines that could have spawned from it. Basically,
Well, yeah,
And the
no,
fact-
it just
and the
it just
fact we
feels
didn't get
like
some of
it's a
that
little
is-
sad that this
yeah.
was that like okay, we're not going to get an epic, the epic fights with these gods that we were kind of hoping for. I was definitely hoping for. If you told me in 2018 that in this series you do not kill Thor, I would have been so pissed.
Yeah. Well, it's the opposite. You kind of save Thor.
Yes.
Yeah,
in a
I
lot of
like.
ways.
Yeah.
Because you
did,
could have
did
killed
say
him.
Thor.
You could have killed him, but you didn't. And then you speak to his inner humanity, right?
Yeah.
And he agrees, and he's finally like, you know what? Yeah. And then stands up to Odin, and then Odin, yeah.
Exactly. Like
So-
no, from the story perspective and the story they were telling, it's good. I would have really liked to bash his skull in. I just would have.
I loved the moment. Just a small thing. Later in the fight, once you beat Odin, and Atreus is like screaming at Odin, like, Odin's like, none of this was my fault. I had no choice, and then he's like, you killed your own son. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Like,
You gave me
I
no
can't smell the
choice.
coffee.
You turned her against me.
Yeah,
You
like-
have done that yourself.
And my
So-
only defending point of that is just it could have gone the direction of he burns fucking like Asgard to the ground and kills everybody. My only counterpoint to that is it does tell a pretty damn good character story about Kratos, because if you want to fucking see that shit again, you have 3 fucking great games where you can see that shit. Like, so I'm saying that like the past. I think that like having all those past games, it allows for this game to do this. If it was just like I just feel like there's
Absolutely.
so many reference
you
points.
need those past
yeah.
games for this game to do this. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's like if you want that, you have that, and you have this. They had 2 great stories about a man who found fucking redemption, and I'm a sucker for these redemption stories. And it seems like Sony, with everything they're producing, I feel like all they're producing is redemption stories now. So, and they've got to hit.
Subverting expectations and redemption
Yeah.
stories and not killing at the end. But yeah,
Almost all of
and
it.
the thing is,
Yeah.
yes, it is a shame that this isn't the game I wanted, but as you said, this game needs those past games to exist, and that is a rare opportunity, and so I am ultimately glad that they took that opportunity to tell this story that they couldn't have told otherwise, because a game where you're a crazy person killing all the Norse gods, someone else can make that. It's just a shame we don't have it, but someone else can make that. You don't really need the setup of, in a way, I mean, you could do it in a way that builds on the old ones, but you don't necessarily need those to get that payoff that you were hoping for. Whereas this game, it's a rarer opportunity, so it's good that they took that, I think.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, like Max was saying, is you can just like you can start from scratch. Not saying I do want that to happen, but you can start from scratch, and Sony Santa Monica can make a new God of War that is like it again, in a sense, without Kratos. Because if they did do another Kratos story, like you said, undermines it. I hope fingers crossed. I don't really give a shit about what Atreus does next, but I hope that they do a Lost Legacy with Atreus. I think that'd be pretty cool. So like, give us like a little 7-hour cinematic experience like they did with Lost Legacy. Because Lost Legacy was pretty fucking good,
Yeah,
and it
I
let
had
me
fun with it.
sleep well at night. Like just being like, oh, these are how these other characters are doing. That's their story from now on. I feel like that'd be kind of good, is have just a final little capstone in Loki's story or Atreus' story by having like a Lost Legacy. They could probably do it.
Well,
I
it would
think
be
they.
it would be Loki's story. That's the point, right?
Well, yeah, it'd be Loki's story. Exactly. Yeah, it would be Loki's story. So yeah, like I feel like Lost Legacy thing would actually benefit some stuff at the end of the day. Get some
I can
final
I can see
closure.
them doing that. I can definitely see them doing that.
Yeah. But overall,
2 out of 10.
I was-
Wouldn't recommend.
yeah, I love it. I think that this is the best. Like this is one of the first games. Last of Us Part 2 did this for me with just the acting. Who gives a fuck if you think the story is good or bad? You have to admit that the acting in that game is fucking phenomenal.
Yes.
Like with this game, also particularly, I thought Last of Us Part 2 was like pinnacle of how good acting can be in video games and how good mocapping can be. But this fucking game brought it to the next level. I feel like fucking everybody like could get like a fucking Academy Award. Like this is like the first game that I've played like in my life that I'm like, holy shit, like this could really just go to the fucking Oscars. Like there's like, not saying the story is like completely fucking groundbreaking and all that stuff, but like just the performances by so many of these actors was just fucking phenomenal.
good.
Like
Yeah.
yeah,
the
like
the only performance I wasn't crazy about was Freya.
that is the opposite. I thought Freya was
Really?
one of the
Yeah.
best. Freya was fucking phenomenal this game.
Freya was
that
really
was
good.
my number one. Yeah.
I wasn't a fan of her performance. I think, like I don't know if it was her performance or it was just how the game utilized her, but like, I felt really weird in the Vanaheim section where she was, really pissed at us and then just happy all of a sudden, and she's just like, you need to, move the box to do the thing. Like it just a complete 180.
Take away stupid video
then
game
also
shit.
and then there's that, and then there's also just when she gets like angry. I think a lot of it is enemy behind you, Kratos. I hate that. It's so fucking annoying.
Yeah.
Hearing
Fuck
that.
video game elements.
And so-
I hated all their video game
No,
moments.
and just like when she was angry and just screaming, I'm just like, oh, come, okay, chill out.
I mean, I playing on a fucking speaker system. I hated whenever Kratos fucking swung his axe. Just go, so I fucking hated it. Like talking about just pure in the moment. Like these are the cutscenes of the game. Like Freya fucking killed it. The moment when she's just stabbing like the thing that's been fucking enslaving her this whole time.
Yes.
Was fucking awesome. Like she killed that fucking thing. Like she killed it. And then also there's the whole line of like, honestly, I don't know, like, I don't want to kill you, but also I don't want to forgive you either. And then just that whole moment
Yeah,
was
I
fucking.
thought that was a
that
perfect
was
way
awesome.
of putting it. Like, she says, I can't forgive you, but I can't kill you, right? And I was like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so overall, I loved her performance. I think it was. She had the she was a credible performance, and Odin's performance, and then the last one that I love is Sindri had a fucking phenomenal performance this game. He was funnier. And he was the moments hit like his fuck off to like Loki, a kid,
Yeah.
like when he was just like fuck off.
I
It's
was
like,
expecting
this
it,
is a
like
kid.
as he's about to say the line, I'm like, he's gonna say "fuck off," isn't he? And
Yeah,
it didn't lessen, even though I knew it was coming, it didn't lessen the blow at all because of the way it was delivered. Sindri,
Yeah,
so impressive in this game. In
to a
general, I
little
thought
kid too, so good.
for me, and I can talk more about this later because if you have to go, but like the dwarves, the dwarves, other than Odin as like a standout scene stealer. I could not get enough of the dwarves in this game. Every time we were with the dwarves was, for me, like, just fantastic. Because they're either funny, or heartfelt, or interesting, or all of them together.
For me, it was definitely Sindri. Brock less so.
Same. Yeah, I didn't really care about Brock, but
yeah,
Sindri fucking slapped.
For me, the standout performance was absolutely Odin. And there's one other character, if you remember, I alluded at the beginning of the game. I said I think Odin is the second best character. There is one more. There is another. And we'll get to him. We'll get to him or her later.
Wait, fuck! I want to know now. Can you just message it in the chat?
Sure.
Let's see.
Sure.
I'm so curious now. This is very interesting. Oh, okay, yeah, that fucking kicked ass. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
You're right. That kicked ass. Okay, so that's exciting. Yeah, that's good. Also, Kratos.
Yes.
Fucking Kratos killed it too. How did
Yeah,
I
it's,
love this
Although,
it's
character?
very,
I
very
will,
easy to overlook him.
I will say, right now, Game of the Year or Game Awards, the voting is up. You can cast your votes for best game, game direction, and best performance. I voted for Atreus because while Christopher Judge kills it, Atreus had a lot more to do.
That is a
So
good point.
Oh my god, yeah.
like,
And
I mean, there's a difference between bringing a teenager in for multiple 4-hour sessions, so many sessions of recording dialogue, and then Christopher Judge, hey, can you come in and grunt for 4 hours?
yeah, like
I mean, I don't want to take it away. There's a lot. Kratos spoke quite a lot in this game, and Christopher Judge gave a fantastic performance. But
think about like
Atreus
Sonny
had
as
a lot
Atreus.
more to convey, I think.
Yeah, and like the thing about like child actors is a lot of times there's cute little child actors and they fucking kill it because when you're a little kid it's kind of like like you could definitely tell it's like this is a really great kid actor and he was in the first God of War, but then it's like they get older and then their voice changes and it's like
Was this the
do
same
they
guy?
keep
This
that?
isn't the same guy,
Yeah,
right?
Yes, of course
it is. Yeah, it is.
Really?
It's Sonny.
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
he grew up. He was 10 when they started production on the first game.
Yeah.
What?
10 when they started, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same kid. So basically, yeah, like a lot of times with kid actors, it's like, oh man, once they like start growing up, maybe they lose it. I don't know. But like, I remember watching the first trailers of this game, and they definitely re-recorded some of his voice lines because I think in the first trailer, like, I was not that big of a fan. I'm like, oh shit, he's following the same cycle of like cute kid actor, and then now it's like just like teenager. It's like, ooh, I don't know if this is good anymore. But like, man, he did such a fucking good job in this game, and yeah, like that kid deserves it, man. That was badass. He fucking did great. So
Like I
That's
said,
awesome.
like the heart of this game, Kratos is a part of that. But like I said, I think Atreus, I think this is his game. If 2018 was Kratos' game, this is Atreus' game, in my opinion.
But the
If I
only
had to
the
gi-
only
if I had
reason
to
I
give it.
voted for Atreus is because for some reason the voice actress for Lunda wasn't nominated for anything.
fucking Von Trapp or whatever.
Um,
I know why you want to vote for that.
Oh, Lunda. There's that one voice line. Jake's in the chat. I know he knows it. The one voice line when you like upgrade your armor or something, and she goes, "Oh, looking good," and you're just like, "Okay, shut up."
yeah.
She said it like 5
You know
times.
who your voice actor is though, right?
No, who is it?
Oh, dude, what? Oh, it's the AT&T girl.
No, really?
The one that's really hot. Yeah, the really hot chick.
Nice, nice.
Yeah. Anyways, that's all I got. God of War Ragnarok. I think that it deserves a must play. It's a cinematic experience. It's phenomenal. There's some fucking pacing issues. It's not a fucking masterpiece, so don't go expecting a masterpiece. Don't go expecting it being the way that you think it's gonna go. Just like every other Sony game now on the fucking that they have. Every single Sony game is subverting expectations, like Nero said.
It would be
But
really
yeah, overall,
cool. It would be really cool if the next game subverts expectation by being exactly what we wanted. That would be nice.
And,
Because now the expectation is they're gonna subvert it.
Yeah. But I think that like if this ever picks up or someone watches this in the future, this is a very big thing that I like to say. It was the same defense I gave The Last of Us Part 2. Same defense I'll give this right now. You might just be like, oh, I'm watching a video with spoilers, and we may have just spoiled everything. But the thing is, you got to play a game. So if you're watching this right now and you haven't played it and you just are hearing thoughts, and shame on you because spoilers. Shouldn't look at spoilers. But you definitely got to play the game because there's so many things that Max and Nero will go over that they love, but you just got to play it to actually experience those feelings. Might not sound good on paper, but it's great when you play it. Other than that, great game. Loved it. Awesome. Good job, Corey and the team at Sony Santa Monica.
Yeah. All right, go away now.
All right. Deuces, everybody. Thank you.
Peace.
Thank you for listening.
Have a
Peace.
nice
Yeah.
holiday.
Oh, yes, I'll talk to you all soon. Catch me at some point. I don't know. Not next week, but the week after. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Right.
Wait, is he gone?
He's gone.
Okay, don't play Last of Us 2. You're fine. You're you're fine.
Play this instead.
Yes.
Don't-
But okay, where were
So,
we? We were
we we were about to talk about the Ironwood section.
Just saying, what Last of Us 2? Fuck off.
Let me put you back on screen.
Fuck you guys. Play Last of Us Part 2. Don't listen to these fuckers. Bye.
Perfect. So, was it the we went to Alfheim.
We spoke about Alfheim.
Came back, and then
Came back.
It seems that there's like nothing going. Kratos does not trust Atreus. Freya is mother.
Oh yeah. Then he goes to see Freya. Then he comes back.
Freya comes back. That's when they go to Alfheim. They go to Alfheim.
That's when they go to Alfheim. They come back from Alfheim.
Kratos doesn't trust Atreus. He doesn't want to keep barking down this rabbit hole. He doesn't think that there is really anything there. He doesn't think that there is necessarily enough to go on of subverting this prophecy, and he really doesn't want his son's actions being dictated by prophecy. He doesn't want him to make decisions just because he thinks that's what he has to do. And then Atreus is all pissy, and he has a dream, and he wakes up in Jotunheim to Ironwood, and he meets one of the more controversial characters in the game, which is Angrboda. And I think one of the reasons she's so controversial, and I think something that I think I agree with, is she's a very convenient character. And I was thinking about it from a writing perspective, and I understand why. She's very, very useful. She's insanely important to the story of this game, because a big arc of this game is Atreus is keeping a secret from his dad. He needs two things. One thing that he's allowed to tell his dad about, and another secret that he's not allowed to tell his dad about, because he wants his dad to trust him. So there's something he needs to keep a secret from him, but then there's other parts that he can divulge about. He can't tell Kratos the whole picture, and so Angrboda makes that up. She is the part that she's not allowed to that he is not allowed to tell about. And she's just convenient in that at this point in the story of any others, he happens to meet someone who confirms everything that he needs to know, tells him basically everything that he needs to know, just happens to be a girl his age, like basically the exact thing he needs right now, and just happens to have a problem that Atreus is uniquely poised to help her solve by giving her advice. And she remains convenient throughout, is how I'll put it, because every time she turns up in this game, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Besides this part. This part is like, okay, she's here. That's fate or whatever. But you always just happen to run into her by coincidence at the perfect moment going forward.
Yeah, I mean, the way I explain that is just because she's following Loki. I mean, she's watching him, right?
I guess. Was that confirmed?
It's implied, right? Because it's not. That's my
so it's a bit skeptical about Angrboda, and we have a section, probably the section that is the replay killer. I have considered replaying this game, but this section is like, but I'm gonna need to do that again.
So when I got to Ironwood, I was really into the game at this point.
Yes.
I had like this was, I don't know, I was really committed. It was really good. Going to this place through a dream of all things, like, you know, I love how Sindri's like, you know, just sleep.
Yes.
Just sleep, you know, and then you go to sleep and then you have this dream and you're in a different place and it's real, right? And all that shit. And I was like, whoa. And then visually, I thought the forest of Ironwood was stunning.
Yes,
like,
Jotunheim was beautiful. Her powers were beautiful, and just the big giant artifacts lying around. It was really.
I felt like I was in a painting or something. It was just insanely pretty and immersive in that sense. I love the intro to it when you're walking through and there's all these wolves that come and it's just really neat. However, I liked it less and less as we went through because I thought it dragged the yak sections.
The yak sections were like it should have just been a cutscene. I'd be happy to just sit on the back of this yak and listen to the dialogue. I don't need to steer.
Yeah. Or just have one yak section. Don't have 2 or 3 or however many there were. As well, however, that being said, once they got to her grandmother's house.
That was a very nice section. I like that.
That was a nice section. I thought they could have easily cut out a lot of the middle stuff, and gone straight to that pretty much, and it would have paced better, I believe. But that was all great. That boss fight was kind of fun.
That was a fun boss fight, and the spectacle of it just being tiny in a giant's house fighting a giant. It was really cool. It felt very fairy tale-y.
Exactly. I was about to say that. Yeah. And also, fun little thing, which I actually do not understand still to this day. You find a soulless snake
Yes.
in her basement or whatever, and Loki decides to take one of the giant souls.
Well,
from
to establish that, Angrboda, the reason she's here, she's waiting for you. She knows of the prophecies, and her duty has been keeping the giants safe. Because where did the giants go? Well, they extracted their soul and put it in these bowls for some reason. It's still a bit weird to me, but they put their souls in this bowl, waiting for something, and now they are Loki's responsibility. The prophecy says she is to give responsibility of these giant souls to Loki, and so upon finding this soulless snake, he gets this feeling. Are you gonna continue?
He gets this feeling that this is what he has to do or whatever, right? Like
Yes.
that's I don't know. It's something that makes sense, and he says, like, do you trust me? Like this is, you know.
You said
Like,
it was my responsibility, and this is what I'm
exactly.
choosing to do with it. So
Yeah, exactly. No, he said that you said that I would know what to do with these. Well, this is what I think I should do with these, right? And so he gives the soul to the snake, and the snake is alive again and just fucking slithers off, and it's like, okay. And the funny thing is once he does that, right there in that same beat, he then says, you know what? On second thought, you hold on to these for me, right?
yeah, that was a bit
And
weird.
it was a bit odd. I'm like, what was the message there? What was the thought process behind doing that? I didn't quite latch on to that.
I mean, I think overall it was his responsibility. So if he decides to give it to her, that is what the prophecy says. And I think he could see that she was very sad about not being important anymore. There was no path for her, and so he gave them to her as a way of like, you're still part of this story.
Yeah, and I like that.
But it is a bit of a weird 180 after. But you could also say that he's like he's kind of realizing what he's done, and he's like, I don't know if I should have done that, actually. Fuck. Okay, you take these.
Yeah.
But,
so so it is later revealed that that snake is the
Jormungandr.
world serpent. The world serpent,
because it has a giant soul in it, it starts growing and growing and growing, and we see it at the end of the game, and Thor knocks it back in time, just as the prophecies foretold.
So here's the thing, right?
Yes.
This is what I don't understand. We see the world serpent early in the game.
Yes.
You know, wake up and give him the Ironwood clue, right?
Yes.
Then he goes to Ironwood. He feeds the soul to the snake, and in theory, that is the snake. Now, how time travel stuff is always annoying. Like, is that snake the same snake? Are we in the past when he's in Ironwood, or are we in the present?
No. That's the same snake. There are now two world serpents until one of them gets sent back in time to become the original world serpent that we see in the first game.
Okay, and so another question: when the world serpent pops up at the end during Ragnarok, there's a line that Loki says. Yes, the Loki says, "Oh, he looks different somehow." I think, or there's a line like that.
Yes.
And then Angrboda is by his side or something, and she says, "Oh, don't worry about it. Like, just carry on. Like, it's fine." And then Thor knocks him, and they disappear, right? And I didn't initially put two and two together that was him knocking him back in time, because I've never seen that before. Like, when has Thor knocked someone back in time?
Yes.
Right? So I thought that there was a few things, very few, but just one or two things, little like loose ends like that were tied up, but they were tied up in a way that wasn't super clear. in the moment.
For me, that felt clear enough because I knew what was coming. I remember they said Thor hid him back in time from Ragnarok, and he's been here this whole time. And when Angrboda said like, "Oh, the snake started growing," I'm just like, "Oh, it's the world serpent." Okay, and because
that's the moment I realized.
Yeah, because you know in mythology that Jormungandr is Loki's kid, so we knew that he had in some way he needed to be responsible for the world serpent.
Yes, and I don't get me wrong, I love that callback to the fact that, of course, from the first game, he said, "Oh, he recognizes me," right? And it's like, "What?" And all that stuff. So I love that. I love that element. But why make Thor knocking the serpent back in time something that happens mega far away in back of shots, and then it's over? Why not put a bit more emphasis on that moment, just to make it hit home that holy shit, the world serpent's A, gone from the battlefield, and B, oh, this is the moment. I get it now.
Well,
like just make it a bit more front and center.
I think that there's a lot of moments in the ending like that I think we'll get to when we get to the ending. I think there are a lot of things that were glossed over, rushed over, and just didn't have their full potential realized. And that is definitely one of them. I think it was okay. I overall I was like, I saw it happen and I clocked what was happening, but I agree it could have been a bit more momentous.
I don't have an issue with it. It's just a little niggle that I was thinking about afterwards. I have a second little niggle that I want to bring up now that we're on it. So, at the end of the first game, we see the mural. And in the mural, Kratos is, in a sense, dying.
Yes.
Okay? Once we learned that Loki can take souls out of people and things,
yes,
I put two and two together to be like, oh shit, that's what he's going to do with his dad. He's going to take his dad's soul out because his dad is either going to die or sacrifice himself or whatever. Like, his body is going to be so maimed that just like Fenrir, he's going to have to do that with his dad. I thought that was a big foreshadowing moment, that right at the beginning of the game, he has to do that to Fenrir. I thought that was going to happen again in some case with Kratos, because I expected Kratos to die.
Yes.
But
instead it happens with Odin.
Instead, it sort of happens with Odin, right? And fair enough. That I'm not going to touch on that because I thought that was fine. But like, why my niggle is why? What was that mural all about? Everything else in the murals was correct as far as I'm thinking. What was that? Why have that there if it's not going to happen? The game establishes that whilst prophecy probably will happen, okay, don't just do something because it's prophecy. But even after they say that, it's established that what they did, nevertheless, mirrors what was prophecy.
Yes.
So why is that thing
wrong?
One of the only things that is wrong?
I don't know. That is it is odd. But it was Freya's prophecy, so you could say, like, this is some 4D chess. If she did that mistake intentionally, that's kind of the wacky thing about prophecy. She saw the future. She knew that she had to draw Kratos there to give them the impression, so the whole story happens the way it is. It's not. It's a bit silly.
Just from, again, I can give them the benefit of the doubt with all that stuff, but the reason it's a niggle is because that is a significant detail. It's a big oh no question mark that ends the last game, right? And it's a big question mark that begins this one. The whole conflict between Kratos and Atreus, that the reason they're keeping secrets is because Kratos knows of that detail and Atreus does not. Then when Atreus learns of that detail, he freaks out and doesn't want to tell his dad.
One detail that happened to not be true. It is
exactly. That's my only niggle.
It's a bit convenient, and the prophecy stuff is always weird.
So,
but I do agree with you that is a little odd. But you know, if I had to rationalize it, it is. She knew that that's what she had to draw to get the event. She just knew that that's what she had to draw.
Of course.
It's not the best thing in the world, absolutely, and it is. It is a bit weird that they made that it plays such a vital role. This deception.
A better explanation that I would prefer is if the depiction on the mural wasn't what they thought it was their interpretation wrong. But the problem with that is if their interpretation was wrong, by the end of the game, the viewer has to understand what the correct interpretation was meant to be
Yes.
to get that closure.
Because yeah,
And the game
it did
doesn't
feel,
give you that.
I will say, it definitely felt cheap when you saw the mural at the end. It was like, haha, actually, it was Odin. Like, I was expecting what you were expecting, where it wasn't going to be what we expected, but it was still going to be that. It's just not what we interpreted it as. And they even led up to that in the section that we are talking about right now in Angrboda, when he sees the full prophecy and Kratos is going to die. That's also funny that there's 2 copies of this prophecy. Evidently someone else came up with it, so that is weird. That was one of her like grandma's prophecies, I think, as well.
Yeah.
That is odd, actually. But he says, well, maybe it's not what it looks like. Maybe I'm tricking Odin. And I think that's what everyone was kind of assuming.
Yes.
And that kind of leads me to another little complaint with the game is I thought the introduction of Loki as a trickster was very ham-fisted. There were a couple lines in general. It's like, I'm gonna, maybe I'm tricking Odin. She's like, oh, are you a trickster? And I'm like, I see what you're doing. Are
you a little trickster, Loki?
And then there was the one line, and it makes more sense in context knowing who Tyr really is, but still it felt like okay, is you released Garm. What trickery is this? Is this Loki's doing? I'm just like, shut the fuck up. This boy's not a trickster. Where the fuck did any of this come from? But they pull in the whole trickster aspect. I don't think they needed to be overt about it in dialogue, because I think they managed it in what actually happened in the game pretty well enough.
I agree. I was about to say that I think it makes sense, but how they had
Yes, how they handled it was good. There were some lines that felt like they were trying a bit too hard. Zona wants us to mention what he said in chat. Who blew the horn? He needs a debate and answers. Kratos blew the horn. All right, cool. Yeah. Moving on.
So in the Ironwood section, so he feeds the thing to the snake. The boss fight with the old lady is good.
We get Angrboda's grandma off crack,
which is
touching,
interesting. So here's the thing. Again, this is when the game was really hotting up for me. Like before the Ironwood section, I was super into it, and then now after the Ironwood section, again, really cool things happen that I really liked.
Yes, but
because all shit hits the fan.
Yeah, before we 2018 God of War, who blew the horn to summon the snake? Wasn't it one of them? Didn't they throw the axe, and that's what? There was a horn. I don't remember the story of 2018 too.
No. There wasn't a horn. They threw there was
a horn to summon the snake, didn't it? Wasn't there? I remember there being a horn outside Tyr's temple.
They blow that horn.
Yes, I'm going to default and say Kratos again. I'm going to say Kratos. Kratos blew the horn. Even it was him from the future. But the Angrboda section, just to clarify for the audience who may not have played the game,
they should have played the game if they're watching this, but whatever.
She is a giant and is very devoted to fate. She thinks if it is written, it will happen that way, and it will dictate my actions. It is what I am going to do. And so she sees that since she is not in the culmination of the prophecy, she believes that she's not important anymore, and that kind of is an issue for her, and that's something that Atreus kind of uses the wisdom of his father to get her on a better path, where he says, no, your story doesn't have to end now. You can write your own ending, and that kind of gets through to her, and that culminates in getting her grandma off crack. And that is what's gonna kind of drive her forward to take more action, because she kind of thought that she was bound by fate, but maybe you're not. Maybe you should make your own decisions and write your own ending. So just for context.
There's some other dialogue. I think it's by Mimir or by one of the dwarves, and this is another reason why I really like the dwarves, is they had some bizarrely profound lines. I think it was Brock who said something along the lines of like, and Mimir like followed up. The gist of it was like, even if it's written somewhere, like who the fuck like you make the decisions, right? And as long as you feel like you're making the decisions, they're your decisions. Does that make sense? And they touch on like determinism and everything. They say even if everything is determined or whatever, something has to be responsible for this sense of freedom in your own decisions, and you have to take identity. Your identity lies in that freedom to choose, right? And
Yeah.
that's if I don't know. I don't remember exactly if that came from mostly Mimir or mostly Brock or both, but I remember that being a conversation they had, and I thought that was like, pretty deep stuff, man.
So
yeah.
after Angraboda, we and this was a silly plot point to me. I thought this was really stupid. Hey, you've come to the Giant Wood. I've told you your future. I've told you your role in all of this. Here's some giant armor for you to wear. Now go home. You can't tell anyone about this. Bitch, why did you give me the armor? Like, why did you give me this shit? Like, what do you mean? Why did you give me this stuff if I can't tell anyone? It's gonna raise questions.
Wait, what giant armor?
She gives you armor, Jotun armor.
Does she?
Yeah, the Jotun armor set. And a Jotun bow that scatter shots. She gives you a bunch of equipment, and then you're not supposed to tell anyone. I'm just like, well, then maybe you shouldn't have given me this stuff. I don't know. But yeah, that was funny. Because, yeah, when you run into Kratos, I'm wearing completely different threads, and I've got a different bow. And that's having a different bow as a trace is a very big deal. Like,
it'd be remiss not to mention on Zona's behalf that the final section when you're running away from Angraboda's lair was really neat, both on a gameplay and a cinematic and a sort of character
and
level.
A story level. Absolutely a story level.
Yeah, for sure. And I thought that whole section began very well and was capped off very well. I thought that just the middle section with the yak stuff just was a bit slow, but
yes.
Other than that, I thought that was a very neat diversion from what we've been doing up until that point.
Yes, and so we teleport back home, but oh wait a minute, we're not at home. We should
that was a neat little twist.
We should have been thinking about Sindri's house. It was really funny seeing him like try to teleport home. It's like no, Sindri's house, other home. It doesn't work. He's getting attacked by Draugrs. So he fights, gets to the teleporting portal thing, and then as he's walking in, Kratos walks out, and he's just like, boy.
That was sick. I love that shit.
I was like,
that was so well done.
You think,
shit. I did not expect that. Literally,
no,
I audibly went, oh shit, because it was just like
you got caught by Daddy. Like
exactly.
That's not good. You're in trouble
caught
now.
red-handed, yeah.
And he's very
and I also like Kratos. I like Kratos' reaction because you can tell again. This is a testament to Christopher Judge's performance. It's never like pure anger or anything.
He's shocked.
It's shock and fear. Like he was scared for Atreus. Like so when he kind of
why would you do that? Like
when he yells at him,
how could you do that? Like
I think he says something along the lines of like you've been gone for 2 days.
No, he said, where have you been? Why here? Why did you come here? He's like, oh, I wanted to see Fen for 2 days. And he's like, oh shit, it's been 2 days.
yeah, exactly. And there was that line by Angraboda. She said like you've been gone longer than you think, right?
Yes.
And I was like, oh, I see what's gonna happen now, you know. So I was expecting it to be maybe longer. I was expecting it to be like a week or something, right?
Yes. But have this amazing conversation that is about to take place. This finally, you have what you need now as Atreus. You have confirmation that your hunch is correct, that there is grounds there, and that there is a duty you have to fulfill, and that there is a way to stop Ragnarok. You have everything you need. Kratos is incredibly angry at you for betraying him, and you, as Atreus, need him to trust you now more than ever. How are you going to circle this square? Well, fuck that. We're doing 6 hours of stupid side quests. This part really pissed me off because I was very invested in the story, and then we just get a wrench and saying, yeah, we'll do that later. We've got something else to do now. And this story part was solid, and yes, it does take precedent, but I did feel a bit blue-balled. I felt very blue-balled. And then the side quests on top of that, especially seeing as some of them weren't very good, the clear out the garden and shit. The ones for the ghosts all sucked. That
At least the ghosts were fairly small. Like they weren't very long.
yes, but yeah. So we get attacked by a Valkyrie. Oh my god, who's this? Obviously, it's Freya. As soon as you've walked out of somewhere that you have protection in Midgard, you're going to be attacked by Freya. That has been established at the beginning of the game. You have a nice quick fight with Freya, and then she says, "You might be more used to me alive. We're going to go to Vanaheim, and we're going to break this curse that's been put on me by Odin, and I will be able to travel the realms again, and maybe I'll be able to do something." And Kratos is, of course, I'll help you out. And she makes it clear that, like, this isn't going to get you off the hook or anything. This doesn't mean I don't hate you. I still want to kill you. But, this is more use to me than me killing you. And so you go with her to Vanaheim. And so that's a new realm. And Vanaheim is gorgeous.
Yeah, that's more like the jungly
Yes.
realm, if you had to name one. I love the chats that they have when you're in this realm together. Like, all of the conversations they have were very good. In general.
Here's Vanaheim on screen for you.
Brock.
Very pretty.
Brock goes with you, I remember.
Yes. And she was like,
Which is
what are
funny.
you doing? It's like, I've got something to do here.
And the female dwarf, that was a funny little dynamic.
Yes.
She's like weirdly like
Very
there's like
horny.
a weird sexual tension between her and like everyone.
Everyone.
Everyone,
one of my
yeah.
favorite lines is, like, Kratos like warns Atreus about her. He's
Yes,
like,
yes.
Careful of the dwarf. He's like, what's wrong, brother? It's like, she is friendly.
And then Trace is just like, okay.
Yeah, no, I like Lunda. She's a fun addition. Just
She
the
was fun.
horny
And then-
dwarf girl.
And then the side quest she had where you had to go get that orb, right? And she didn't tell you what it was, and
Yes.
Kratos was like, "We have to be careful about this orb. It could be something." And it's like, and then you bring it back, it's a fucking squeaky toy, and then
For
they
her
take
dog.
the piss out of him. They're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, wow, it's a good thing you didn't mess with that orb, Kratos.
She's pondering her orb, but
it could have destroyed us all."
yeah, that was funny.
It's like moments like that where the game is almost being self-referential and just very, very tongue-in-cheek, which is always nice. It's a bit of levity.
Yes, but that only kind of kicked me in the balls more, where I'm saying, like, we've diverted our attention from the story, from this conversation that we need to have to find a fucking dog toy. It felt like the game was kind of making fun of me. I did like that though, but yeah, just overall, again, the pacing. I didn't like this part being where it was.
But
this
again,
amount of side quests. But at the same time, like, it's what you should do when you introduce a new realm. It's good to have more of it to explore than just what the story gives you.
And again, this is almost a theme, right? Even though it's maybe not the best pacing or whatever, what was there was good. Like what's on the screen right now, this side quest.
Yes.
Well, it's not really a side. Well, it's sort of a side
This
quest.
is a side
with Freya.
quest.
It is a side quest. Was great. Like this is arguably main game, main story material right here, right? So I didn't regret coming here. I didn't feel like my time was wasted. But
no,
like
I didn't
said,
feel like my time was wasted. I wish that
Yeah.
we did this some other time, I guess. I wanted to
Sure,
get the
sure.
conversation out of the way first, I guess.
Yeah. I understand that.
But
So,
yes,
yeah,
so
it was a
we go through
good period.
Vanaheim. We meet the resistance force, the Odin resistance force, which comprises of like 4 people.
Yeah.
Lunda, the boar man, some guy called Burger, and the light and dark elf that hold hands and get along. We are here to break the seals that Odin put on Freya, and in doing so, we kind of reconcile with her along the way. And we have the scene of her breaking the seals, and we have to fight Nidhogg, and that was cool. That
was a cool fight. I enjoyed that fight.
Like, I was happy that finally we were fighting some, mythological shit. That's what I'm here for. Although
I thought it was neat that you had to do specific things during the fight. I forgot what you had to do, but Freya would shout like, "Do this," or like, "Shoot the arrows," or "I'll shoot the arrow and you burn it," or whatever. And then, I don't know,
Yeah.
I don't remember, but
I mean,
it had some neat
it-
sort of small mechanics throughout the fight.
it was
that were-
nothing to write home about, but it was a boss with a recognizable Norse mythological character. I think most people are aware of the name Nidhogg, even if they don't know
Yeah.
who it is. And that sets up the side quest of gathering the children, because
Yes.
following through with the theme of the boar, where we killed, or not the boar, the bear. We killed the bear at the beginning, and now the cubs have nowhere to go. We've killed Nidhogg, and it has a bunch of children that have nowhere to go, and a character we haven't talked about, Ratatoskr, the lovable squirrel that tends the world tree, is willing to adopt them. So that's nice.
And yeah.
And so Freya gains the ability to traverse the realms again. And if you're wondering how she could be here at all without that ability, she turns into a bird, and apparently she can stay here as a bird.
Yeah,
and
yes, point. Because in quote unquote in this form, the pull is not so strong, so she's limited to being in that form.
Yes. And we meet Freyr, who is Freya's brother, who's
her brother,
the weak younger brother who basically relies on her for everything. But he's very charming and charismatic, and he has a good heart. He's just not particularly strong-willed.
I enjoyed him. I thought he was fine. The game doesn't get you to care about him too much.
No.
Like they could have done more to make you care, I feel like.
Yes.
A lot of the time in Vanaheim is dedicated to Freya rather than her and her relationship to her brother. They do talk about it. It is present, but it's not massive. And so I feel like
we have a lot of build up to him in Alfheim, because he brought peace between the two light elves and dark elves, but then he left when Freya married Odin.
Yeah.
For some reason. I'm not sure why that made him leave, but yeah, so there's a setup for a payoff. We know that he has the ability to unite the elves, and he's not doing that. Yeah. He's leading a resistance force against Odin, not particularly well, and he just really wants his sister to come home and take over for him.
So if we fast forward a little bit, once the Vanaheim section is over, that is when you finally get back to what you kind of wanted to get back to.
But by that point, the goalpost has changed. The topic of discussion has changed, because Freya gave Kratos the idea, well, where did he go? Well, he talked to Odin, and Odin asked him to come to Asgard. Maybe he went to Asgard. And so that obviously scares the shit out of Kratos. So when they get back, his first question, did you go to Asgard? And Loki's very hurt by this, because no, of course I didn't go to Asgard. You thought that's what I was doing? And kind of reinforces this idea that Kratos doesn't have any trust in him, which it's not incorrect, but here Loki definitely gets the impression that Kratos has less trust in him than he actually does.
Yeah.
And that kind of sets him off. And
it's a reasonable fear, of course. Like
yes,
none of this is unjustly, brought up or anything. But yeah, it's one of those situations where neither party is kind of in a clear state of mind, right?
Yeah. So apparently he has been talking about going to Asgard. He kind of wants to by the time we get back, which wasn't really anything that he was thinking about before. Kind of thought about it a bit with Angrboda, but it definitely felt like
it was set up. But in terms of that, yes, it seems like when you get back, the dwarves have been like speaking to him. Sindri comes out of his room being like, "You better set that boy straight, because I'm done." Like, he's fed up. And I really related to that in a sense, because it, again, like that whole sequence made I might be going too deep into this, but Atreus, there's a theme of him becoming a man and becoming more independent, but at the same time, a lot of the game for the last hour or two, up until this point, was actually almost making Atreus back into a child, in a sense.
What he did with Freya was really stupid. That is a kid decision. That is not something he should have done. It works out for the best, but still, that's not a great decision.
Even back with the Angrboda stuff, like that's a very childish sequence. They're almost being children together in a way a lot of the time. It's almost like being in Neverland, right?
Yeah.
So it's just reinforcing this idea that this kid still isn't. He's not one of the adults yet, right? He's still at the, lower end, if you like. And the fact that Sindri,
I guess
gives him a talking to, and then goes up to Kratos and is like, "You better set him straight," it again reinforces the difference between people like Sindri and Brock and Kratos versus Atreus.
Although
right?
I do think that that what you're reading into it might have been a bit. I think that's good. But I think it might have been reinforced if he didn't constantly make decisions that paid off. Like if he hadn't gone to Freya, Freya wouldn't have come to us, and we wouldn't have made up with her. If we hadn't have told Angrboda
That's the irony.
his thing, then
Yes.
she wouldn't have stood up to her grandmother. If she didn't stand up to his grandmother, she wouldn't have made the world serpent, and like all of his decisions pay off up until a certain point that we haven't gotten to yet. And I think
the irony of it all.
that's the one moment where he makes a bad decision. But even then, it wasn't necessarily a bad decision. I think they could have benefited from having his decisions have more consequences than they did. More negative consequences than they did, rather.
So that moment when they have the big blow up fight. By the way, is your cursor on screen? Is that what that is? On the gameplay?
Cursor, no.
There's a big white. Oh no, it's gone. Never mind.
Maybe what you're seeing, but it won't be streaming.
Okay. So one of my favorite moments, and I made a note about this in the game, was when they have this big fight and Atreus storms out and he becomes a bear.
Yes.
And he runs out, twats Sindri over the head, get out of my way kind of thing, runs out the door, causes all this, it's a big moment. It all kind of blows up, it builds and blows up quite quickly. And as a viewer, you have a sense of like, what the fuck is going on? Like, and then he turns into a bear, runs out, and then sort of turns back into a human, is about to go out, he uses the stone on the realm door comes up, and then the camera turns around and Kratos is there at the door, and the one and only time he calls him boy is right then.
That's perfect.
The only thing he yells is boy. Right?
And that sends him over the edge. I missed that. That's brilliant.
In that moment, I was like, damn, that's excellent. And it was only in that moment that I actually realized that he has never called him boy so far in this entire game.
Yeah, no, that's really good.
It's always Atreus.
If we haven't made it clear, by the way, the dialogue, the writing in this game is pretty fucking excellent. Like,
so good.
It's really, really strong shit a lot of the time.
And in that moment, it just solidified, like, how confused, saddened, possibly even a little betrayed Kratos feels in that moment, and in a sense, in a mirrored way,
and
disappointed, but also in a mirrored sense, Atreus himself, right? Like in that moment, Kratos and Atreus have never been more apart than in that moment, right? It's been growing. There's been a dissonance growing between them for a while. I think a lot of things reinforce that, both the actual story, him going to Ironwood and learning stuff independently of Kratos and having to keep secrets from Kratos and doing all this shit, going to Freya alone, right, and doing all that stuff. But also the very fact that we have now controlled Atreus, I think twice, for extended sections, means that we as the player are also kind of growing apart from Kratos in a very real way.
Yes.
And I just loved how all of that came together for in that moment, being like, he calls him boy. And
no, I missed that.
Fucks off.
That's perfect.
I wrote that down the second it happened. Like the second the game gave me a minute to pause, right? And I just wrote down the note about that.
But yeah, about the bear transformation. There's another thing going back to Angrboda's convenience. Also, she just happened to be able to teach him how to use double trigger and turn into a wolf. That's another thing. Very lucky that she knew how to do that. But yeah, we have double trigger as Atreus, and we can become our wolf form. But the bear, he's still not in control of the bear.
Exactly. Yes, the bear is one of the only forms.
The wolf, he's grown control. He can transform when he wants to, transform out when he wants to, but the bear seems to only take over when he's incredibly emotional, and he doesn't seem to have control over the bear. Because he as you said, he twats Sindri, and Sindri, that's an important moment. That's when Sindri's starting to turn on Atreus a bit and starting to feel quite betrayed by him.
Sindri has his own character arc with relationship to Atreus and Kratos, right?
Yes.
In the sense of like, who am I to this kid? What liberties am I allowed to take with him? He's not my son, he's Kratos' son. Whose side am I on? Do I help him? Do I tell Kratos? Is what I'm doing responsible or good? Like, it's really interesting stuff, and not all of it is spoken either. You know, the dialogue is great, but it's also what goes unsaid.
Yes,
which
I
is
mean
also
the
very, very
animation and the facial performances are all like the amount
Yeah.
of times that Kratos almost cries, you know, and you can just feel
Yeah.
that
You can just see that
in
and
the
feel that,
animation, in the
exactly.
performance. Not no dialogue needed, no like cracks in the voice or anything. Just him is like his eyes and his like pursing his lips and stuff. Like there's
Yeah.
so many tiny details that convey so much.
And the great thing is that, and this is another really interesting thing, the more dissonance grows between Atreus and Kratos, right? Suddenly, Kratos starts to also like regress, and you know he thinks Atreus
Yes.
has gone to Asgard. He thinks Heimdall is going to kill him, right? That's the whole sort of next part, right? So Atreus leaves, and I think you do an Atreus section. I don't remember.
Well,
Whatever.
no, we have to do. We have to go through the Asgard section. That's a big one.
Yeah, but just to quickly mention,
Yes.
you know, Atreus, not only is Atreus not happy with where he is, right, in himself, right, because he knows what he did wasn't right. He's worried about them even after he leaves. The second he leaves, he's like, ah, shit, like, you know, what was that? But then Kratos is no better, right? Kratos himself is also worried and realizes, and he has conversations with Mimir, like, you know, like, I have to do this. I have to make sure he's safe,
Yes.
and doing that, even if it means becoming someone that I don't like about myself or regressing, that's what I have to do, right? And in that moment, that's what he feels, right? But then, as we'll get to later, it's not that simple. It's not
Yes.
that clear cut, right? And they really walked the tightrope really well, I thought, laying that all out and then executing on it with good character moments and everything. It's hard to kind of put into words.
Well,
but,
yeah. What's
yeah.
cool about Kratos in this next upcoming section is it's, you know, the father struggling to let go. You know, when you go to college and your parents are dropping you off, they start getting pissed at you for some reason because they're losing control and they don't really know what to do. Kratos in this moment, what he needs to do, what he should do, is nothing. He should trust his son. He should let him handle it. Let him do. There's nothing for him to do right now. There is no way in hell Kratos is in a place to accept that. So he does everything. He does the most God of War fucking thing you can imagine. He's just like, I'm gonna go talk to the fucking fates. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go like over everyone's head, and I'm just going to, you know,
Yeah.
do this reality bending shit. I'm gonna kill the gods. Do like anything to make him feel like he's doing something, that he has agency in the situation when he doesn't, and really he shouldn't. And his arc is about learning to let go, learning to trust, and learning to make someone else let his son make his decisions without his input and without him needing to rely on Kratos. So we'll get to that. Before we have what is going on screen, Loki decides to go to Asgard, and we have probably my favorite vista is Asgard.
Oh yeah.
Or
Easily one of the best moments visually.
or just the fields of Asgard in the distance. We make our way to Vigrid, as seen in Bayonetta. And in Vigrid, we meet, what's fucking this guy's name?
I don't remember his name.
Skilder, I think.
Something like that.
We meet Skilder, who's the first king of Denmark, and I don't like him, and I don't know why he's here. He's fucking waste. Like, this guy was kind of pointless. He acted as a symbol. He represented regular people. He was the representative of the Midgardians in Asgard that Odin has taken in.
The common man.
Yeah, the everyman, the normal person, and he's just a friend to Atreus, but like he's so thin. He's just there for like 3 scenes. He's just like, hey, what's up? Hey, you're Loki. Hey, cool. What's up?
When you start climbing the wall,
yeah,
it's just a great sequence, and he's calling up to you like, "Hey, how's it going?" It's like, "Yeah, you're really small."
Yeah, but to just go back to Skilda, I found it a little convenient, or dare I say contrived, that the 2 times that Atreus has gone out on his own, he happens to run into someone exactly his age.
Sure.
Like someone who he would get along with, a friend. Like he didn't run into someone who is like an adult and maybe is pissy or something like that. Yeah, I just found that a little convenient, especially for. I mean, Skilder, he serves a purpose, but yeah, he's very thin. But yeah, you're climbing up this wall, epic moment. Skilder's calling you, being like, "Hey, you're really small. I can't believe you're gonna climb the wall." And then
I love that, by the way. I literally love that you meet him, and Loki's just like, I'm just gonna climb it, you know. And then he's like, wait, really? Without any gear? I half expected him to go, oh wait, there's gear. Oh, okay, let's spend an hour prepping for this wall climb, and then there's loads of gameplay around the village, and you go talk to people, and you get gear and stuff or whatever. Then you climb the wall. I was pleasantly surprised with like, no, he just walks up to the wall and climbs it.
What was very nice about that is just like you, in that moment, in that exchange of just random person meets you, hey, this is the wall, blah blah blah, all this lore of the wall, oh, it's great, and you're just like, all right, I'm gonna climb it, and you're just like, what really? This irreverence to something so grand, it's like, oh, this boy's Kratos' son. That's such a Kratos thing to do. Just something that should be held with reverence. I'll just fucking climb it, man. Like, oh, this beautiful statue, I'll just fucking break it, man. Oh, this god, I'll just fucking kill it, man. Like, that's the irreverence of Kratos emanating through his son. I thought that was a really neat moment. Like, that's exactly what Kratos would do. No fucks given, no second thought. Oh, it's a wall, I'll climb it.
I'm a climber. I can do it. I've climbed before. So.
Yes, and I do like how they set that up. How they mention that he's climbing. Although this is a little funny thing. It's just a little thing. I do find it really, really cute that Kratos keeps a journal, and it is supposed to be him writing it.
Yes.
I'm just like, I can't imagine him doing that. But yeah, so Loki climbs.
I must have looked back about 4 or 5 times as I climbed the wall.
Yes, I kept looking down and looking around and seeing Tyr's temple flooded, and it was fantastic visuals, very, very stunning. And then we get to the top, and we are met with the best character. We meet Heimdall, and Heimdall is fucking perfect. I love Heimdall.
He's so good.
He's so like, good. At every scene, like with Odin, you're like, tense. You're just like, oh, Odin. Every scene with Heimdall, you're just like, this motherfucker. Like, he was
just
so
want to punch him.
He was so entertaining. I loved him.
Yeah.
Like, for those who don't know, his thing is he has these special eyes that can read your intentions. So he can read your movements very accurately, so you just can't touch him. Like, he can just outdo you in everything, basically. And I think he was the best built-up threat in the game. I think having Thor as an intro boss kind of neutered him in terms of, like, hype. But Heimdall, I was like, I am excited to fight this guy. Because we get him, we meet him, we have a lot of back and forth between him where he shit talks you and just talks down to you and doesn't want to let you over the wall. I think his first line is, so what part about the Titanic wall just screamed, come in? And just absolutely belittling you in every possible way. And what was nice is he looks into your intentions and he looks at you and he actually gets worried. He's like, oh, you are a problem. Okay. Noted. And then you get the beginning of, I'd say, up there as my favorite section of the game. What you just saw on screen right now. You get the tour of Asgard, starting with Heimdall, taking you through to the Grand Hall, to Odin, taking you around the different parts of Asgard. You are just, it's the game playing to its strengths. What the game has done the best so far is attention to detail and scope, creating incredibly vast yet incredibly detailed environments. And this is just throwing it all at you and not giving you enough time to absorb it. And that is exactly what Odin is doing to you right now. How you were exactly in Atreus' shoes, where you feel very overwhelmed by your surroundings and what you're learning, and you as the player are mostly focused on Odin and what he's saying, but there's so much to see, and you look over there, oh, you missed what was on the other side, and you don't get a chance to absorb it all. It's a really big dick move from the developers to put that much work into stuff that you're probably not going to appreciate fully. and all to achieve this effect that I think was absolutely nailed. I thought that was really, really well done. But before we meet Odin, we get a fight with Heimdall, which is one of the better done unwinnable boss fights I've fought, where he just dodges everything.
Everything you do, he dodges. It's just brilliant.
He dodges it. It looks really cool, and he just gets like the most annoying pot shots in here and there, like not even looking at you, just punches you in the stomach, and you're like, God damn it, this guy.
Yeah.
And like you ain't shit to this guy. He's dangerous, and the way he acts around everyone except the Allfather, it really gives you a good sense of Heimdall. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about Thor. Thor can't touch him. He doesn't give a fuck about anyone. No one can touch him. No one is better than him except the Allfather. And as Mimir described him, like, this is someone who's dangerous because he truly believes in Odin. And where most people are scared of him, most people are coerced by him, most people are bound to serve him because of the systems they are part of, this guy just believes, and that's dangerous.
Yeah.
And yeah, so great way to introduce this character, great way to build him up. Can't wait to beat the crap out of him. I really, like, bravo to Heimdall. Really liked him. Great performance.
Really, really, really good.
So we go around, we get to see more of Odin, and Odin is really chill and understanding and gives Loki everything he wants that he's not getting from Kratos. Someone who's listening to him, someone who respects his decisions, someone who lets him make decisions, someone who will not withhold knowledge from him. He just gives him a shit ton of books and is just like, here, secrets, read. Someone who just trusts him with everything. Like, hey, you like that sword? Take it. Yeah, you know, what's mine is yours. You're like, you're here and you can do what you want. I think we can help each other in this situation. He meets Thrud, which is a pretty important character. This is the sister of the person that you murdered in the prior game. There's a bit of uncomfortable subtext that her brother used to abuse her. And so she is kind of happy that he's dead, kind of conflicted about it, especially that now you're living in his room. But you also get an idea of the hierarchy created in Asgard. She is not noticed by Senpai Odin, but now that there's less competition, she's moving up, as she said. You can just kind of get that there's this uncomfortable family dynamic. Sif, her mother and Thor's wife, just doesn't fucking like you, understandably. And yeah, Thrud wants to be a Valkyrie. And so that's, I think, a lot of what we set up. And if we just want to look on screen right now, this is me exploring the whole. And just to kind of really underline the attention to detail that these guys are going for in this game. You can't really tell necessarily, but let's see, it's the end. These are random background characters having a conversation. The conversation is fully voice acted, and the lip movements are actually what they're saying. That is insane. Yeah. That's insane that you did that for fucking background characters. That usually you would just have the mouths going like up and down, but no, like, it's with less fidelity than the main characters for sure, but you can tell that they are actually saying the words that they are saying in their animation. Holy hell, that is attention to detail. And that is extravagant, as I would say. This game is very extravagant with how much you're
also another extravagance, which you haven't really touched on yet, but can I just point out the transitions with Odin when you get surrounded by the crows, and literally within 3 seconds you're just in a completely different spot. Sorry, what? Like, how? Like, just stop for a second and think how that's even possible. He also sends you and Thor to a different realm, and suddenly you're in a different. Oh, I'm just in a different realm now. Like, we've just loaded that in 4 seconds. You know,
I wonder how long the crows stay on PlayStation 4.
Exactly. That was my question, because sometimes there's dialogue during the loading, right?
Yes.
Like they're talking. Crows go away. They're still talking, but now they're in the place. I wonder how they handle that. If the loading has to be longer, it reminds me of. I haven't played it, but I've seen clips of it. The Ratchet and Clank stuff where you go between rifts or whatever.
Yes.
And it just instantly loads. I mean, so cool. It goes over your head when you're playing it. You just accept it, but when you think about it, it's like no, that's pretty good stuff right there.
Also,
technically speaking,
there's an interesting line of dialogue Odin says here where it's like, hey, you should be it's a good thing that my offer still stands after you went and sprung Tyr. But I guess spending time with him is punishment enough. At least Mimir never lost his sense of humor. How do you know that? How do you know what Tyr's like? You've kept him locked up, right? How do you know what he's like now that he's out? That's all.
Yeah.
That's suspicious, perhaps. Yeah, Odin seems like a pretty stand-up guy from his interactions with you. And he finds out that he is a fan of Jim Carrey's The Mask. And he has a replica prop of Jim Carrey's The Mask, but it's incomplete. And he wants you to complete Jim Carrey's The Mask of Loki by Jim Carrey. And from The Mask, based on The Mask. So you find out that Odin's drive is this rift he's found, this little scar in reality. And he believes that inside it is enlightenment, true knowledge. And Odin in mythology, he is the guy who seeks wisdom. That is his defining trait. He constantly wants to know more. So the Odin in this game, he wants to know what meaning he has, because, and it's an interesting idea, because he is a god, and he says that, you know, the people below me, they have meaning. It's me. What's my meaning? Where do I go when I die? What is this all for? What is the meaning for me? You know,
yeah.
And so he wants to see through this rift, and you need the mask to do that, and learn the secrets of the universe, and that is his drive. And he says, if I can find out the truth of everything, I can find out how to stop Ragnarok peacefully. I can find out how to make the world better, and I can find out, you know, how to make things better for everyone. And I think what's very interesting is that that's probably true. What do you think?
Regardless of what it probably is, I have no reason to trust him, right? That's the thing.
But
why,
I still think...
why, okay, you're gonna give this guy all the unfettered fucking answers and power, like, more than he already has.
But the interesting thing is, at the end, he doesn't want it. He wants you to have it, because he can't have it. He knows the only person who can look into it is a giant wearing the mask, so he puts it on you. So, like, I do feel for Odin, and I
oh yeah, you sort of feel for him, but at the same time, in the back of my mind, it's like he's gonna do whatever he can do to use you and usurp whatever exists there. That's
exactly. But at the same time, it's a very relatable drive, because I think he's right. I think if they did look into it, they could have probably solved things a lot easier. We don't know that, but perhaps that is a chance that should be taken. And I can understand also Odin's mentality towards how he treats everyone else below him. Is like, I am God. I am the All-Father. I am the Most High. If anyone has the right to seek these answers, it's me, right? I do understand that. I don't know. I'm sympathetic towards Odin, and I feel like I think we'll get into it later, but I think it's a very interesting motivation, and I would have liked to seen into that scar. But yeah, he wants you to refuse the mask. He wants you to complete the mask so you can look through it and see the divine enlightenment,
yeah,
and find out what the meaning of everything is. And
you get the new flying sword, which is kind of neat, and
you get the new flying sword, and then you go on a quest.
You go to Muspelheim with Thor.
Muspelheim with Thor, and you get to spend some time with Thor, and he is really just a depressed lapdog.
Yeah. It's nice. I like the time that you spend with him. You start to get a sense of who he really is.
Yes, and later you start to get through to him. At first, he's just very,
Yeah.
very terse, not very open.
And so the takeaway from the Muspelheim section is you find a shrine there, just sort of by happenstance.
And oh my God, Angraboda, what
it's
are you
Angraboda.
doing here?
You share a few words.
You find out that she is writing her own ending. She's going out looking for the rest of the giants.
Yeah, she gets that little character moment, and then you go back to Thor. You find the mask, and basically.
You find out in the prophecy that Surtur, the fire giant, is supposed to fuse with his loved one and turn into a giant monster to help with Ragnarok.
Yes,
that's what you find out. And then also you have an exchange with Thor where he doesn't fucking like you and he almost kills you. Like he pins you to the wall with Mjolnir.
Yes.
And you're trying to get through, like, look, we don't have to like each other, but like if we're going to do anything worthwhile here for the Allfather, we need to trust each other, even if we don't like each other. Like, know that we have each other's back. And then a convenient enemy comes and you fight each other, and you try to get through to him through his daughter, and talking about his relationship with her through his experience of his relationship with his dad. And he's like, the Muspelheim trials, those are pretty fun. You should try those out. And so you keep
that was funny. I like that.
You keep trying to convince him to go through the Muspelheim trials, and then he's like, yeah, okay, you know what, fine, fuck it. And so he goes off and he does the trials. And
you hear him in the distance going, I am the best god ever.
It's like, I am the god of thunder. And then,
is that all you can throw at me?
Exactly, that kind of stuff. And that's what gives you the free minute to talk with Angraboda and see the shrine. But I do think it's interesting, this idea of killing things being fun. This is overall, Atreus kept saying, it was fun. These are living things that you're killing, and he found that fun. He thought it was very fun to do the Muspelheim trials, and I think that overall this is a very interesting topic for this game, and the idea that the gameplay that you are kind of in the narrative you are kind of against is why we're here. It's the fun part of it, and that's another issue that Last of Us 2 had, where it's kind of hard to decry the horrors of violence when that is what we're having fun with. That is that you put so much thought into these mechanics that are fun. And when Atreus says the Muspelheim trials were fun, I agree. I agree with him. They were fun. I had a lot of fun, and I have a lot of fun killing things in this game.
Yeah.
And that feels a little at odds with the story that is trying
at least
to be told.
At least what you kill in Muspelheim isn't good things. I mean, they're like Draugrs
and shadows and stuff, but
undead stuff.
Well, it's not just undead stuff. It was like nightmares. I think they're not nice, but they're living things or whatever. I'm sure there are a couple trolls you killed, but still, that's just an interesting topic, that these games that want to do better, it's something that in their narrative, it's something that they need to reconcile, I think, and I don't know that this game does that.
Sure. So what's next? We go to we get the masterpiece. We return.
And then
we
had a
then
good night's sleep.
He goes to his room,
and we cut over to Kratos.
Yes, it transitions back to Kratos.
So,
and then we have
question: the knife. Did he Rise of Skywalker the knife to Kratos? That's the impression I got.
Yeah, so I thought that in the moment, but I'm pretty sure Kratos has a similar knife.
Okay.
And it's meant, because if I remember correctly, they both have a knife. He has a knife, and I think they were both given to them by Faye.
Yeah.
So it's meant to be, oh look, they both have matching knives. This isn't the same knife, it's the matching knife. And yeah, I think that's what it's supposed to be. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone.
Yes.
But yeah. But that was a neat transition, and then we have the whole section
We have Kratos going on random
yes.
side quests because he doesn't know what the hell to do, and so he's just trying to feel like he has agency in this situation at all. We get 2 back-to-back sequences of finding a secret underwater something. I just thought that was a weird trend, that like we find the Norns and they're underwater, and then we go and we find the woman.
Oh,
and
yeah,
she's
yeah.
underwater.
So
I'm just like, that's odd.
So they do the Norns, which is a very spooky scene. It gave me vibes of original God of War.
Yes, and also, but this is the time where we get to explore Midgard again. Finally, we are back in the Lake of Nine from the first game, and it's frozen over. And apparently, there was all of this shit about Sigrun, the Valkyrie Queen, under our noses the entire time that we didn't know about. Mimir was apparently her lover in the past, but she had a secret past that she didn't share with him, where she was in love with someone else, and that person killed her family. Does that have any thematic relevance to what's going on? I guess it's just burying the past and moving forward.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's looking for the Norns because they are the Fates, the people who know all of time and destiny. And
so they look around, and then they eventually find
the Norns.
Like a weird lake.
He's looking for them because he wants just a general idea of like, okay, well, tell me like what's gonna happen, so at least I know what to do, you know. Which this is a kind of a defeat for Kratos, because his entire thing has been, we will not let fate dictate our actions.
Yeah, like I said before, he's regressing in this.
Yes, and now that he doesn't know what to do, he's falling back on this, and this is a bit of a sad moment for him.
And you can kind of tell the characters around him know, but you know they don't have the heart or the will to kind of say so, right? And so anyway, so
we have an interesting addition of a Kelpie. That is what takes us to the Norns. I have no idea why they have a Kelpie in this game, and they imply that Mimir is in fact Scottish. Because for those who don't know, Kelpies are Scottish mythical creatures, nothing to do with Norse mythology. And Mimir says it's from his
Celtic mythology.
Yeah, Mimir says it's from his own land. And there's another like line where he's talking about haggis, neeps, and black pudding, which that might have been Norse food as well, because I know that haggis originated with the Romans, so I'm not sure. But when he said that the Kelpie's from his land, I'm like, oh, so he's Scottish. Okay, that's odd. I don't know. I find that a bit odd.
I mean, look, they're doing this thing where they blend shit. So
yes, I mean, where the fuck did Lunda get her accent? But so
there's that.
We go to
take the Kelpie
Norns
into the lake, which was a neat kind of thing.
Yes.
Reminded me of the thing from Star Wars. What's it called?
The Gungan City.
Yeah, the Gungan City a bit.
And we have the Norns, which is a really, really cool scene.
Again, just stunning, visually stunning. I loved the moment where you're underwater and you're just looking around like, holy crap, this is just really neat. Cool scene with the Norns. Very, like I said, very original trilogy God of War vibe for me.
Yes, you're seeing something mythological and sacred, and you're kind of just walking in with Kratos irreverence. They have this really nice trick of they are saying everything you're saying as you're saying it, and it's really annoying for the characters. Like there's one where she like Freya says shut up, and the girl says shut up at the same time, and then she's just like I got you. But yeah, the three
and so in general that escapade, the three of them predict that Heimdall is gonna want to murder Atreus, basically. So that's the impetus for Kratos to then leave and try and stop that from happening.
But also, they do say that Kratos is going to die. And I don't know how to take that, because at the end of the game it confirms that, yes, fate is very much real, and what is foretold will happen as it was told. So them saying he will die, is that just in general? Because, I mean, yeah, sure, everyone dies. But I thought... I need to check the dialogue again, but I definitely got the distinct impression that they were implying you're going to die to Odin.
Well, look,
at this point.
You know, if we accept that anything they're told is simply what they're told to get them to do what they have to do, right? Then it doesn't really matter what they say. It's, as long as it results in the relevant actions. Then,
No, I think that was just the case for the deception. Like that's what they had to do. But talking to the Norns, I feel like everything they said is on the up and up. It's true.
Yeah, no
That's
idea.
the impression I got. But yeah,
Regardless,
also we got a lot of like
it
neat,
worries them.
we got a lot of neat dialogue about fate and talking about the second game, because the Fates were the main bad guys of the second
Yes.
God of War,
Yes.
and it was cool to go through that again and Kratos' thoughts on it, and he just tells them, it's like, yeah, no, I've traveled in time, I went back in time and fixed mistakes. It's like, that's the most foolish, like, what was it, like that's the most reckless thing I've ever heard anyone ever do. It's just like, yeah, I did that. But yeah, so it was a nice callback. I'm glad that he met the Fates in both mythologies. That was cool. And also, little detail, if you go back to that area with Atreus later in the game, the path isn't there anymore. But there's a line of dialogue. It's like, I don't think the Norns are here, brother. Like, what are we doing here? And it's like, I thought Atreus would like to see the horse.
That's great. Oh, that's cute.
It is cute. But yeah, so he finds out that Heimdall plans to kill Atreus, and that triggers him. He's like, okay, finally, I've got something to fight against. I've got something to do. I need to kill Heimdall. Easy. And then everyone's like, actually, no, not easy. No one can touch him. He's incredibly...
We need to find something that can actually touch him. Yeah.
Yes, and Kratos has the best retort, man. He's got such a good line here. Like Heimdall, I've never seen anyone touch him. Like, you won't be able to lay a finger on him. And he says, it matters not. Whatever advantages he has, I will overwhelm him with my own. It's like, oh, fuck. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that. And then Brock's
was
like,
very
yep,
good line.
you got the right idea. You got to overstimulate his senses because he can't read everything. So we need something that is overwhelming to him. Go get Draupnir. And I don't know why, but this scene was really fucking good. I really, really like this, where we follow Sindri into this well where he gets Helga Hufflepuff's cup from the Lestrange vault, and as you know, it multiplies. And so you got the mythical Draupnir that replicates itself, and he goes down and picks it up as you hear people talking in the background. It was just a really interestingly shot scene. They didn't have to do it like that. He could have just walked off and come back with it, but I really appreciate, again, just
that was really good.
Extravagant game. They will go all
Again,
the fuck out.
The direction of this game is fantastic. They should win best direction at the awards easily.
And
so he comes back up and
sorry. Because when you say direction, you're thinking of like movie direction, and I think of game direction as something else, something a lot more than where you move the camera.
Well, it's move the camera, the acting,
yes,
everything about it. Anyway, this whole next section of the game where you go and make this spear basically was really fun. Partly because I had no idea what to expect, but also, this is what I was saying. I like Brock. I thought Brock had his time to shine in this section. This was like his section, and I really appreciated that because obviously Sindri got a bit more of the relevance up until that point. There was the whole thing when you with Atreus you learned about Sindri bringing him back to life, but only having three out of the 4 parts of his soul restored. Yes. And again, that just gave a bit more depth to their relationship and Brock as a character as well, right? And that answered a few questions in a sense, like, it makes a bit more sense why Brock is so different to Sindri perhaps. And anyway, so that was really neat. Just to kind of skate over a lot of it, but I enjoyed that gameplay section.
We go down,
up to it,
we see the woman of the lake who's a mermaid, and she
very cool.
Takes your blood, and I like how she made the God of War logo and wrapped that around the spear.
And also the foreshadowing that Sindri didn't want Brock to speak to her. And at
Yes.
first I wasn't quite sure why, but I had my
I
suspicions.
mean, yeah, I thought it was just because he's,
Yeah.
you know, he's gonna say fucking shit, and he's like, no, it's
Exactly.
the lady. You can't talk
Exactly.
to the
That's
lady
what I
like
thought
that.
initially. But then afterwards I was like, oh, hang on, does it have something to do with
The soul.
the thing? You're right. And it's like, yes. And it ultimately did. And
You have a really nice bro moment.
just a lovely moment after that. Because they were talking up until that point. They had that conversation about the difference, like
The
how
difference
dwarf
between
magic
form
works.
and nature.
Form and nature,
And that's a very
that-
important theme, and that really resonates
Absolutely.
with Kratos. That's like
Yes,
he
absolutely.
that sticks with him.
and I thought it was just such a nice moment. Again, I didn't see any of this coming, so I thought it was really set up really nicely, where they talk to the mermaid does her thing, but then they need a blessing or whatever, and then they don't get it from the mermaid because Mimira's like, oh,
Well, yeah, she can't talk to Brock.
she can't
hear
talk to
him.
exactly, and that's when Brock kind of realizes, oh shit, that's what Sindri actually did, because he always had his, he said I've always suspected but I never knew, right? So now we know that Brock knows.
Yes.
And he's kind of pissed, and he's like having a moment to himself, right? And Kratos just does like the best thing and just kneels in front of Brock, presenting the spear, and is like, yes, we do need a blessing from
A great blacksmith.
a great talented blacksmith. And you just see Brock like,
Oh, bro.
it's like, oh,
bro,
and then I love how like it's a very simple blessing. He just says like, may this spear be, be wielded with wisdom and power or whatever. And then doesn't he spit on
He
it? Or
spits on
something?
it, yeah. It's like perfect. That's exactly how you should do it.
Just
Brock.
great. And I love how Kratos doesn't say anything. He just kind of like grunts, like, and then is like, great,
Yes. I want to talk about something overall that this game does a lot. It is a narrative trick, and it is a good narrative trick. I don't know what it's called, but I'll call it throwing back, volleying dialogue, where someone will say something, and then some interactions will go on, and then the other character will say that thing back to them. That happens a lot in this
yes,
game.
that happened a few times.
It is the form of not the, is the form, but it is not my nature. Like Brock says that to him, and then Kratos says that back to Brock to convince him, and that happens. I'm gonna say too much in this game. The thing is, it is a good look. Let me just have my spiel. It is a good narrative trick. It is not an easy narrative trick. To pull it off well, you need to have a good understanding of the characters. You need to understand, what is being developed through this exchange, what is changed about the first way it was presented to the second way it's presented. It's very solid. It is a good trick, but like with anything in a, in a artistic discipline, good tricks, you need to also be sparing with them. Like, for example, a singer. If you know how to dance around the note you need to hit, that is tough. That takes a lot of technical skill. If the entire song is that, though, it kind of it loses its effect and almost becomes comical and a little silly. I think that almost maybe did happen in this game with that narrative trick. They used it so much that it felt a little goofy to me at points, and you could see it coming a mile away past a certain point because you've been primed for it. And it's not bad. At the end of the day, it is a good trick that is hard to execute, and they've executed it well time and time again. But I think you could have used some restraint. But that being said, I'd say the best payoff in this game is one of those moments.
Yeah, it definitely is.
A lot of the good payoffs are those moments, but I definitely, it felt a little formulaic past a certain point, that like you're having an interaction with the character, they're gonna say something, and then later you're gonna say something, and they're gonna look at you like, oh, and you're like,
okay. Yeah. So to come back to the spear, I was very pleasantly surprised that we got a third weapon. I don't know about you, but I did not expect to get a third.
I was expecting a third and a fourth weapon.
I expected a fourth once we got the third, because I'm like, okay, they've bound it to the down arrow.
Yes, but up is to
D-pad.
change your companions arrow.
Exactly. So I was wondering, but how they
so
would do
this
that.
is not the weapon that I would have expected. You've got Draupnir, a spear. You've got Lucifer from Devil May Cry 4. That's what it is. You summon swords and then you pop them with the rose. I don't know about you, but that's exactly what I thought when I got it. I was like, oh, it's Lucifer. Cool. It's a really fucking cool weapon. And what's really cool about it is you can absorb enemies' elements. And I don't know about you, but if you absorb a Bifrost enemy, oh, you just melt them. It's beautiful. Just hitting enemies with Bifrost, they lose twice as much health.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I really like the line once he gets it, when Mimir says, do you know how to use a spear? And then he's like, it's the first weapon every Spartan learns.
Yes,
or
I thought it was a very meaningful,
that was a very deft line.
Weapon where like a spear is very entrenched in Norse mythology, is a very prominent symbol in Norse mythology. Yet it is also
and Greek, yeah.
Yes, yet it is also very much the first weapon a Spartan uses. It is the weapon associated with Sparta more than anything else. So if there's any weapon,
the spear and the shield.
If there's any weapon to give Kratos that encapsulates Greece and Greek and Norse mythology, spear is the right choice, and I think it is really cool.
And just the way it is, like it just materializes in your hand. I mean, come on, that's like lightsaber fantasy, right? Where you just hit a button and suddenly you have a sword.
You're wearing a ring, and it just materializes infinite spears in your hand. It's so cool. You just chuck a spear, and then another one's in your hand. It's awesome. And then like, detonating them. Well, I love, just for the cool factor, just holding triangle to detonate them. Where you awesome weapon.
So yeah, I was pleasantly surprised that was a weapon, and that was what we would use to do the exploration stuff we couldn't access before. I thought it would maybe be some kind of item or whatever, as opposed to a full-on weapon. So I enjoyed that. It was nice to flip between the 3 weapons as opposed to just the 2 in combat. Yeah, and that was cool. And then
you think, okay, things are coming together. Obviously, this is supposed to overwhelm Heimdall's senses because, infinite. You've got infinite spears that you're chucking at him, and they detonate. That's a lot to keep in mind. This seems like it will work. It will overwhelm his senses. He doesn't know it's coming. We've got the advantage, and then Odin comes up and he sees the spear, and he's like, "Oh, well, look at that!" And then you dematerialize it in front of him. You don't like spawn multiple, so you don't give it all away. But I'm just like, Kratos, don't give away your weapon. But Odin comes, and I really like this exchange. This is a really cool exchange. Where he's basically just shit talking him, and he's just like, man, is there any surprise that your son came to me when you're being so like distrustful? You're out here getting weapons. Oh, the god of war. But like there's a line I forgot. He said something, and then Kratos goes, oh, and he's like, don't you have figures of speech like in your homeland? Or should I say, did you have? No, that's not fair. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was a good little jab.
And then you've got the, I know you're not the god you once were. And he's just like, keep talking, do anything to my son and you will meet the god I was. And he's like,
yeah, that was such a good line. I was like, yes, Kratos.
But he diffuses it, and he's just like, oh, and what kind of god was that? Did you ever have anyone pray to you? Did you ever have anybody worship you? Did you ever have anybody love you? Did you ever have anybody like you? Like, what were you? Were you really a god? What do you know about godhood? I don't know, bro. So that was a cool, like, that took the wind out of his sails. He had a really badass line, but like, what does that mean, Kratos? I thought that was Odin. It's always in control with his words. It was cool to see. I forgot why he came. He wanted to.
He just kind of came to like
check in. Are you sure? I think there was something he wanted. I think he was offering something.
I don't quite remember.
Anyway, it was a nice moment.
I'm gonna have to go kind of soon, so let's touch all the major points left.
We need to.
I really like when you get back to the tree and then, sorry, you go back home. Kratos is like, oh, I'm tired. There's that punching the wall transition,
Yes.
which was really neat.
And
then you're back with Atreus.
Looking at his hands. You get the just like, I don't know what to do. All I know is fight, and I can't fight right now. I don't know what to do. So he starts punching the wall for focus. Has a dream with Faye where she says, "Protect our son. I need you to protect our son." And this is probably triggering him right now. And there's that line of like, say anything to your son. I want him to know your voice. And you can see Kratos doesn't know what to say. All very nice stuff. Then we cut back to Loki. It seems like quite a lot of time has passed. You
can throw another clip up if you want.
Kjörger or whatever, the boy is up here for some reason. I thought they weren't allowed in Asgard, but I guess he's here now. And he's been getting along with Thrud, even though they disagree about Odin. She doesn't believe all of the stories he has about Odin and all the terrible things he's done. You can see the kind of indoctrination that's been going on.
So the point of this section is you go on another adventure with Thor, if I remember.
No, with Thrud.
Sorry, with Thrud, my bad. You go to
Hell.
Niflheim, right?
Hell.
And
you go to Helheim.
Helheim, my bad. Yeah, and that was a really cool section. I enjoyed that. Nice to go back to that godforsaken place, and you free Garm, which is the big realm
Actually,
ripping.
I will put. We just had Garm, but I will put him back on screen.
Yeah, let's put him back on screen.
Garm.
I really enjoyed the next two sections because you kind of go to this place twice back to back, but one time you're Atreus with Thrud, and then later you're Kratos with Atreus.
But
this is the Kratos with Atreus.
Yeah, so
time.
We think that the mask is behind Garm, so they free him. It's not there. The mask stops reacting. We have no idea what's up, and we've just freed Garm, who can tear holes in dimensions and will basically destroy the multiverse or whatever. Terrible idea. Not a good thing to do. He fucked up really bad. Heimdall beats the shit out of Thrud and mocks both of them.
You return in quote-unquote failure or whatever.
For what they did, you return, head between your heels, no, tail between your heels or whatever, and you failed, and you say, I want to go home. And Odin, understanding, nice guy, is like, of course, go home. You messed up, but I still believe in you. You'll be back, I think. And, I meant it when I said you're not my prisoner. Go home. And so Kratos has been... He's about to fucking explode. And finally Atreus goes back home, and oh shit, Sindri's house is under attack because of what he did, because he released Garm, and Garm is ripping holes everywhere, and hell walkers are attacking everywhere. So
you fight them off.
You fight them off, and you finally reunite with Kratos. You have the lovely line, "What do I call you?" And then,
which again is a follow up to when he calls him boy.
Yes.
When they last spoke.
But I think the question is more Loki or Atreus, right?
Oh no, yes, obviously, but the point being is, since they've been apart, he's had some time to think, right?
Yes.
And he's when they last, basically what I wrote down was when he says before when Kratos says, what do I call you, it's almost as if to say that he didn't really know who his son wanted to be yet. And the last time he addressed him as boy, and in that moment he ceased to affect, like when he addressed him as boy, when he left, in that moment he ceased to resemble Atreus as he knew him in that moment. Basically, that's why the boy came out, right? It was both a failure of Atreus and a failure of Kratos in himself, in a sense. So the boy was
also I think he's going so against what he wishes, what Kratos wishes, that he reverts to how he was in the first game, where it's just I don't fucking trust this kid, this I need to control this kid, and boy, and it's like, oh no, fuck you, dad.
So in an attempt to maybe try and mend things, he's but partly that, but also partly genuine concern,
Yeah.
I think, and confusion. He says, "What do I call you?"
Yes.
You know, because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to repeat of what happened before, you know. But at the same time, he's
He wants to voice his confusion.
yeah,
and
he wants to voice his confusion exactly.
And then Atreus just runs and hugs him, and it's very awesome. And
that's
he's
just
like,
nice.
and he just goes, Atreus. And this is exactly what Kratos needed. Is not what he was expecting, because he was preparing to fucking storm Asgard and kill Heimdall for him
somehow. Yes,
and this is what starts to solidify his trust. Is he came back? I should have trusted him. Why did I distrust him so much? Like he came back. He came back home.
And the whole next section is kind of them mending that relationship when they go back to Helheim to try and fix the whole Garm escaping thing.
And I think this is the conclusion almost of their arc for me, because what kind of comes next, like at the end of the game, I just feel that as just like that is the status quo that has been achieved because of what happened here. It's not like they achieved something at the end where he says, "This is your decision. I trust you." That's just that's because of this. This is us reaching the climax of their arcs. I thought it was great. He tells them, everyone, I released Garm, and everyone goes like, "What the fuck did you do? Released Garm? Oh my god!" Like, Mimir is just like, "That's the stupidest thing you could ever fucking do." This, Brock is pissed. Sindri's pissed. Tyr, what trickery is this? Was this Loki's doing? Everyone, Freya is like, "You released Garm." Everyone is, and Kratos just goes, "Enough! My boy has made a mistake, and now we will fix it." And it's like, yes, that's fucking we'll take responsibility for this. He knows he fucked up, okay? You don't need to rub it in, and we're taking responsibility for it. Don't worry. And so we go back to Hell, and this is when they start talking more, and he starts telling him what was going on in Asgard, kind of alluding to the idea that there's stuff he can't tell him, and like, look, you kept secrets from me, Mum kept secrets from you, we just have to trust each other. Like, I can't tell you this, but obviously starting to get through to Kratos by telling him things that he can tell him. What Asgard's like, stuff about Odin, just divulging information. So but Kratos doesn't know, like, is this stuff that you all learned in Asgard? Like, you can become a wolf now. Did you learn that in Asgard? What he's still not sure, but
basically
knows
things
more
are getting better.
Yes, he knows more not to ask. And then you have this whole symbolic fight with Garm, where Atreus does not want to kill him, and he says, "Please, can we do this my way?" So we try his way for like a couple seconds, and we're just like, "Nah, this isn't going anywhere. We do it my way." And so we go to beat the shit out of the dog. And
you kill the dog after the fight.
Yep.
Or so it seems, and then eventually he just pops back up, and they realize that
he's unkillable.
What is dead cannot die. Stay dead, right?
He has no soul, is the thing.
Yeah.
So Atreus has an idea, and he says, "Can we please do this my way? I have an idea." And he says, "Okay, I trust you." And that is when that's us. That is almost the culmination of their arc. There's just one little thing left. From a gameplay perspective, this is the best part of the game. If the game was half as long but contained 5 times as many moments as this Garm fight, I would have been
so good.
Very happy. That is
probably the best boss fight in the game.
This is what I wanted from this game. More of this. This epic scale, incredible presentation, but just giant, ludicrous, epic scale fights. And not just a fight, a set piece. You're running through, and boom, he runs over you, and he passes through, and he destroys stuff. And I'm just like, this is God of War. This is what I wanted more than anything else. And so I'm happy we got that in this. But man, I wish there were so much more of it. I wish there were more moments like this. This is exactly
it proves they can do it.
Exactly.
It proves they know, It proves that they know what it is and how to do it. And
it
was really good
and
overall.
You might say that this moment has power in the fact that it is such a rare moment, but I say no. I could have gone for more. I don't. Yeah. I think we could have had more. Just to go over my
hard agree. Yeah.
My recording here, just it's a fuck you to Atreus. Look. he's very sad that we've killed the wolf. Okay. He says, it is over. I wish it didn't have to end that way. It's my fault he got loose. That he's dead. Sometimes there is no other way. I know. I don't give a fuck about your dog, boy. And then, right, look at this disrespect. Like, look at this, right? Boy.
So long story short, the dog can't die. They put the soul of Fenrir into the dog, and
Yes.
that's a cool moment, because not only is it a cool moment, but they actually work together in the fight where like Atreus goes on Kratos' chains and like flings Atreus up onto the dog. And call me dumb, but I did not see the whole thing coming that Fenrir would go into the big dog at all.
Well, of course
until
not,
it
because
happened.
because you didn't know that Fenrir was in this knife until that moment.
That's partly it, but you would have thought, I would have suspected that the only massive dog we see
Yes.
right in the whole thing might be somehow associated with Fenrir, the only massive dog we know of that was actually an established character so far in the game. Yes, albeit quote unquote dead, but like
Yeah.
still, I didn't see it coming until the moment when he does the knife, the dog runs away, and then it's like,
Yes, that's
hang
when
on a
it
second.
clicked. I was like,
You know,
oh,
and that's when it clicked, yeah.
okay.
And I thought that was adorable, the scene when they reunite with him.
Yes, and he licks them.
And he licks them, and he just sits down, he looks all innocent, he kind of cocks his head like, he's just a massive dog, and it's like, oh, it's a
And
doggy.
So we
And then no, and the best bit is when they get over the initial shock of holy shit, it's Fenrir, and then Kratos and Atreus are just talking right there, and in back of shot, Fenrir just slowly creeps up to them, like closer and closer and closer, until his nose is right between them, right? And
Yep.
it's just so cute. And then goes like,
And but there is one thing though. This is a setup that I feel like they missed an opportunity. Well, at the end they're like, "How do we get to Asgard?" Fenrir, we know he can open
Yes.
rifts. He can get us there. But none of them
I
think of that.
assumed.
That's exactly what I assumed they were. That's how I thought they
Yeah.
were going to get to Asgard. But nobody thinks of it except for Angrboda. Overall, I feel like we should have spent a bit more time with Fenrir, because we just saved him and then we don't interact with him again basically for the
Yeah.
entire of the game. He's just like, all right, go home, opens a rift, walks through, okay, see ya. We
Yeah.
entrust him to Angrboda, and yeah, that's it for Fenrir.
it was a good moment, and then you have a nice.
Then you have
chat.
the conclusion of the game, in my opinion, and like the conclusion of their story, where Kratos tells him I've been falling back into my old ways. I become distrustful and all this stuff. I chased you away. I realized like my part in this, and Atreus is like, whoa, no, like you did good. Like I wouldn't have lasted half a second if it weren't for your training, and I came back. I don't know why I thought I could do this alone. I guess I just thought I should try. Blah blah blah. And Kratos, he's just all in his feelings, and he just says like, I'm sorry. And then of course you get, don't be sorry, Dad. Be better. And then everybody cried. I cried.
Yes.
That was beautiful. that was best story moment in the game. What
Very
a fucking
good.
setup and a payoff. And again, it's that trick where one character says something and then the other one says it
Yeah.
back to them. And yeah,
And
it's
it
a
was
good
very
trick.
good.
It's a good trick. It works well.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the last time he said that in the first game?
The
Like,
very beginning of the
near
first
beginning,
game.
yes.
When he lost the deer.
He lost the deer. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, and he shoots and he misses. Like, what are you doing? Or whatever. And then it's
I'm
like,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Do not be
Do not be
sorry.
sorry.
Be better. It's so harsh.
then-
but then
yeah,
he giving
yeah,
it back to him, that just tells Kratos everything he needs to know. It tells him, fuck, I have gotten through to this kid. I have taught him well. And he's internalized what I've taught him. I think he's going to be okay. And now he's telling me to buck the fuck up. And he's absolutely right. Let's go. And you see Kratos smile, which is very rare. And that was
Yes.
a
Yes,
really
yes.
just again claps. What a great way to kind of end their story. And then
Yeah.
the rest is just wrapping up the loose ends, I guess, and finishing
Yeah.
the Odin arc. And so
Yeah. So
we
just
go back. Everybody's yay. We're all happy together again.
Basically, they're like, well, what do we do next? And Loki just convinces everyone that, yes, I'll go back to Asgard because it's a good move. And Mimir's like, yeah, I hate to agree, but he should go back and all that.
No. First we go to Vanaheim.
Oh, yeah, there's the whole Vanaheim section.
So we go to Vanaheim. Why do we go to Vanaheim? It's under attack.
Freya went there.
This was a bit.
We're following Freya.
This was a little bit weak in the storytelling. Just like getting from one point to another. This just kind of seemed very coincidental, I guess. Because, as I said, it does feel like the end of the game. This point, we feel like we've finished their arc. It's like, what do we do now? Well, Freya was under the opinion we were going to storm Asgard and kill Heimdall, but boy's back. All of that stuff was pointless. We don't need to do any of that anymore. And she's like, oh, well, I'm going to go back to Vanaheim then. Fuck you guys.
She leaves and we decide to basically go assist.
We're going to go check up on her at some point. And then luckily or unluckily, she definitely needed us to check up on her. She's under attack by the gods. Or by just the Inheriar.
Basically, it's an excuse to give more character development to Freya a little bit, and also to her brother and their plight, and then it basically ropes them in to the final assault, effectively. That's the only reason we go there.
However, we're there, we're going through, we're helping. Freya was kidnapped. We needed to get him back. That's what it was.
Yeah. It's like that's the whole thing. We see Freya, we go,
and then for some
and then there's the Heimdall
reason,
fight.
Heimdall's there, and I'm not gonna lie, I was quite disappointed with how Heimdall went out. Just because his appearance was so abrupt and seemingly random. I'm like, what are you doing here, bro? I guess you're dying now because you're face to face with Kratos. There's no other way this ends. But their exchanges, Heimdall's still killing it. Just love him, love to hate him. And then you have the fight was pretty good, cool boss fight. I would say Heimdall, out of the story bosses, Heimdall is the best one.
It's a very good fight, and it was a very Mr. Freeze fight in the sense that you couldn't do the same thing twice. You had to come up with a new way to hit him.
Yes, and you of course you use the spear finally to your advantage.
By the way, speaking of, I started the fight with like the axe or something, tried to hit him a bunch, and then Mimir goes, "Brother, we made the spear for a reason. Like, use it." And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, it's Heimdall."
Wait. Say that all again. Someone called me and I couldn't hear.
So I was saying that I accidentally used the axe initially in that fight, and then Mimir had to remind me, dude, use the spear. That's what we made it for.
Yeah.
I was like, oh great. Shit, true. And because I completely spaced that's why we even had the spear, right? And then once it's clearly meant for that fight. Like, you cannot use any other weapon.
Yes, and it is really cool. Just he has time powers. He can slow down time, and you throw the spears at him, and he catches them, and then you detonate them, and that's what gets him. But then he'll stop catching them, and you need to like put them by his feet and make him forget about them. And of course, just the dialogue leading up to the fight. I love Heimdall. He's hilarious. You hate him so much, and he's asking for it more than any other god. He is just asking for it, and he will not go down. Like he will just keep pissing you off till his dying breath. And it's finally you get a bit of God of War satisfaction where you stab him in the first off, just hitting him, and you're like, you actually hit me. That lovely moment, Gara. Rock Lee finally gets the kill on Gara. He finally feels pain, and he's like, but of course, it's fucking Heimdall. He's just like, I kind of miss the feeling of pain. And you're like, oh, god damn it. And then you fight him, and just finally a little bit of God of War brutality, the kind of thing you want. You stab him in the fucking arm. He's they're not begging for mercy. He's just waiting for you to finish it. And then he's just like, you're gonna pity me, you're gonna spare me. No, this isn't how this works. And he just starts talking mad shit, and then you just blow his arm off. So fucking satisfying. Then he grows an arm back with Bifrost magic, and you fight him again and beat the crap out of him. And then this is the first instance of where his death is very lackluster. I thought he was faking. because he died so quickly with you choking him. I'm just like, people don't die that quickly when you choke them, and he's a god. Like, I was waiting for the neck snap, but there was no neck snap. You just kind of gingerly hold his throat, and he dies very quickly. I was like, this guy, I want to splatter him across the walls. And like, I'm glad we got the arm bit. That was great, but the way he went out, I was a bit disappointed with that. But we had
I think it's meant to be a fringe death in the sense that you're not sure if Kratos is going to kill him.
Yes.
And then it's the kind of thing where he can die, like it doesn't necessitate any noticeably different movement from Kratos in order to kill him. The viewer is meant to be in suspense for those few moments where it's like, is he dead? Is he dying? Is he dead? And then you realize, oh, he's like, his eyes are closed, he's not breathing.
Yeah.
Oh, he did kill him. So it's that moment of it's that unsure moment whether you know if Kratos has killed him or not.
Yeah,
which I think was the point.
Just to clarify,
right?
Kratos really doesn't want to kill him because that's what the prophecy says is going to happen.
So in general, I think that's why they chose to do that rather than say a brutal kill or a neck snap or something more overt, right?
Yeah,
I think that was the idea.
And really cool. He's got his. Well, that's the thing. I wanted to poke his eyes out. I was like, his eyes. That's what you go for. It's Heimdall. His eyes are the special thing. I was hoping we would Poseidon his ass, but something a bit more fitting. But he looks into your eyes as he's dying, and he can see your intentions. He knows you better than you know yourself, and he says "monster," and that's when he dies. And I was like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. But yeah, overall, I think he was the best boss fight in the game. He was the fight to me that felt most like fighting a god.
Yeah, him and the Garn fight.
Yeah, well, Garm was fantastic, but yeah, I think that both of those were the highlights of the gameplay. I really liked the Heimdall fight, although it did feel like it was over very quickly, especially because there was no build up to it. Because just suddenly Heimdall's here now and you're gonna kill him. Like I thought we were gonna kill him in Asgard. You know, I thought there was gonna be some build up to him. But no, then we save Freyr, and we get Gjallarhorn. We save.
There's a few cool sequences with that scene when you pick up Freyr and run out with him on your back was a neat little sort of quick time eventy sequence. I didn't mind that at all.
Yes.
And then you take his magical floating boat to safety.
And you realize that you have Gjallarhorn now, and fuck, like that's okay. We're getting close to killing Odin. We're getting close to having everything. We have everything we need to start Ragnarok if we want, but do we want to start it? It's the question. And we get the largest side quest area in the game, the big crater. All of it is dedicated to figuring out the hidden history of Faye, your wife. And it turns out that she was quite the warrior herself, and she in fact got into a giant fight with Thor, and that is why the crater is there, because that was the result of their fight, and another frozen lightning bolt came from the clash of the Leviathan axe and Mjolnir, and you find out that, like, oh shit, I guess, you know, Faye kept secrets as well. Another like similar to the Sigrun story, there's a past of violence, or a past that just someone wants to move on from and will not tell their lover, even though they love them and trust them. They won't tell them that because that's not something they really want to share. It's another theme of the game, is not telling things to your loved ones and just having to go on faith. And then we go back to the house.
Just to fast forward a little bit. So now we go back to the house. They have the conversation about what they should do next. Mimir agrees with Atreus that Atreus should go back to Asgard. And like Kratos is like, I trust you, you know, and all that stuff, because like you said, their arc is kind of complete, so that's all hunky dory.
Then you get a bar fight scene because you
Atreus goes back to Asgard, yes, and then Odin says go find Thor and then
go to Niflheim.
You know what? I did not mind that scene. I thought that was kind of a fun, like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, yeah.
kind of scene.
The thing is, I thought I had misgivings, and I've brought this up before, but overall, I'm like, where are we going? Like this scene, this bar fight scene, this does not feel like a penultimate, like we're near the end scene. This feels like a beginning of the game.
Yeah,
kind of
it
scene.
might have fit better, exactly. Like the first time you go to Asgard and you have to go find Thor.
Yeah,
It should have happened then, right?
Yeah.
But that being said, there's some character development between him and his daughter and their family in general, which wouldn't really fit at the very start.
yes,
I feel.
exactly. You find
So,
out that
there's
well, you
sort of-
know
yeah.
that overall Thor has a drinking problem, probably dealing with the fact that he's a little bitch and he's daddy's lapdog, and Odin constantly reinforces that he's basically good for nothing except for killing.
Yeah.
And so
yeah.
he drowns. He keeps telling him not to think because he can't think, so don't think. And so
Yeah.
I think he kind of goes to
I love that.
alcohol so he doesn't have to think.
I love the line at the end in the final battle when he's like, "Wait, are you talking? You don't talk. You kill. I think you kill. That's this arrangement.
It's a simple
not a
fucking
it's
concept.
yes, exactly. So that's where it gets epitomized, I guess. But yeah, so you find Thor. You kind of he's super drunk. You know, you go off with him to Niflheim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you
Niflheim.
find out that Sif has been trying to get him off drinking, and he was
Yeah.
doing pretty well.
He was doing well
for
and
the
then he
sake
kinda
of
fell
their
back.
daughter, for the sake of Thrud, they want to be better. But now he's off the wagon, and this is kind of another scene in the game of like child dealing with one of their parents or grandparents' substance abuse, which.
Yeah, and I liked in this adventure when Atreus goes off with Thor, he starts to get through to him a little bit
Yes.
and sort of talks to him, and I thought that was quite neat, and I liked the direction that was going in, where Thor was starting to be redeemed as a character through Atreus and through the parallels between, you know, child and parent.
Exactly,
Right? So
and
I thought that was a neat
not only
thing.
does he like equate himself to Thrud and kind of get at him through that angle, but he also draws parallels between him and Thor, and he says like, son of an incredibly powerful god with impossibly high standards. Yeah, I've got no idea what that feels like.
yes, exactly. So I enjoyed the conversation there. That was a neat section. Wasn't too long. Didn't outstay its welcome.
Did not outstay its welcome. Very quick. You get the mask, and then Sif is like, okay, this motherfucker killed Heimdall.
Shit happens.
When you get back, and Odin's trying to defuse everything. He's like, it doesn't matter, I don't care. And that kind of gives you an impression that he really doesn't give a fuck about anyone.
Yeah.
He's just like, I don't care. Okay, look, he's got what I want. Shut up.
Yes, exactly.
And there's was it Sif tries to kill him? Someone attacks him.
It's Thor. It's Thor. Sif ultimately turns to Thor and is like, look what you're doing. Your father hates you, this kid killed your family, and you're just doing everything that they want, basically. And so then Thor
goes
somewhat
to attack you.
Somewhat mistakenly, right?
Yeah.
In his moment of weakness there, turns his anger on you rather than his father immediately. And I think that's quite fitting because he's still clearly not ready to face his father in that sense. So he kind of fixates on you. Because he's always had a bit of a bone to pick with you in the same way he has with Kratos.
You killed his son.
Yeah,
Both
exactly.
of them.
So he turns to you. Atreus is like, "What the hell?"
And you have a teleporting stone that Sindri gave you that she should have been giving a lot more of them to you throughout the game. But whatever, we have it now, and that's a good time to use it.
It's a get out of jail free card. You fall back into the world tree
with the mask.
Thing. With the mask, crucially.
The entirety of the mask. You get back, and
Kratos is waiting for you.
Finally, cool. We have leverage over Odin. We have what he wants. Maybe we'll be able to tender some kind of peace. Maybe we'll be able to talk to him. But I think Freya's like, this is when we take the fight to Odin. And then Tyr is like,
this is the moment.
Okay. Let's take the fight to Odin. He's like, all right, but how are we getting to Asgard? I think I know about that. And then he starts helping.
He takes the mask because the mask is on the table. He sort of stands up from his chair and he's like, we should actually use this mask, like we should use it as leverage over Odin and do all that stuff. He's weirdly suddenly enthusiastic to get going, right? Bizarrely, whereas this whole time he's been averse to violence and all that. And he picks up the mask and goes, this is the answer. All the answers are here. Like this is the direction we need to go in. And I realized something wasn't quite right when he was so jubilant about the mask and it being the key, the final nail, right?
Yeah, and there's a scene earlier when when Atreus says this mask, Odin's interested in it. Do any of you know what it is? And there's two interesting things. First off, Tyr knows everything about the mask, and he speaks with great reverence for it. He's like, it's a source of infinite knowledge, and he's talking very much enthused about it. So that's a little sus. But the other thing is, you probably remember this. He's passing the book around. Sindri knows something that he doesn't tell. He's like, no. He refuses to look at the book, and then he's like, please, Sindri, gives it to him. He says, okay. Looks at the book, no, and just passes it away. Like,
yes,
I get the
yeah. What was that
impression
about?
He knows something, and we never find out what it is. Like, we never know what that is about. I just remember that. That's interesting.
I remember that.
So
I thought that scene. Yeah, he doesn't let on really, and I thought the scene was quite well paced in the sense that I had an inkling something wasn't quite right, and then when he stands up and he's got the mask, and it's of course not Sindri, the other one, Brock who stands up to him and is like, where do you think you're going? Like, I still want to hear about how you're gonna
he says,
get us into Asgard or whatever.
No, this is too easy. All the pieces ain't fitting together true. You're all active all of a sudden. You apparently know about a way to Asgard that you could have told us about this entire time. And why'd you keep calling him Loki?
And then before, no, just before that, when he's still facing the table, he says, and that ain't yours. That belongs to the boy. And he kind of slaps the mask out of Tyr's hand, right? And it goes flying back, and so Tyr doesn't actually have the mask, I think, anymore. Or maybe he does.
No. Brock snatches it out of his hand, and then you get, ever shut up. And it is Odin, in fact, in disguise as Tyr. And what a well done twist! That is it's hard to do a twist like that. It's hard to do that without the reader cottoning on earlier than the reveal actually happens. He got me. I didn't see it coming.
Same. I realized something was wrong just a few lines earlier when he stands up and says, I'm so curious about how you're going to get us to Asgard. And then he turns around, starts kind of walking away from the table and goes, let me get my things and I'll show you.
You don't got any things.
Exactly. And when he said, let me get my things and I'll show you, he has a bit of irritation at the end of his voice there. And that is the only time that Tyr ever showed any animosity towards any of them, let alone the dwarves, their hosts, right? So in that millisecond when he had that irritation in his voice, I was like, uh-oh. And then it's like, you don't have any things, and that was the penny dropped when he said, you don't have any things. I was like, no, who is this guy? And then it's
Odin.
Literally a second
very
later.
well done, and that is why this game is worth a rewatch, if not a replay. I've seen some of the scenes, and it's done so well. Like, he is always Odin, and you can tell he's always Odin, and he's having some fun with the role, and all of the pieces now make sense. Now it makes sense why Thor didn't kill you at the beginning, why they just came to kind of put you on that route to go find Tyr.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fucking well done twist. I'll give that.
And another reason why it's such a good twist is, again, it's pulling double duty, right? It's doing all of that, and then it is the first real time that Odin has directly transgressed against us in this game, which just adds to the fact, which confirms that, okay, once and for all, Odin is a bitch. He is a bastard.
He's a dick, and oh man, he's been playing
everything.
A long game.
He's screwed loads of other people. We've heard from all those people, secondhand what he's done. We've seen the results of what he's done, but up until now, he's only been seemingly reasonable and nice to us, at least, and to Atreus mostly. But this, not only is this the first time he's transgressed against us, it is a bitch. It is like one of the worst slaps in the face you could give, right?
Yeah,
Because
it's
he's
just
been
like, I've known everything you've been doing this entire time.
and yeah, exactly. I've been right under your nose, and none of you had any idea. Yeah,
Like, you've
and
never been.
yeah,
I've always been one step ahead of you. You've never
yeah.
even been close to outpacing me.
And of course he stabs Brock in the chest in revealing this,
Yes.
and then sort of tries to make away with the mask.
And then Kratos gets it back, which, like, thank God. That would have been annoying. Like, I was like, yes, Kratos. That's what Kratos does. He's not gonna let that bullshit. Oh no, he got the mask. No, we're not doing that.
So that was a sad moment. I really like that the moment sits, you see Sindri kind of like holding Brock, and then he just disappears.
Yes, and that's the first time you see him. He doesn't care anymore. He's not,
Exactly.
He doesn't care about like masking the secret. I just need to get the fuck out of here. And then that gives us punished Sindri, which is the consequence of this game. The consequence of I said I think it would have been good if some of Atreus's decisions had more consequences. I think the game tries to get away with this being the consequence. I still think I would have liked more, especially earlier on. But this is quite a doozy. But then also, as we said earlier, out of all the characters, Brock is very expendable. So it's not really like for the player. I don't think it's that big of a loss.
True. I really liked how they built Brock up in this game to be more significant, and I think that helped.
And something
if they hadn't done that,
very tragic, and something really tragic about the story and about why it's really getting to Sindri is that now Brock's dead. He's fucked. There's no afterlife for him. Like Sindri fucked him out of the afterlife. His soul can no longer go where it's supposed to go. He is in a very unique kind of hell for the rest of eternity, thanks to Sindri. And Sindri knows this, but he also thinks to Atreus. And so we get this consequence where we don't actually lose Brock. We lose Brock and Sindri. We lose both of them because Sindri is he's not the same ever. He never forgives you. He's pissed up until the very end of the game. And
here's the thing: Sindri and Brock were some of the best friends that they made through this whole journey, from the last game and through this game, right? And when we were saying before with Zona that this game had a happy ending, and that wasn't maybe the most satisfying thing, you know, I didn't mention it before, but this element, this is partly why I was saying that the game should have started to wrap up much more quickly, in a sense, after this point. And the reason I say that is because
to feel the weight of the death a bit more.
This is the element to the ending that is bad.
Yes, exactly. This is the sad part, the consequence.
There's a good
make it out.
There's a good part to the ending, which is that we beat Odin, and
Boy and Kratos have reconciled, and they've gone on their emotional arcs.
Yes, but then you have this, right? And the crucial thing is that Sindri does not forgive you. Like he does his part in the battle because it's the right thing to do, but through the whole thing he's like fucking pissed at you. And I loved that. That is how it should have been.
Sindri very well from
and
this point.
as of that point, when you go and that the whole this was the point in the game where I just said fuck it. Like, I'm not doing side quests anymore. I'm sorry. Like, I don't really care, you know, what interesting stuff lies ahead. I kind of just want to, you know, get shit done now. And that's not because I was getting tired with the game. It's because I was invested in the story enough to care to the point, to the exclusion of all other things, right? So every sequence after that, the bit where you go back to Midgard and you're just hunting, and then Kratos stops the hunt and says this is a distraction, you know. And there's that amazing that's such a great moment for the two of them.
Both of them don't really know what the fuck to do. It's just like, I don't know, let's go hunting for something.
It's a very good moment which works because of the understanding they've and the bond they've now solidified up until that point. So I really like that bit. That's the bit I was saying earlier, where it mirrors the point with the bear cubs, where they're in the exact same spot, and instead of Atreus killing a mother of bears, he's you know, been responsible partly for killing Brock, and or at least that's how he feels. And there's some great lines there. I'm not going to go through it all specifically, but if you've played the game, you know what we mean. And then you go to the temple and you find Sindri,
And he's pissy, and he just tells you to fuck off.
and he tells you to, quite rightly tells you to fuck off. Like did you expect anything else? Like,
Yeah.
you know, that was always going to happen. And I thought that was handled brilliantly. And just especially in the cutscenes, obviously in the gameplay when you're just talking, like, you know, it's great. The voice acting's great. But in the cutscenes later on, when you see Sindri again,
You can feel it just by looking at
you see it in his eyes, man. His face is just
I can get that up on screen, in fact.
insanely well done. Like I was almost like welling up for him, even if the scene wasn't particularly sad. Just seeing his reaction was it destroyed a part of me in that moment. And yes, this bit, just to fast forward, I love this.
Yes.
I don't know about you, but I love this moment. Everyone is like, okay, we've beat Odin, we've got his soul, and then it's like, what do we do with him?
And Freya's just like, you know what? I wanted to kill him so much, but I don't think that's what I need anymore. And Sindri's like, fuck you, I'll do it.
So just like, well, it's what I fucking need, and then just smashes it.
Yeah.
Just so good. And again, he smashes it and then disappears again or whatever.
Yes,
and
he does that a lot now. He keeps disappearing on screen.
that's it. I'm pretty sure that's the last time we see Sindri.
Did you not do Brock's funeral?
No, I haven't done Brock's funeral yet.
Oh, that's the
So-
true ending of the game. That's when you get the credits.
No, you get the credits when you
No.
hug Atreus and all that.
No. When you get the black screen and the credits roll, like
Oh, the black screen credits. Okay, yeah,
the
no, I haven't done
actual
that
credits.
yet. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
there's some fucked up thing there. Let's just say, well, I mean, you'll know this. Atreus doesn't come to Brock's funeral because he's too busy
Yeah.
chasing pussy,
Yeah.
which is a little fucked up. And Sindri, Sindri is there for that. But no, we do not see any development from that point. He is still very much punished.
I'm sure,
Sindri.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
But
as
yeah,
you said,
so
Brock and Sindri, that loss, that is the bad part of the ending. But I don't personally, I didn't really, I felt bad for Sindri and like, oh, that is a loss, but that wasn't enough to make it like a sad or even a bittersweet ending for me. It was still very much a happy ending.
No, I agree, but and the thing is that there was too much time between that moment and the culmination. That's my only thing. If it was closer together, it would feel more like the first, second, and third act of the ending, where, you know, twist, Tyr is Odin, he screwed us all, and Brock is dead, and
But
Sindri's
even no, I'd say
destroyed.
personally, even then,
You know.
I don't think it's enough. It's like, okay, a side character died. I'm just thinking like this is God of War. It is very epic. The first game ends, you have slain the God of War and taken his place. In the second game, you have changed destiny and killed the fates. The third game, you have destroyed Olympus, killed Zeus, and then laid waste to the world, and now you destroy yourself. In this game, you attend the funeral of a side character. Like, it doesn't have the gravitas that this series is kind of known for. And so I'm like, it's sad, but it doesn't really hit me. I don't really feel that sad about it.
Sure.
I could have gone for more consequences. But you know, you see what narrative function he is serving.
Yeah.
But so this is the last straw. Okay, Odin says it. He says, all right, it's war then. So he's given the okay. You know, there's no stopping this. It's Ragnarok time. And then you have a very quick sequence of, oh, by the way, we need a giant fireman to come. And so you go to Muspelheim, and he's just there. And this all felt very unnecessary and like just completely out of
I really enjoyed the Valkyrie fight when you're
Yes.
fighting the two Valkyries. I thought that was quite a good fight. But and also in terms of gameplay, it harkens back to the fact that the last time we fought a Valkyrie was in the last game.
Yes.
So I liked how they were pulling on your muscle memory from 4 years ago, right? Which
And
actually kind
also,
of worked.
in a way, kind of showing Kratos and Atreus as equals now. There's one for each of you.
Yes, exactly. And so I liked that, but that boss fight aside, I feel like they could have cut that entire section
Yes,
entirely.
or like they should have needed more build up to that, because it felt like it came out of nowhere, and finding
Yeah.
him was so easy. It just raised the questions like, why, if he's so easy to find, why doesn't Odin just kill him? He knows that he. Oh well, I guess he doesn't know that he's. No, he does know. He knows that Surge is one of the biggest threats at Ragnarok. You would have thought that he would have done some preventative measures to stop him
Yeah.
doing anything, but instead, no.
Who knows?
He's just chilling, and he's like the first. He's literally
Well,
the first
that's what
person
the
you meet going
well
there.
that's what the Valkyrie. That's why the Valkyries are there, right? Because they even say he knows we would come here.
Yes,
right?
but you
So-
would have expected him to like Tyr have imprisoned him
Yeah,
ages
yeah.
ago, like to have
Yeah,
done something to stop him ages ago. And then also you have sorry, not gonna work. Oh wait, actually, look at your Blades of Chaos. This might work after all. Which kind of a nice homage to the original games of just like, yeah, the Blades of Chaos are important, and Kratos kind of just defies everything.
Yeah.
Everything that should have reverence, it is irreverent to Kratos. Like, yeah, the Blades of Chaos is a cheat code. We'll just fuck all that. We'll do it this way. You have a really cool area that you go to, the heart.
the heart of the world, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, where Niflheim and Muspelheim meet, and then you stab him in the heart so he can become Ragnarok, and he'll be a giant that will help us out. And he ends up doing fucking nothing. Like, there's no point to this.
The thing
the only
that's
point
partly
to
why I'm saying you can cut the whole sequence in a
Yeah,
way, is that there isn't very much payoff.
He made the ending look a bit more epic, and he killed Freyr, which I completely forget. I keep forgetting that Freyr died, and I think the purpose was to make it seem like you were, to the player, it made it seem like, okay, no, fate is happening. Kratos is gonna die. Like, we're stuck here. Everything is going as according to plan. So you get him, and then you're like, all right, it's wartime. Everyone's off rallying different people.
Yep.
Sindri's gone to
And
get
then-
the dwarfs. Freya's gone to unite the elves. Freya's getting the Vanaheimians and the Vanir.
And then ultimately you come back to Midgard and everyone is sort of good, like everyone's done their job in theory.
Everyone except Sindri, everyone is there, ready.
There's a cool walk. You walk down towards the temple across the bridge,
And you
right?
see, like, I twatted you in the last game. I fucked you up in the last game. Hello. And you see all of the Valkyries you killed, and then you have Atreus gets his own bed. You guys sleep in separate tents, but then he comes in and he's like,
I thought that was
I want to
sweet.
sleep with you, Dad. And it's like, oh,
Yeah,
my
that was
son."
sweet. And
he needs
again,
to tell him a bedtime story.
but again, mirrors the first game. How in the it was a thing in the first game where Kratos can't tell a good story, and then at the end when they're in Jotunheim, he tells him the story of of his friend from Sparta, remember? And then Loki's like, "Hey, you can tell a good story. There you go."
I forgot about that.
This
and
was kind
this
of
is him prompted. I will tell you a story.
yeah, exactly. So not only is it him volunteering a story now in this moment of unsurety, because Atreus comes in and he's like, "Quiet your mind." It's like, "Oh, but I can't." So then I will tell you a story, and it's like, okay, so he's being a father now, right? And he's being a father in a way that is uncomfortable, or was uncomfortable to him, right? This idea of just telling him a story, right? Like, and I don't know. I thought that was it mirrored that moment in the first game. B, it was very sweet. And then C, he says, if I fall asleep, will you tell me the rest tomorrow? And it's like, of course,
Yes.
And then it's so nice.
And
And
then-
here's the thing. Wait, one extra thing. When Kratos first goes into the tent, puts his weapons away, lies down, starts to get settled, I was expecting another dream sequence, right?
Yeah.
With Faye.
Same.
Because it's happened twice before. I'm expecting that, and I'm like, okay, he wants to, he's gonna have a dream with Faye one last time or whatever before the big battle or whatever, right? And then Atreus comes in, to everyone's surprise, right? And it kind of interrupts Kratos. And I had this thought, right? And again, this is me reading into it, but I had the thought, so it's it's relevant in some sense. This whole time, Kratos has been. He's almost had 1 foot in the past, right? Because he's accepted the death of his wife, right?
Yes.
and he has to look to the future with Atreus. And in this one tiny moment, it kind of epitomizes that. It encapsulates that. It's like a microcosm of that little journey. He was about to go to sleep. We as an audience were expecting and looking forward to a reuniting with his past in a sense, right? With his deceased wife.
Yes.
And before that could happen, his future interrupts him, right? Atreus comes in.
Yeah, that's a nice reading. I like that.
Kratos has to now be with him, right? In this moment of doubt, this moment of like I'm unsurety, right? And so then he comes in, does the story thing, and then he can welcome for the last time, you know, his wife. And I think that sequence, it was the most powerful of the three phase sequences for me. And it just, again, it rounded off that whole element to the story really well.
What did she say?
So they're putting the hand marks, the golden hand marks on the trees. So she's marking her. They're talking about her death, basically.
Yes.
And Kratos is like, a funeral pyre, not what I would have expected. And then you know, in my country, we entomb our dead. And then she's like, wait, you want me to like rot in the ground forever, you know?
It's like, well, ideally, I'm gonna burn your ashes and stick them to my skin.
and then
I
he
guess
says
it's
something
fitting.
like,
My last wife was cremated as well.
oh no. She says, you would keep me buried under the ground, and then he said, I would keep you close. And then she says,
my rotting
the thought
corpse.
of my rotting corpse gives you comfort, or whatever. Like, that's nice. What a nice thought, you know. And then they have that lovely just tete-a-tete right there.
Yeah.
They and you know, she says, you need to, you know, the gist is, you know, our son is the future, you need to be there for him, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And when I'm dead, you know, we need to plan for a world when I'm not around, because I'm mortal and you're not, right? And that's the thing. And he says, you know, when you die, a part of me dies as well. And she's like, yeah, but I'll always be with you, and we have a son, and you know, that's that. And I don't know, that was just a really nice moment, and that paired with the moment Kratos just had before with Atreus in the tent, and then as he wakes up with Atreus next to him, he wakes him up.
And
all
also
stuff,
paired with the fire giant who keeps the heart of his wife with him, and they cannot be together because they melt each other, or whatever. But they they each of them carry a part of each other. I guess there's a resonance there as well.
Yes. And so in general, I just love that section.
And this is all preparing for Kratos' death, because that is what we think is coming, and that is what he thinks is coming.
Yeah. So in the same way that Faye prepared Kratos for a life without her, Kratos has prepared Atreus for a life without him, right?
Yes.
And that's kind of the passing of the torch, if you like.
And then they wake up. It's time.
This was a great sequence as well. This whole build up, I thought was really
Freya
good.
says, like, you lead us, you be our general, we need like the best man at the job, and you're like, okay, sure. And you give a rousing speech.
It was a good speech. It was
Do you remember the speech?
He says something along the lines of like, he mentions fate. He says, we do this not because it is written, like they brings back up that theme. Like, we do this not because it is written, but because, you know, this is, you know, events have we have decided to do this, and events have led us here, and you know, and it was just really good. And then Freya says some words after him.
Yes.
She stands up and says something, I forgot.
And then this is when I was expecting my payoff. I was waiting. I'm still waiting for them to. I think the point of the dun 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 is that it recalls the original theme. It's worse than the original theme. The original theme is much better and cooler, and this is just the subdued version of it. You are waiting for it to build into the original theme, and this is when I thought they would do that. I thought finally we'd get them. I thought he was going to blow it through the horn. Bomb, ba bomb, ba ba bomb. And I was like, I was waiting for that, but no.
That was a very cool scene though, when he blows the horn. and all the doors light up, and then it's like, oh.
And then
they finally
it is time
get to Asgard.
for Ragnarok, and the ending of the game comes in, and my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I did not fucking like this segment. I was so disappointed. I'll be real.
It was pretty cool running through everything. It's just chaos.
This soured my experience of the game quite a bit. You have the World Serpent. You have Fenrir. You have a giant, colossal space lava giant. And you're relegating them to fucking window dressing. They don't do anything. They in the background. Why aren't they blowing shit up? Why aren't you running along the World Serpent? There's so much you could do with this stuff. A section where we ride Fenrir. A section... There's so much. You take out the window dressing, the aesthetics of the scene, and you're just running through gray hallways fighting mooks. I'm like, this is it? This is Ragnarok? I was very, very let down with this. I thought they could have done so much more. And as to your point, Thor hitting Jormungandr into the past is just like a blink and you miss it thing that happens in the background. Yes, that could have been... you could have drawn this section out a while, and I would have been entertained if you kept it interesting. Like, you've got the snake and everything should be crashing around, and you're falling on rubble and running up interesting pathways and running on the snake and fighting on the snake and fighting with Fenrir, and so many possibilities, and it's just aesthetics. That's it. I was not happy. And then Angraboda's there, and she helps with the stuff, and then you decide, actually, fuck this. We don't need any of this. Let's just go in, you and me. And like, we will not seek vengeance. We will seek justice. You find out that Odin has put the Midgardians in their way as meat shields just to slow them down, knowing damn well that they can't fight. And then you say, okay, like, sorry, Freya, we're gonna do this on our own. How about you handle the big giant that we brought here? And it's like, oh wow, he really was useless. He's actually getting in the way now. Like that.
Yeah.
And so they're like, okay, fine, but if you don't do this right, so help me God. And he's like, I know. So you go forward. Thrud corners you. Sindri has some cool moments where he breaks apart.
He helps out with the machines and then breaks the door down.
Very salty about all of this. He's not happy he's here. He's like,
you have a cool moment as Atreus.
You control the bear.
Because he becomes a bear in more of a deliberate way. And
you finally get to control the bear. You never controlled it before.
No, yes, but in so much that he turns into it deliberately this time.
To save Sindri, and doesn't twat Sindri in the process. But yeah, Sindri's not happy. He didn't get the dwarfs. He's like, I fuck it. No more dwarfs are dying for this. I'm more than enough. And he breaks all of the war machines that the dwarfs made in one fell swoop. He breaks the fault in the back wall that was supposed to be only Surtur could get through. He just does it, and then he fucks off. And he's like, okay. He said, that more or less what you wanted? And then Atreus is like, I didn't want this, whatever. Like, it's still very cold. And then Thrud is like, hey, motherfucker, I thought you were my friend, but now you brought apocalypse to my doorstep. Fuck you. I'm going to kill you. He's like, no, please, I'm trying to make things right, blah, blah, blah. And then Sif, what are you doing here? Again, very, what the fuck is she doing here?
Well, look, I it makes sense in the way that, she's turning against Odin, right? She's had enough. So she's left the house.
And you're walking out onto a battlefield.
Well, look, I assume they're gods, right? I'm assuming they can handle themselves if she had to get into a fight. So I don't think there's much threat to her, right? But
I don't have any reason to believe that when it comes to Sif. Like, at Thrud, yes. Sif, no. It felt very... Like,
all the gods can fight.
It felt quite rushed that she just happened to be here. It was very convenient, and then she says, "No, it's Odin." Like he tells him, like, "Look, our friend Hjulgadur or whatever." Like Odin made him fight, and he put them as meat shields just to stop it because he doesn't fucking care about anyone. And then she's like, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
And then mom comes and she's just like, no, he's right. Odin's a cunt. And she's like, Mama, like, it's true. And then they switch sides, and now they're on Kratos' side, and Kratos is like, hello, my boy trusts you. I trust you. And then you go through, you fight with them for a bit, have a little bit of, oh, you're Thor's son, Thor's daughter. Interesting, blah, blah, blah. I can see you're a good fighter. I learned it from my dad. They start getting on a tiny bit.
Yeah, and then you get to the final face-off.
Then Thor comes to fight you. And my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Thor is what? He went down easier than Heimdall. It was such a pathetic fight. I was so disappointed.
No, but
I was
again,
so disappointed. This is what I was waiting for the entire fucking game, and it's one of the pissiest bosses ever. Like, come on. There was an entire chain of side quests dedicated to showing that a fight between Thor and Faye resulted in a giant fucking crater, and we get no craters. I was waiting for him to bash you around the different parts of Asgard. I was at least give him another health bar. No, it was one health bar. One of the easiest bosses in the game.
Yeah.
He just goes down. Barely any like cool moments. And yeah, I was very disappointed. And the game missed the biggest win. The easiest thing that they could have done. Kratos grabs Mjolnir and it slips out of his hand, and I'm like, oh, that's set up because the next time he grabs it, it's not slipping and we're gonna bash him in the face with it. But no, you do not get to wield Mjolnir. You don't get Mjolnir as a weapon.
That's fine. Like, you can't just take the other god's weapon.
Look,
like, that doesn't make any sense.
Look, getting Mjolnir as a weapon, that is something that I thought was almost guaranteed. But okay, we're not getting that. By the end of this game, like, okay, it's too late. We're not doing that. But in the death animation, in the execution, come on. We grab it. It's so easy. It's so easy.
Yeah, but
he snaps
Kratos
his finger. He snaps his finger. It comes. Kratos grabs him. He says, that's impossible. And you just smash him in the face. And the thing is, this is a god. This is Thor. The point is, yes, we're going to spare him. We're not going to kill him. He's a god. We can bash his skull in and it still not kill him. We can go harder on, way harder on him than we went on him. And I feel like he gave up so easily. We stabbed him in the hand with a little dinky knife and he's like, okay, I guess I'm beaten. No, come on. Thor would fight back more than that. I feel like it would take a lot more to quell him and get him to a point where he's willing to talk. So this very disappointing fight for me. And like the scenery,
look,
you're just in
I-
this gray void. Like, you don't even have the giants fighting in the background. It's not scenic. It's just
Yeah, I see what you mean. I don't think it failed in that sense, but like, yes, it could have been longer, perhaps.
it could have been longer. It could have been harder. Like,
I think it could have been harder. That's my complaint. I think it was easy. I don't think I died. I think I did it in one go, like, straight away.
No, I did not die to any of these final bosses. And like like the last game, I think was balanced quite well. Where I still died at points. I don't know if I died during the last boss, but the last boss, it wasn't Thor. It was Baldur, and he's a bitch. You know he's going down, and so I didn't really mind that we kind of focused more on the cinematic aspect of it. But Thor, like, I want to feel like I did something when I beat him, but he went down so easy.
Yeah, I think again the point is partly that if the fight had gone on, it would have been longer, but they cut the fight short because he didn't want to fight, right?
Yes, but I still feel like it could have taken a lot more to get him to a point where he's willing to talk.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Bash him about, like, mow him through some buildings. Like, there was not a single moment in this fight that matched the raw power in the Baldur fight in the first game, where you punch each other and send each other flying. Like, if you punch Baldur, you'll send him through trees. If he punches you, you get sent to the other side of the arena. Thor, he felt like a wet sock. And yeah, come on, give us multiple phases. And yeah, this is about the time where I felt I really probably should have. turned the difficulty up, even though for most of the game the difficulty felt well balanced. Here,
Yeah.
this is when I wanted a challenge. Near the end, like, it's Thor. Come on. I was very, very disappointed with this fight. Let's just check this. It was done in under 2 minutes. The entire fight between Thor, 2 minutes. The entire thing, like, you were probably looking forward to the most this game. 2 minutes out of 50 hours. Or close to 50 hours. And it doesn't help that you also, like, kind of defused any tension by having him be the intro boss. I think they handled Thor as a boss fight really poorly in this game. As a character, I think they did good, but, like, I could have used a much better fight. I was really hoping for that.
Yeah.
Fight on like Jormungandr should have been part of the fight, and he punches him back into the past during the fight.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. It might have been cool to have a combined sequence where you're on Jormungandr, Thor comes to intercept you, you fight him on the snake, perhaps something like that, right? And then there's a big fight. Thor has the upper hand slightly, manages to take the snake out of the equation by sending him back in time in front of your face. You then like fall through the sky because maybe we're on the snake and now you're like falling, and it's like a bigger set piece and there's more phases, and then Thor like smashes you through the wall or all the way to here to this spot where you're fighting now, and then you have like a second showdown more similar to this where it's maybe a one-on-one without as much of the big monster fight involved, but by then it's like a second phase in and of itself, right?
Yes.
As opposed to the only boss fight. That would have put the whole sending the snake back in time more front and center, and
it's like, just think about
spectacle.
that. We saw Thor literally just punch a giant snake so hard that it went back in time, and we feel none of that power in the fight. I don't get that impression at all. The last fight between him and Faye left a giant fucking crater. Where is my giant fucking crater? I want more craters. I wanted an epic explosive fight, and it could have ended the exact same way. You just draw it out a bit longer to get there. And I still can't believe they didn't let Kratos wield Mjolnir at least just once. Just get one good hit in.
You're like, would that make any sense though?
Yes, it's Kratos. Everything that
he's not worthy. Like,
no, he's fucking worthy. Everything that you should have reverence for, he is irreverent of. He is the rule breaker. He can pick up Mjolnir.
Look, in the sense that it's Kratos and he breaks
and also
all the rules,
that whole
fine,
worthiness thing, that's just Marvel. That's not established in this.
Yeah, so why can Odin wield it though? Because that's the thing. Kratos can't wield it, but Odin can once he kills Thor. So is that because he killed Thor?
We don't get. I don't think we get it confirmed that Kratos can't. I just think it slipped out of his hands. I think if he got another good catch on it, he could have wielded it.
If he could wield it, he would have caught it and like done something with it. Let's put it that way.
He should have, man. I can't believe they missed that. Come on, you want that power trip? That's half the fun of being Kratos.
To be fair,
grab it and
to be fair,
with the axe and the
Kratos has the axe, and the axe was made by the dwarves.
I want the hammer.
Just like the hammer, it's the hammer's sister weapon, right? It was set up in the first fight that they kind of meet. So the idea of taking Thor's weapon and using it against him actually thematically might not be very fitting in a sense. But I see where you're coming from.
Something I want in this game, like, because you have that line, touch my son and you will see the god I was. That I wanted that realization for an enemy to have the realization of, oh fuck, like you fucked up. You realize, like, there was a lot of hand waving away of, oh yeah, you killed the gods. Like, I've killed all the gods. You're nothing to me. And you want to, having him hold the hammer and Thor realize, oh, because he was taunting it out of you at the beginning, and he didn't respect it at all. It would have been a great payoff for him to have the hammer and just Thor realizes, like, I shouldn't have pushed you. Like, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I fucked up. Like, this is serious. And then you twat him in the face with it a couple times, and then you get him to kind of stop fighting, and then you give him the hammer. You drop the hammer in front of him and be like, hey, let's talk. So you talk. You talk with Thor, and you say, we have to be better for our children. I won't kill you. And Thor says, like, after everything I've done, do you know what I've done? And he's like, yes, don't worry. You think you're the only one who's exterminated a race? Please. I've done my fair share of genocide. What are you going to do now? It's not about what you've done. What will you do now? And he kind of realizes that, yeah. And we have the scene right here. Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it. What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill.
Very good acting. And I was like, basically him.
Drops the hammer. No. Kills son. I didn't want this. I did not want this. And then, oh, how convenient, Thrud just happens to arrive to see that it was in fact Odin that killed his father. Oh, yay, no, she has that.
I love how he tries. He says this was all their fault.
Yeah.
It's them who've done this to our family. Like, dude, you just stabbed Thor in the face.
The suspicion has been confirmed. I think it's a bit convenient that they happened to arrive just at that time. Again, a bit of a feeling of this ending being rushed. And then we go into the Odin fight, which is not as much of a wet fart as the Thor fight, but it's still nothing great. I was also quite disappointed.
Well, look. Here's the thing. I want to give the game some cut it some slack in a sense. The combat is what it is, right? It's a very, in a sense, Dark Soulsy combat in the sense that it's very grounded.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about attack, use special attack, block, parry, attack, right? It's maybe change weapon and do it all over again. It's not, unlike the previous trilogy, it doesn't really lend itself to scale. You can't zoom the camera out a gajillion miles and still expect the player to actually perform the combat moves, right?
Yeah.
So if they were to give it scale and grandeur and, like you said, running along the snake and all that shit, like, have that. But all of that has to be kind of quick time events and cinematics, right? It can't be actual gameplay.
Well, no, you can do something. Like, yeah, you could be running along the snake.
You could do something, but at the end of the day,
you could be fighting on the snake in game.
Sure. No, again, that's what I'm saying. You could have been fighting on the snake, but you'd have to be doing this, what you see in front of you, but just on a snake, right? So my point being is that whatever the boss fight could have been, in terms of the gameplay, it wouldn't have been much different.
Well, I disagree.
It's just about the setting, the presentation, and how long or short or difficult the fight.
I think the
is,
setting
right?
and the presentation definitely could have been a lot better, a lot more epic. But no, this is because remember, this is the end of New God of War. This is the end of the Norse saga. This is basically, if you think of it as its own series, this is the end of the series. And this is the final fight? No, you want to take the mechanics to their extremes. And Odin is so perfectly poised to do that. Make it so you throw your axe at him and boom, he just stops it in midair. You don't have your axe anymore. You need to fight him with your other weapons to get it back. Make him able to disarm your spears in some way. Make it so like you have to use your blades more because you have to go back to the old God of War for a bit. There's ways that you can bring the mechanics to their logical extremes that was not done in this fight.
I agree.
Should have definitely been done. And yeah, I would like more phases. You could have made him look cooler, grow crow wings, and have more bombastic magic. I was surprised that there wasn't a section of the fight where you had to fight as Atreus. I thought that was like absolutely going to happen, but no.
I thought that would happen in the second phase when you were underground, because there was a moment when the camera, I thought it would center on Atreus, right? But then it goes to the left and recenters on Kratos. So I'm with you on that. I generally thought that at the end there it would flip again.
And I'm just thinking of other things Odin can do. Like I just want him to have this feeling of power to him that he just didn't have. Because again, very easy fight. Like usually you block a projectile and then you can send it back to the enemy. Have it so you block his projectile, send it back, he catches it, throws it back at you, and then you have to like parry it twice if you actually want to get that payoff, you know? Bring things to the next level, to in all the ways that you can, to make it seem like this is the final test, the ultimate culmination of these mechanics, because we're not going to have these mechanics again. And so
I agree. They could have done all of that, but my point is, in doing that would have been really good. But it all of that remains in the combat model that they've already established, right? So if you want something like the old God of War, where you have the massive spectacle and the gameplay at the same time, I'm saying that's not as easy to achieve with the model they have here, unlike the last trilogy of games, where you could have the player be fighting and have the scale and the enormity of it all in one fell swoop. They kind of had to separate it out in this game. So I totally agree with everything you just said. The fight itself could have been all of that. But even if it was all of that, it would have been good, better, but still just this, like, down-to-earth, grounded combat, right? It wouldn't have been,
but still,
oh my god, massive snake, huge explosion, flying through the air, all that stuff, because you can't do that and have combat, right? You have to do one or the other. Preferably both, but you know, not combined is my point. Whereas I'm thinking at the start of God of War 3, when you're going up on Olympus and you're fighting Poseidon, right? That's combat and scale and all of that in one.
Yes.
Right. And that would
yes, and
that
I
wouldn't
understand
really
it.
work
With the
here.
camera, you definitely have fewer options of what you can do in that kind of regard. But yeah, I still think you could have done so much more in this fight.
Yeah,
And
I did like his mechanics, because they are some new mechanics, but not as far as, like you said, it could have been gone.
And
could have been pushed.
and please, he should have. I really should have played on a harder difficulty. Although I watched harder difficulty, and it doesn't seem much different.
I was about to say, I don't think it would be any different, because a lot of his mechanics are simply avoid the projectile and then capitalize on the opening once you've avoided it, right?
Yeah.
The only difference is maybe he does more damage and maybe his health bar is bigger, but what else would be... Like, this isn't the kind of combat system, at least not in boss fights, that would really benefit from really high difficulty, unless the actual mechanics would progress or evolve.
Well, but that's why another way to achieve all these things is segmented. Xemnas from Kingdom Hearts 2. You have the spectacle part. Then you have the duel part. Then you have this, like, just keep drawing it out. Zeus has like 5 phases. Like Zeus is great. You start off and it's a side scroller beat 'em up where you're just smashing at each other, and then you're fighting on top of Olympus, and then Gaia picks you up, and then you're fighting inside Gaia's heart, and then you stab him, and then you have this whole dream sequence, and you realize that Kratos represents hope or whatever the fuck, and then you break out and you fight his ghost, and you go into first person mode, and and then you look at your swords, throw them away, and you just start mashing his face in with your fists. Do that, draw it out and segment it so you have a spectacle heavy section, and then culminate in just the mano a mano mechanical, ideally a bit tougher than what we got, fight. Just draw it out. It's crazy that the entire finale was done within like half an hour.
Yeah, this is partly why I was saying, if they were to keep the same ending, bring the other stuff closer to it, make it a bigger event.
Yes.
Kind of. But yeah, I don't disagree with any of that, really.
And especially like now, it's like, bro, Odin, you were nothing compared to Zeus. Like this Norse mythology is pansy shit, bro. Like, you have no idea what I've been through. Zeus would cream all of you. Like, it felt a little, it was very underwhelming, and I felt like they did this a little dirty. I was quite let down by the finale of this game.
Yeah. When you put it that way, right? Because the story is good, right? We've understood that maybe it's not the story we expected, but from what they did a good job with the story.
Absolutely.
So it's kind of funny. It's kind of ironic. Maybe irony is the wrong word, but it's kind of funny that our complaints with the final boss fight isn't the story. It's like the mechanics of the gameplay, right? The fight itself. Like the fight could have been better.
Yes.
So yeah, it's just
like gameplay. Evidently, the gameplay is an important aspect of this game. Not as important as it used to be in the old ones. The story is important, but the story takes precedence here. But when it comes to these boss fights, these finale moments, like this is where you need to do it. I think, did best before. Like you.
I think the point is that in order to convey the gravitas of the story, it helps to have a challenging fight because it forces the player to earn the victory a bit more.
I remember how it felt to beat Zeus because he was such a cunt. He was so hard, and he just kept coming back. You couldn't put him down, and like Odin is just he's dead. Whatever. He went down very easy. I think it would have helped the story to make him challenging, and then also. Overall, just with Odin's character, we said there's this thing about him. There's more to him than we're seeing. What is it? And you said, the one violation, the crime we see that confirms everything is, he stabbed Brock. Why is he so powerful though? I still, at the end of it, didn't get the weight of Odin's power. I don't feel like I get why he's in the position that he's in. He doesn't feel like he has the power to have earned that for himself.
Yeah, I think a lot of it goes unsaid and unseen. You kind of have to just accept that. We are at the end of a long story that predated Kratos and that predated all the characters we really know in the center of this story. Yeah, you just take it on everyone's word that Odin has been around for ages and he's very powerful and he's done all this crap and we all hate him and
yes, but they needed to convey that with the gameplay as well. And so yes, this ending mechanically.
I thought it was cool here that the three of you fighting.
Yes,
Odin.
And if you activate your partner's skills, they both activate at the same time.
Yes, and I think it's the only time where three of you are fighting at once. More or less, so that was a neat little flair.
And then just also like overall, yes, it's the point of the game, but like the brutality towards these gods is nil. And I like I said with Thor, we could
want the gore.
Like we could have bashed his skull in and him still be fine. He's Thor, for fuck's sake, he can take it, Odin, like we rough him up a bit, but like. I would have liked to get a couple more just really solid moments,
Yeah, like at least with Thor, you stab him in the chest, you get a few more hits with the axe. I mean,
bash him into a couple things. We could have done a lot more with Thor, but yeah.
I just think that in general, like, again, it's a balance that the game has to do, right? Because this game is a lot less cartoony than the original series. It's a lot less comical in its slapstickery, right?
Yes.
Like the gore in the games was just so over the top, it was ridiculous, right? And we all loved that, right? But these games don't go for that as much, and part of that is because they're trying to make you buy the reality of these people in this world, right? So if you were to smash Thor's skull in, like properly, and he just regens his skull for no reason, then it makes him seem unkillable, and then it's like, well, how does he die, right?
Oh, regens his skull, as in the power that we established at the beginning of the game that gods have because we taught Boy to do it. Like, yes, literally, I thought that was setting up.
Wait, when did he regen his skull?
After we beat the shit out of Bear and we found out it was Atreus, and he's like, oh, calm. He's like, calm, silence.
Oh, heal. The healing thing. No, that's just Kratos does the same thing, right? He can heal like
exactly.
all of his cuts
all
and
gods
bruises
can
and stuff.
do that, it seems. So that gives us license to beat the shit out of them.
Not necessarily all gods, but
like you would imagine that Thor could.
No, listen, I agree with you. I don't disagree that there's healing involved and all that stuff, but you need to make it believable. If you smash someone's skull into the point where they have no head, and then they could just come back
Okay,
to
no,
life.
I'm not.
And unless that's like a significant moment and there's real reason why they can do that, you can't just do that.
Yes,
right?
no, okay, yeah, I'm not saying bash his face into paste, but like, give him a good wallop with Mjolnir in the face. Like, come on. You can have him bleeding from his head, and you can break his knee. Maybe that would be nice. The goriest it gets is the one like, oh yes, is when we pop Heimdall's arm open.
Yeah. Which he deserves.
Yes, it is glorious.
So shall we wrap up and give our thoughts in general?
Well,
about
let's
the end and all that.
Say the ending here. We really get the idea of who Odin is as a character, and I think it's very well done. He is severely delusional. He is the type of narcissist who cannot see himself at fault. Like the exchange here, instant, just like, you have to be better. No,
Denial.
I can't.
Like,
no, it's
denial.
just like, look what you've done. Like, what I did, you did. You turned my family against me. It's like, you killed your own son, and he cannot accept it. He's that kind of person, and that self-absorbed, that narcissistic, that it's done very well. And that's the kind of effect that he will have on his kids when he doesn't fucking care about them. And he cares about them, but he doesn't realize that he doesn't fucking care about them is the thing. He thinks he loves them. And, part of him does. He believes that what he is doing, that he's delusional. He doesn't realize how selfish he is, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he gives Atreus a chance to look into the great beyond, and if the game gave me a choice here, I would have done that. I don't know, like, feels like a waste. I think we could probably solve world hunger if we looked in there, but whatever. And then we give Odin an ultimatum, and he's completely just nope. I need to know what comes next. I will never stop wondering. I will never stop. I need the answers. And he has this defeat of just, what the fuck was it all for? Like, why did you do that? And he just kind of breaks. And I feel for him, like, that, just to be on the cusp of that enlightenment, to just have it taken away, and just like, what was the point of all of this? I feel for him. And then we take his soul out and put it in a bowl. Not entirely sure why, but we do that, and we offer Freya the chance to kill him, because Kratos says, I will never deny you the choice between life and death for Odin. She says, I don't need it anymore. She's grown. She's learned from Kratos. It's very nice, but Sindri fucking needs it. And so that's what comes next. So he gets that last hit in, and very well done. That was nice.
Yeah.
Then we get Cert coming in, and he's just like, hey, you guys, why did you fucking call me if you're not going to use me? I died for this. And then Freyr sacrifices himself, going out as a hero, kind of as he would have wanted. And then we all teleport through Fenrir, and we reach the ending where everyone's saying, hello, congratulations, Atreus, and you're walking up, you're Atreus. Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I thought that was a decent section. I liked seeing them talking to Mimir and everyone being like, cool. I felt the absence of Sindri in a way, because I again, that weighed on my mind. I really like that. That was probably my favorite, that whole element, and related to Sindri and Brock and the twist and all that, was probably one of my favorite elements of the whole story. So I felt like that was good. I like the idea of walking all the way up and talking to all the characters, and then finally, like, your dad is, the last one you talk to, and all that. Like, I like that idea. It's kind of like,
and there's no touching reunion, no like hugs or anything. He's just like, you good? You're like, yeah, I'm good. All right, cool.
Yeah, they saved the reunion, the heartfelt moment, for later, and then
and we find out that Sif is, she's turned with Thrud. They've Thruz realized how much of a dick Odin was, and Sif,
Yeah.
she's sad, mourning the death of her father, and Sif is helping rebuild in Vanaheim.
Yep.
Get some digs at Mimir because she's doing a much better job than he did. And then, we meet Jorgen Fergen. I don't remember his name. The blonde-haired kid, and he's just chilling. And he will
Everyone's
go.
good, basically.
He'll go on to be the king of Denmark. Everyone's good. And then we see Angrboda, and she says, "You've been seeing it, right? You've been getting the visions." And she's been getting visions, apparently giant visions. We don't know what they are. And then Kratos comes. It's all very nice. And she wants to show you something, which is your mother's prophecy, which we never saw.
So is this the prophecy of her, or is this the prophecy she made?
This
I'm
is
confused.
the prophecy she made.
Yeah, okay.
This is the truth of what was going to happen. And so open it, and yes, once again, everything went exactly according to fate. This is exactly what was foretold, and everything went how it was supposed to go. And then Atreus is like, "Yo, I've got to go out and save the giants. It's all a lie. He just wants pussy. It's quite obvious." So he goes off, and he says, Loki goes, Atreus stays. They have a promise that we didn't talk about, where they'll keep each other's voices in their heads to help make their decisions. And Kratos is ready to say goodbye to his son, ready to cut the umbilical cord, and so he goes off.
I'm welling up just thinking about it. It was such a nice moment.
He goes off to chase some puss, and Kratos is like, "All right, well, fuck, what do I do now?" And then he sees that there's a backside to this drawing, and he sees the entire story of Kratos, who came to this land after killing everyone. He got an axe. I'm thinking of the different pictures. He spread the ashes. He fought Thor, and then in the future, it seems he will become the god of war. He will become he will get what Odin was mocking him for. He is going to be beloved. He is going to be worshipped. But because
he was the general that led Ragnarok at the end of the day, right? So
I don't know
if for nothing
I'm
else, he'll be remembered for that.
I'm assuming he's going to be god of war, but he could be just all father or something. I've seen different people take different things from it, but it seems he's going to be beloved and have a lot of praise. And then Mimir says, "What is it, brother? What have you seen?" And then he turns to the camera and says, "I am the god of war," which is what I wished he would have said, because that would have made me cream myself. I would have been so happy with that. No, I thought that would. I was waiting. I thought he was gonna say it, because I thought he saw the thing, and then it's like, "What have you seen, brother?" And he just looks up. "I am the god of war," and I'm like, "Oh, credits." But no, he says, "I've seen a journey." She predicted a journey, or no, he said, "I've seen something, a fate for me that I would have never imagined. Let's go home." And then the credits roll, and then you walk down the mountain. They say, "Well, the Valkyrie Queen's still out there," and then you.
I thought the shots when Atreus leaves, it's framed where you have sort of on the right of the screen, you've got Kratos' shoulder, and then Atreus kind of in the middle left of the screen. Yes. And then he sort of puts one leg up on the step, looks all kind of heroic and, I don't know, in control, let's say, like determined to do what he wants to do, and then kind of just steps out of frame. And I thought that was a nice way to do it.
And you don't get to see what he's looking at. To you, it's just darkness. It's just the inside of a cave. So the future, you are not a part of it.
But to him, he looks like, set.
Yes.
So I don't know. That was a nice visual
and so
thing.
Yes, and so in the end, we have bucked the trend, kind of. We came from destroying an entire civilization, and now we have redeemed ourselves by saving an entire civilization. We see there's strong parallel between us and Thor. Thor is very much in the position we were with Zeus, and Odin does exactly what Zeus did to us, stab us through the fucking chest when we disobeyed him, and we kind of righted the wrong, and hopefully it seems we will have broken the cycle of fathers fearing their sons and sons killing fathers. We have raised a good boy, and hopefully he will go on to raise more good boys, and we have kind of come full circle in that. And it's a story about redemption purer than no other. We've done the most irredeemable thing imaginable, and we have somewhat found a redemption for it. And I think this is where you end God of War. Do not continue this franchise. You start something new and make it an action game, and make it more crazy. Make it more like the originals. Because to circle back to what I said, this is not the game I wanted, but I'm very happy with what it is. So I'm disappointed, but I can't be too mad because we got a pretty fantastic story out of it.
I'm generally just very impressed.
I'm very impressed.
I'm very impressed with what it is, and I'm very impressed they managed to take what was kind of a dying brand in a sense, because the type of games they were becoming slightly archaic, and it didn't have much of a proper story. I mean, it had a story obviously, but it wasn't taking itself seriously, right?
Well, the thing is, God of War was on top of the world. It was huge.
At one time.
But then the story finished, and that was it. They needed a new story to tell, because Ascension, they were like, hey, let's do a prequel. Nobody gives a fuck. I don't care.
Exactly.
It technically might be a better game than the other ones because it's more recent and the mechanics are tighter. No one cares because the story's done. Yeah. And we know we're not going to be killing any gods in this story because we already killed them in the other ones.
So yeah, I'm just impressed that they managed to continue it in such a way that was unexpected, clever, interesting,
very engaging, with absolute reverence for what came before, not like shying away from it, like building off of it. This is a story that absolutely needs the original trilogy to give you the weight of what this story represents.
And overall, when it comes to this game, like I said at the start of this very long video, I think it's a good sequel in the sense that it may not eclipse the first game for some people, but it did what a sequel should do, which is build on the first game, both in terms of story and in terms of gameplay, and for better or worse, uses the first game to be better in itself, and in a reciprocal sense makes the first game better by itself existing and allowing things from the first game to have payoffs, to bring meaning forward, and in that sense it also brings the meaning back. So if you were to replay the first game, you would hopefully have actually a better experience knowing, oh yeah, this is a setup for that, or this is more relevant down the line, whatever. I don't know. I think it's just it fits well. It is a good puzzle piece to sit next to what is the first game, and I think that is a solid achievement in and of itself. Because too many times are sequels either derivative and it's just more of the same and not good enough, or they're a letdown because they go in a very different direction and it's not what people wanted or whatever, and it's very different, and like it's almost not the same game. Like it's a sequel in name only, you could say. Whereas this, I feel like ultimately strikes a very good balance between being congruent with the first game, for better or for worse, and trying to give us better and not just more, right? It's trying to be better.
Exactly. And that's the interesting thing is, like I said, there are many games and movies and whatnot nowadays, your Last of Us 2s, that go to subvert expectations. I think everyone expected Kratos to go apeshit in this game, and I thought everyone thought that we were going to lay waste to Asgard and completely obliterate everyone. And this game said, no, we are going to be better. We actively went against the what fans probably wanted. We went against what fans were expecting, and I think they maybe did some meta commentary there with the whole defying fate thing. Like, we will make our own fate. Like, I think that might be there's a connection there probably, and this game is the proof that you can do that. The story just needs to be good, because when it's a good story, you can't be too mad that it's not what you wanted, because you got a good story. That's what Last of Us failed at. That's what Last Jedi failed at. Like, they weren't good stories, so you're just pissed that they didn't do what you want, that they destroyed everything as a result. Here, this is a great story, and I'm very glad that it exists, and I'm happy that it is the way that it is. I am still disappointed that I didn't get what I want, but I can't be too mad about it.
Yeah.
However, given that this is not what I wanted, given that this is not what I was expecting, and this has kind of gone on its new direction, if Santa Monica asked me, do you want another game like this? Or do you want another game like the original God of War? Original God of War in a heartbeat. I'm good on this. I think this was a very well done thing, but I'm done with it. I don't really want any more. I would much rather have a crazy action game.
I can see them doing that, because Sony has proved that they're not afraid to shake things up with their studios. You saw Guerrilla, they went from FPS to third-person open world action adventure. So and now God of War has gone from whatever it was before to this. So
yes.
There could be an equivalent sort of shift. If they start with new characters, new story, new setting, they could also make it a new kind of game, not just a close to the shoulder third-person action game, right?
The thing is, with this subversion of being better, this is God of War we're talking about, and it's a game that asks us to be better, to not kill. You can only do that once, I think. Like I said, I don't think you can follow this up without undermining the story and giving us the kind of gameplay that we want. Because ultimately, I still think, for basically everyone, there is no moment better than Kratos getting the Blades of Chaos in the first game. There is nothing that kind of rivaled that feeling. And you've got to realize there's a reason it was that moment. It's because we're going back. We are becoming Kratos, the Kratos that people want, the monster. We want to play as a fucking monster. That's the appeal. So I don't like. I want to bash Thor's face in. What can I say, bro? I want the monster. That's what I would like going forward.
Well, look, maybe
yes,
in the next
do
game.
a new game. Do not unwrite this ending. Do not make Kratos angry again.
Maybe in the next game they go all character action on us with a new character, new everything.
Yes.
And it's a game closer to the likes of Bayonetta or Devil May Cry.
Or
as
the
opposed to
original
this,
God
right?
of Wars.
So, or they do something a bit like Nier Automata, where they keep the gameplay a bit ambiguous, right? Some sections could be side-scrolly, some sections are more like this, some sections might go all top-down, right? I mean, probably not, but it's possible. They could do anything. That's the cool thing about this property, this IP, is they've proved that it's flexible. It's got an inbuilt element, kind of like Assassin's Creed, where you can go to almost any time period with Assassin's Creed and make it work. Similarly here, you can any mythology, you can make it work. Hell, this blended two different mythologies in some sense, and it still worked. So it doesn't even have to be exclusive, right? So there's very few rules.
Yeah.
So hopefully they find a good new creative direction. Maybe they don't even make another God of War for a while. Maybe Santa Monica's put on an entirely new project, and you don't see anything God of War for another 6 to 8 years, right?
Yeah,
I can see that happening.
Yeah, I somehow don't think that's what's going to happen, but I can see it happening.
Maybe they do what Zona said, and they do a little extra game following Loki's.
I think that could be cool.
And that ends up being like a 15-hour game, right? Like a smaller experience, but still relevant. And then it hibernates a bit, because think of what they're doing with Uncharted. That's literally what they did with Uncharted. They had the big final game, they did Lost Legacy, and now it's kind of hibernating, right? We're not quite sure what they're going to do next. And it's already been a few years, right? So maybe that a few more years will pass by, and the
And
next time we
we
see
know
Uncharted,
that at the
could be something
moment,
different.
Naughty Dog is working on what they said is an old IP, so it might either be Jack and Daxter or more Uncharted. We know that it's
So there you go,
one of the two is coming next.
So who knows? We'll see. We'll see what they do. They've all, and again, I think it was interesting that they already announced this game to be the last one in this saga. Right?
Yes.
In
That's
my
what
mind,
makes me a little bit sad.
why
as
would they?
well.
But here's the thing: why would they announce that if they were going to still keep doing God of War stuff? In my mind, they announced that because they're saying, "Listen, this is it. Not just for this story, but this is it. You won't get another God of War after this, not for a while." Right?
Well, I mean,
I think that's why they said
I believe they've confirmed that the next one is Egypt. I think they've already said that.
Yeah, but
We
like
don't know
said,
when
don't
that's
know
gonna come, but-
when it is or what it is, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
yeah.
But like they gave us that, those symbols in the first game. And people loved it. People were like, "Oh my god, yes, Celtic, Japanese, and Egyptian, all of them. I want them." And yes, I do want them, and I think they would be foolish not to take them up. But yeah, they need to be very smart about it, and it will be interesting because we still haven't said goodbye to Kratos, and that is going to be interesting because I like Kratos a lot. I think he's got a good ending right now. I don't know how
maybe
you
what
do
they
a better ending.
maybe what they do,
But
if they
the
do a
thing-
Lost
but
Legacy,
but Kratos or no Kratos, you need the Blades of Chaos. Like I really, you need the blades.
well, here's the thing: if they do a Lost Legacy, maybe they use that as a springboard to set up whatever big next thing they're doing.
That could be a good idea.
In the sense that they make it about Loki, they do his story, but then at the end, they sort of tie it in. They give us a little like maybe they tell us, oh, Kratos died or whatever. They don't show it, but they kind of allude to that or confirm that somehow in like a good sense. Like they didn't get killed or anything. He just kind of passed away or something. I don't know. I know he's a god and gods don't really die in theory, but like whatever.
Apparently, it's been 1,000 years since the original trilogy. That was said from the horse's mouth, which I don't believe
Maybe
you, but okay.
My point is maybe they conclusively wrap up Kratos' story in Lost Legacy to suggest that he's never coming back as a main character. Maybe he's still alive and he might make a cameo in future games, but he won't be the main character, right? And they use Lost Legacy to do that so that we don't have false expectations going into whatever's coming.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but
do you want to wrap
they
up your
could
thoughts
have
about
had,
this?
But yeah, I still, with the ending, it's a very nice story, but I still do have this just niggling feeling of this guy got off so fucking easy. You are the worst person in history, and you're getting a happy ending, and I do feel a little salty about that. So maybe you can unwrite the ending, which it's still dangerous. It is a nice ending.
They shouldn't. They spent 2 games establishing that this
Exactly.
dude has changed and he's doing his best. And all that
The
stuff,
thing
so-
is, I don't see him. I don't see him reverting. I don't
Again,
see him
there's
regressing.
yes, and there's that line at the end that he says to Thor says, we are destroyers. It's what we do. And he says, and do you know what I've done? And Kratos is like, yes, but what will you do now, right?
Yes.
You can't go back on that. That's it.
Yeah.
For whoever Kratos was and whatever he did, however goofy it might seem, this is the direction they've gone in, and they can't unwrite that. So.
Yeah. But yeah,
We'll
and so going forward, they really do need to shake things up because the gameplay is king, and we want crazy, brutal combat. And speaking on that extra content, I have some bad news. I was very disappointed with the bosses in this game. Just pretty much on a whole. There were some good mini bosses and shit here and there. I liked Heimdall, but I didn't love Heimdall, but I think he was the best fight by quite a large margin. The Berserkers suck dick. I have no idea what the fuck they were thinking. They're terrible. They're not fun. They are nothing compared to the Valkyries. And
Okay, yes, they are the analogs to the Valkyries.
and look at this fight. What the fuck were you thinking? 3-on-1. This fight was chaos. I hated it. I was so angry at this fight. And
it looks pretty cool just watching it.
And it was so annoying. You keep getting hit by shit off screen. And I think this, I might have gone too hard on myself. Their health bar is purple, which means that... see, what did I even die to there? Their health bar is purple, which means I'm under-leveled for them. But there were ones that I got to that were black health bar or red health bar. Skulls next to their names. Like, you are not supposed to fight this. And then I came back a little bit later with better equipment, and I completely destroyed them. There was like it went from impossible to easy, and that might be on the difficulty, I guess. But there was something I really respected in the first game, which was the Valkyrie fights were really good, and what they did with Sigrun was fantastic. Of how they teach you this final boss through all these separate bosses that all coalesce into an unreasonably hard boss. That is reasonable because you fought all of these other fights. It's brilliant game design. They did the exact same thing here with the Berserker King, and it just didn't land. I don't know. These Berserker fights just weren't. They didn't feel special. First off,
the Valkyries the Valkyries felt special because they linked getting all the Valkyries throughout the story. As you explored each realm, you found new Valkyrie things, right? And it was exciting and mythical and interesting.
And I didn't get that for the first couple fights. I didn't even realize that these were supposed to be Valkyrie
look, I'm gonna
and I don't just their fights were kind of messy. Like they had very inconsistent staggers. Kind of just stumbled my way through, and I mean this one required strategy. It is intense, but this one's just fucking annoying. None of them really stuck with me, and then it all culminated with my disappointment, which was the Berserker King. And my disappointment in the Berserker King came from I beat him first try. I was so disappointed. I was ready for the actual challenging boss fight, and I guess I should have turned the difficulty up by this point, I guess, because you can see it on screen. I'll put it up. First try, I beat him, and I was like, I guess I'm done then. Like, it was just over like that. The Valkyrie Queen took me days.
I remember the Valkyrie Queen was so difficult.
It took me hours and hours on normal mode. This is also on normal mode, and it was like it wasn't super easy, but easy enough for me to beat it in one try. And the Valkyrie Queen went down like a bitch. It took me 20 minutes. I was talking to Yaman, and I was like, okay, I'm done the game. I'm gonna do the post game stuff now. Half an hour later, okay, I'm done the post game stuff, and then it was done. So the fights in general, like mechanically, were a step down, I think, from the first game.
It's funny, isn't it? Because like the enemy variety in this game is much better.
Yeah.
The amount of reuse of enemies is much better. Like, they barely reuse enemies, really, right? Like, throughout the story, it's always a new creature in a different realm. Whereas before, it was mostly troll after troll for the bigger fights, and then some story-specific fights, of course, and then mostly Draugrs that you were fighting, and the rest of it. Yeah. As far as there were other creatures, the fly creatures, the more beast dog-like creatures. Like there was some variety, the ones that bury underground.
But yeah, the variety in this game is a lot better, and there are some definitely some good enemies. I really like the crocodiles. I like I don't like the wolf people. For some reason they just kept getting me. But I mean, I like them. They were tough. There were good enemies all around. I think the enemies were somehow a step up. Yet it felt messier somehow, and the boss fights were just
I think what it was is the game as a whole, gameplay wise, is superior to the first. They add more mechanics, they build on mechanics, like they don't strip Kratos entirely back to scratch. They keep a lot of stuff, they simply add to it. The movement's more fluid. I feel like things are more consistent, like dodging and parrying. I felt somehow more confident in this game. I remember struggling a bit more in the first game. That could just be skill or time.
I don't know. They felt about the same to me. The dodging still feels like crap in both of the games.
Fair enough. But in general, the movement was better. I love how you climb things by throwing your sword at it and then just pulling yourself up. things like that, right? Just small ideas that they added, which make it overall more fluid and just generally more interesting, right? The fact that you have more abilities with your things, the fact you've got the whole triangle thing. Okay, you don't maybe use it as often as you should, but at least it's there. It's something extra to do. There's multiple ways to activate it. There's so many more skills that are more interesting, I think, with your weapons. You have 3 weapons now as opposed to 2 eventually. So, and the weapons are interesting and everything. So in general, it's just more and better. I don't think anyone would argue that. The enemy variety is better. But as you said, I think the enemy, the encounter design, I'm going to phrase it that way, is a step down.
It felt messier, and I think that's
The
because
encounter design.
Your tools are a lot more ambitious. 3 weapons, and it feels like each one has a bit more utility than in the last one. But that makes it less clear what you should be doing with them in any particular moment. And yeah, the encounter design is what kind of...
The only time they prescribe which weapon to use is in these moments when the health bar goes all red or silver or blue, and you have to use the opposite weapon.
To be a bit fair to the Berserkers, they had some moves that, needed, like, okay, when they fly up, you hit them with the axe in the head. Yeah. When they do this, okay, you can hit them anywhere with the axe, or you can detonate a spear, and you'll be fine. But I felt like in normal combat, there were far fewer like parries and things, counter skills to counter what they were doing that I availed of, and because of the encounter design. And this is the camera overall has been a very controversial point in these games, and in this game I felt it far more than I did in the first game. Like, the camera pissed me off in this, and it's not necessarily the fault of the camera as much as it is the fault of the encounter design. Why are you putting 50 small little wretches that are just swarming you from off screen? You can't get them on camera all at once, and they're just all attacking you. It's very messy. You're constantly being sidelined by shit off screen, and there are ways to go about that. That there are ways to keep the camera as it is, but just have have ways around it. Many action games have it so enemies will prioritize getting on screen before attacking you, so you don't get attacked from off screen. What this game went for is, you could say, have the fact that you're fighting with people be important. They tell you, oh, enemy behind you, to your left, Kratos, but all of that's completely undermined by giving you little indicators that show you where enemies are in relation to you off screen. I will say that it's better than the first game, because in that sense the indicator is clearer. The indicator is clear, but I don't remember that they shout it out more often. But I don't remember being assaulted from off screen nearly as much in the first game. And I do. I have the opposite take in the sense I found it better in this game in general. And what I would do maybe is that's just, give us skills to deal with off screen enemies, like preemptive counters to being attacked from off screen, rather than having to fiddle around with your god awful lock-on system. Did you also have troubles with the lock-on? I never used the lock-on system. I literally just only locked on when there was one enemy. That's probably for the best, because it was really annoying. It just it wouldn't change targets sometimes. It's not worth it. You don't need a lock-on in this game. Kratos sticks to enemies you're attacking in the direction you're attacking. It's more than fine to not need. Yeah, there's an auto lock system. It's kind of like you're already locking on when you start attacking something effectively. So there's that. So the camera is I understand why people hate on it, but you could absolutely achieve it much better if you think about how to deal with enemies attacking you off screen more. Better than just giving us an indicator to tell us it's happening. Give us a way to fight back against it. Something. I don't know. One other thing to kind of build on your point about... by the way, that was my fight against the Berserker King. Yeah. So continue. You joshed it. Well done. I feel the same way as you. Not so much with the combat, but with the exploration, because again, whilst the environments in this game are amazing, the visuals are great, arguably better than in the first game with the vistas and all that stuff, and the variety is greater in my mind. I might be wrong,
but we go to more places and it's more
yes, the
expensive.
variety is much greater.
Like you said, it feels like we've been on more of an adventure in the first 5 hours than it does in
the
the whole
entirety
game.
of the first game.
So in that sense, it very much succeeds. Not to take anything away from everything it does, but something I loved about the first game was the Lake of Nine,
Yes.
and how it evolved throughout the game as you lowered the water level. That was a genius piece of level design. That, okay, they could have repeated and it would have been a bit trite because it's the same thing twice, right? Sure. How do you top that? And the only time they did that was
At the
in the
very
very
end.
first place. No, at the very beginning. As far as I'm aware, when you do the side quests and you free the beast from the water, and initially it's just an island, and then it lifts up and you realize there was much more to it, right? And then
Well, there's that.
There's
There's
stuff
they
below.
tried to do some of the things. There's the scenario you go to and it's a sandstorm, so you can't see anything, and then you free
Yes,
the
there's that, I
jellyfish,
guess, yes.
and now it's not a sandstorm.
Yeah, but
you go
it's not
to
the same, is it?
Vanaheim and it's nighttime until you unlock the power to make it daytime.
yes,
and
and it
then
slightly opens up some parts and
finally
stuff.
in Vanaheim, in the crater, you explore the entirety of the crater, and then you find the dam. You break the dam, and then it floods with water, and you get access to the boats, and you can go through all these new areas in it. It was that last section that
Sure.
came close to that, but yes, it lacked that
So-
cool factor
yeah.
of just having a central hub that keeps opening up as you go through the game.
So in general, if I could have the game like the game improvements of this game, right, in the first game, that would be the ideal thing, because the first game did things this game didn't in terms of encounter design and level design, and this game did things the first game didn't in terms of gameplay elements and features and yeah, just all of that. So in that sense, both in terms of boss design especially and level design, it was still very good, but in a lot of ways not as good, right?
Yeah.
And here's the funny thing is, like, in the first game we complained that it was too repetitive. We had too many troll fights, right? And in this game, like, they improve on the enemy variety and arguably the enemy design, like the kinds of moves the enemies do are in a sense more varied, and the way you
Yes,
can
like,
counter them
and
are
there's a
more
lot of
varied.
enemies I really like fighting. I like fighting the
Yeah.
Enheriar. I like fighting.
Yeah.
I don't like fighting the elves, but they're challenging. They're good. Yeah, I like a lot of the enemies.
And yet, because we don't have a Valkyrie equivalent, right, of a Valkyrie Queen equivalent, and all that, and because we don't have a Lake of Nine equivalent, let's say, truly, in terms of the level stuff, it feels like a missed opportunity, right? And
Yes.
in a sense, because that's a negative thing, because it's something we don't have, right? That almost rings worse than the repetitiveness of the trolls in the first
Absolutely,
game.
I would
right?
still say that 2018 is the superior game overall.
Overall, it's close. Like, it's close. Because here's the thing, right? Which game would I replay?
2018.
That's the question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I could replay 2018 after some of the gameplay improvements in this game, in the sense that you have a third weapon.
Yes.
They do more interesting things. The way you move around the world is more fluid and just better. The story is very good, obviously. So in that sense, if it's a question of which one would I replay, it's actually kind of difficult. If you were to give everything like a score and weigh up the scores, I think 2018 comes out on top, just about.
It's simpler. It's more
But
cohesive.
yeah.
It's understandable that it's better because it's going for less. In a way.
It still had it still had important things to do, and so did this game. And like I said, this game is a good sequel. That
Yes,
doesn't
but,
mean it's a better. That doesn't mean it has to be a better game to be a
Yes.
good sequel.
No,
It's
absolutely.
it's just
Just this game was a lot more ambitious. It was tried to do a lot more, so it's understandable that it didn't do everything to as high a caliber as the
Yeah.
original did its few things very well.
Yeah.
But yeah, the boss fights were.
I like these dragons.
These dragons were cool.
It sort of incorporated environmental elements.
Yes,
where it's like destroy
liked-
the things.
I did like the dragons quite a lot. And there's a lot of encounters I did like, but I just I was missing something from all of the boss fights, except it might have been challenge. Maybe I was just playing on too low a difficulty. Although it felt pretty.
This game was definitely easier than 2018.
Yes, it felt pretty
I'll
tough
say that
for the
straight up.
first while, and like when I tried hard at the beginning, it was just not fun. So there's a point where I should have switched, I think, and maybe I would have had a lot nicer things to say about the boss fights, because I would have had more time maybe to appreciate them, and I would have been pushed to really learn them more.
But I don't think that's your fault, though. That's the game's fault for not balancing it as well as
yes,
it
I
could.
think. And the first game, I was very happy with my experience on normal the entire way through. The Valkyries were tough.
And
Sigrun
if
was
anything, the
really
Valkyrie
tough.
Queen was arguably too tough on normal for a lot of people. I can see a lot of people getting to the Valkyrie Queen and then not being able to beat her.
Yes, and it did suck that there was no equivalent to that. That what I thought was going to be the equivalent, I beat first try, and then the actual equivalent, the other Valkyrie Queen, didn't take long at all.
So yeah.
So yeah, that's why I would be happy if the next game focused more on just made it go for a pure action game. I'm ready. But yeah, so closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. Yeah.
This is a pretty special game. I think it is. The writing is uncharacteristically fantastic for video games. It's an incredibly ambitious story and done very well. It's worth a lot of praise. The dialogue writing is excellent. The story is like, it has some contrivances, it has some conveniences, it has some things that I'm not crazy about, but overall it is a very, very good story for how ambitious it is, how many characters it's juggling. It does the characters fucking right. Odin was excellent, Heimdall was excellent, Thor was very well done, Kratos and Atreus were excellent, Sindri and Brock, everyone felt like they had their moment to shine, everyone had their arcs. The environments, like, again, just sheer ambition and excellence in execution. Like, you go to so many incredibly fantastic locations, and they all have the same level of detail. And also to the animation is excellent. Again, also so much detail in the animation, so many little things, the dialogue, how much is recorded. It's a really special experience, and I'd highly recommend it. For God of War, it is a very nice ending, perhaps too nice an ending for Kratos. It is not what I wanted. I did not get most of what I wanted out of this game, but as I said time and time again, it's so good that I really can't be too mad about it. The Heimdall is best boy. What's your thoughts?
I'll echo a lot of that. I think you hit on it a lot. I think you need to know what you want to get out of this kind of a game going into it. You know, this has the benefit of being a sequel. So hopefully no one's playing this that hasn't played 2018. And I know some people will, of course. Hell, I played Assassin's Creed 2 before I played Assassin's Creed 1, right? But you mostly you know what you're getting when you get into this game, so you already know what you want. Do you want the gameplay? Do you want the challenge? Right? Are you here for that? Are you here for the story? Are you here for the cinematics? Right? Seeing how everything turns out and all that. I know for me the emphasis is on the story, and that's weird to say with God of War, of course. I think that's an achievement in a way to get people to care more about the story than about the gameplay with someone like Kratos. I was hanging off every word throughout every cinematic, every non-gameplay section. I enjoyed putting the controller, well, so to speak, putting the controller down. You want to keep it in your hands because of the haptic feedback that is almost a constant throughout. But quote unquote, putting the controller down was just as entertaining as picking it up in this game. And if put like that, if a video game can be just as entertaining when you're quote unquote playing it as opposed to just watching it, that can only be read as a positive, and I don't see how that's a negative in any sense. So if you like the story of the first game, obviously you'll like this game. You probably wouldn't be watching this if you hadn't already played the game, so hopefully you agree with that. It is a bit disappointing in some sense, both in terms of how somewhat anticlimactic it ended up being, and not necessarily God of War-y enough, as you said. But at the end of the day, like you said, we don't get what we want. We have what we got, and
what we got is very good. So it's really
Yes.
hard to be too mad about it.
exactly, winning at the end of the day, winning cures everything. When things are good, even if it's not quite what you wanted, you know, who are we to complain? We just got an amazing thing. It's not the longest of games, and the side stuff, whilst sometimes ill-paced, is always pretty good.
Yes, like
and,
the
yeah.
quality of the side stuff is high. You're going to locations that you wouldn't be
Yes.
going to otherwise, and they retain the same level of detail, and it's all more or less story
It's
relevant.
relevant.
You
Yeah,
get
yeah.
dialogue, you get everything that you get in the main game and more. It's not shit you're ticking off a checklist. Some of them are, but most of them
Yeah.
is much more than just ticking things off of a checklist.
So overall, it's not a very long game. This isn't like a Red Dead Redemption 2 where you're going to be here for a year. I haven't done all the side stuff. I'd say I've done maybe 75% of the side stuff, and I have, what do I have? Around 30 hours on my save. So I'd feel like that's somewhat on the low end. I know you can spend up to 50 hours, right, if you do all the side stuff.
Yes,
and
I
whatever.
capped out at around like 42, 43 hours, I think.
Sure. So if you play on hard, maybe, and it takes you a bit more time, if you're here for
Yes.
the challenge, it might take you a bit longer. So but yeah. If anyone has any experiences to share, let us know in the comments. And yeah, overall, I'm very happy I played this.
Yes.
It's
I
one of the
think
better games on the console, and
excellent
yeah.
work to the team over at Santa Monica. Like you've done something very special, I think.
Yep. And I'm looking forward to what happens next, right? If it's something new.
And please let me bash some skulls. Please bring it back. bring back. I want to be the God of War again.
All right, it was fun talking it through all the way.
And it
it's
only
nice to
took
kind
us
of
6.5
relive a little bit.
hours.
I know, you got a bargain. If someone watched this instead of playing the game, you've missed out. But still, if you watched it all the
Although
way
you
through,
didn't miss out on
appreciate
this fight, my God! Look at this chaos! Look at this shit, man! What is this? I just restarted from checkpoint. Yep.
Yeah. Overall, this thing. Yeah.
No, you go.
I was just gonna say, there's things we haven't touched on. There's other stuff we could say about the gameplay. There's other stuff we could say about points in the story. But like, generally, it's very positive. Depending on who you are and the kind of gamer you are, you'll have different positives and negatives, whether it's based on gameplay or based on story or whatever. But I think broadly speaking, you, myself, and Zona, we all came away from this very positively. So
Yes. And if you come for the story, you won't be disappointed. The gameplay is pretty good too.
Yeah. So, you, me, and Zona, we all come from different places in terms of games. We all like sort of different kinds of games, and we have different amounts of experience. So I feel like we represent a decent range of the kinds of people that would play this game, other than, say, more casual people who haven't played as many games in general. But overall, pretty good. Main complaint is just some slightly weird decisions and some balancing issues, really. If I had to put, if I had to dumb it down to that, and
I'd
the
also say
positives greatly outweigh it.
underwhelming ending and boss fights. Well, not all boss fights, but just underwhelming ending. I'll just put it at that.
Underwhelming ending and disappointing encounter design, but the positives outweigh those overall.
And it's not just to be clear, it's not disappointing all the time. There's some absolutely you'll have a lot of fun with the combat in a lot of the points in the game.
Yes.
It's just that height of challenge that I so adore. I don't think I found it here, and I don't think I would get it on the harder difficulties, because the thing, like with the fights, like it would just be what I'm already doing but more of it and longer. Like, I feel like I've got the strategies for what I'm supposed to do with these bosses down.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't think like other games. I don't think they're going to get new move sets or more complicated AI or anything.
Yeah.
And yeah, another thing though, like, because the gameplay, there's quite a lot of depth, and I think I've gotten 6 to 7 out of 10 of the way like into the gameplay. Like, there's still definitely more growth for me to experience, but it is going to be a slog to replay, which is a bit of a shame, because like the story is not going to hit as hard, and it's going to feel like it gets in the way, I think, on the subsequent playthroughs, especially with the Atreus segments.
Yeah. Overall, I think the game does a good job standing on its own. It distinguishes itself from the first game in very good ways, thematically especially. And yet, it's a very good sequel in the sense that it builds off of the first game, continues things, pays things off, both in terms of gameplay improvements and, of course, the story. So whilst we can compare it to the first game, and maybe we think it's not quite as good as the first game,
they are quite different beasts.
they're quite different, and they do stand apart. And ultimately, you can't ask much more of a good sequel than to fulfill a lot of stuff from the first game and be justified in its own existence, right?
Yes.
So there's many sequels we can point to that where it's like, why are you here? Why did you do this? Etc. All that kind of crap. And this is not one of them. So yeah.
So in conclusion, Bayonetta 3. You should play Bayonetta 3.
Just change the title of the video.
Buy a Switch. Come on. What are you doing? Play Bayonetta 1 too. And
if anyone is watching this video who has played this on PS4, let us know how your experience was. Was it fine at 30 FPS? Like how was the loading times? Did it look as good as other footage you may have seen of PS5 gameplay? I don't know. But yeah, none of us played it on PS4, so we shall see.
Yeah. Is there anything else? Yeah, so I've played 3 games now, back to back. Valkyrie Elysium, God of War, Bayonetta 3, and God of War Ragnarok. What a lot of people don't know about Bayonetta, because it's very angelic. It's quite heavily influenced by Norse mythology. Not in any way that really matters, it's mostly the names of things. But I found it weird that I've just gone through 3 Norse games. Like, I've gone from not knowing what an Enheriar is and how to pronounce it to being very intimately familiar with the concept of Enheriar. And I've been to, there are many places, like basically everything from Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3, except for one thing, was in this game. I was like, oh, we went to Vigrid. So that's another North thing from Bayonetta. We go to Noatun's Garden. I'm like, oh, Noatun. I know that from Bayonetta. So yeah, I just found that an odd coincidence. This is just the Norse period right now.
It's a thing.
It's a
They're
thing.
always trends, right?
It's a thing. Yeah, Valkyrie Elysium. Check out Valkyrie Elysium.
All right. Well,
if you didn't get your fill of Valkyries in this game, why don't you play as one?
All right, we've gone off. We've gone on long enough. Let's wrap it up.
Sing the song.
No.
Okay. So yeah, 2 out of 10. Probably wouldn't recommend. Now I think I've stood with an 8. Mac doesn't like numbers, so he's not gonna say.
I hold it in same esteem as the first game. I think together they're a great whole, and you can't really. One does not let the other one down in any significant way. They prop each other up.
Give it an A to Z out of 10. What letter would you give it out of 10?
A letter out of 10? I don't know. What's the letter? What's the Greek letter for God of War? Is that a letter? Omega. Out of 10. I don't know.
Yeah, there's Omega. So that
Theta out of 10, whatever.
So you've heard it here first, folks. It's a solid Omega out of 10. Yeah, check it out. Had a great time.
Print it.
And had a great time talking about it.
Yep,
so thank you
Zona
all for tuning in.
Joining as well.
Thanks for Zona for joining. Thank you to all of you wonderful, beautiful chatters out there who've been keeping us company. And goodbye, everyone. We will see you. I think MZN is going to go on a bit of a break from Zona's end for a bit because he's on
Possibly,
holiday.
yeah.
But I think I will.
The Christmas period is a bit busy, so we'll see how we do.
We'll see how we do because I need both of you to watch me play Inside.
Yes, of course.
And
we shall get round to that.
I can't say I'm really feeling Rayman 3, but maybe I need to play a little bit of it alone to just kind of sink into it.
Either way, that's what the future holds. We'll look forward to seeing all of you there with us.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
And done.